Wait.
Oh my god.
All right. Let's see. Why is it not showing up on my YouTube? Oh, there it is. All right, we are live. So I'm gonna put on the debate from Whatever podcast. Andrew Wilson versus Naima. Let me know if you guys have any trouble hearing me or hearing the podcast. I'm adjusting the audio levels right now, trying to figure out the best way to do it so that you guys will only hear me through my microphone and the podcast through the desktop audio.
Welcome to a debate edition of the Whatever podcast, coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. I'm your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer supported. Please consider donating through Streamlabs. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. We're going to have Q&A questions, or if you want to leave a statement, for $200 and up. $199 and up. There will be no instant TTS, so these are going to be at various breaks, and they're going to be batched. You can see the description for all triggers and full details. Without further ado, I'm joined today by Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. He is a blood sports debater and a political commentator. Also joining us today is Naima. She's a senior at USC. She's a political, social commentator and content creator. The topic today is feminism, and we might hit some other topics too. I want a good, clean debate, no interrupting. I will issue a verbal warning, followed by a yellow card, which you cede conversational priority for 1 minute or until your opponent yields, followed by a red card, which results in ceding conversational priority for 2 minutes or until the offending party yields their time. There will be no opening statements, straight into open convo. Let's get
I will
on.
be right back.
Yeah, I mean, we were just discussing. I think it's funny. Me and Andrew were actually supposed to do a Jubilee surrounded debate for our kind of part 2 of this conversation, but what ended up happening. Now, I don't work for Jubilee. I'm not going to speak for their administration, but I think the general consensus. Do you know what the theme of the video was supposed to be?
Feminism.
No, so the people who were surrounded, it was supposed to be like Jubilee All-Stars. So it was like surrounded Jubilee All-Stars. And so, of course, we all know each other because it's all the people who've been in Jubilee videos before. And I think the general consensus was that we wanted to debate someone bigger, to be honest with you. So that's why they brought in Charlie Kirk. And he actually was assassinated I want to say a week before we were supposed to do that debate. So I don't know. It got completely canceled. They rescheduled it, and now we don't know who it's going to be.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty intense. It was weird. The debate was actually scheduled for the day of his memorial.
So you guys all said no to me?
I don't think it was no.
Sounds like you were saying no.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of no.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, not a lot of people really know about the Crucible.
I mean, a lot more people.
Not your Crucible.
A lot more people know. Well, yeah, actually, tell me the names of the people, and let's see if they do know about the Crucible. Who are the names of the Jubilee All-Stars?
I mean, I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone else.
I know, but what are the names of the Jubilee All-Stars who would have been there?
I mean, lots of people. Parker, Dean, Zena,
Parker knows me well. Dean knows me well. Who else?
Yeah, we're not talking about us. Of course, we all know people in the political
Well, I thought you just
sphere.
said nobody. I thought you just said nobody knows the Crucible.
Andrew, I'm talking about the world, the audience. Everyone in a political sphere, of course, knows each other. We're all in an insular community, but outside of this community, do you think you're as big as Charlie Kirk?
No, of course not. But
okay, exactly.
Who is?
Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro,
I mean, Candace Owens
Tucker
wasn't bigger.
Carlson.
No, I don't think any of them were bigger than Charlie Kirk.
Nick Crowder.
Nick Crowder?
Well, I mean, they're all bigger than
Who
you.
the hell is Nick Crowder?
Isn't he that guy who does the podcast where he's all mean? I don't know. That's kind of all you guys do.
You mean Steven Crowder?
Oh.
Yeah, no, Charlie Kirk is definitely bigger than all of them.
Sorry, I'm not a huge fan of Steven Crowder's content.
So, I mean, were you a big fan of any of their content?
No, but everyone knew about them.
Yeah, so I understand. No, I get it.
I mean, I know, Andrew. It sucks to hear that.
But they had reached out to me, not me to them. So
yeah, but,
I mean,
it's
I guess
kind of a two-sided thing.
I guess I don't know.
Oh yeah.
You know, I've debated most of those people in the political circles on places like Pierce Morgan. I've never seen you there.
Well, that was kind of part of it. Yeah, I actually got invited to Pierce Morgan. I didn't do it because they asked me like 20 minutes
How
before I
come
was
you?
to go on.
How come?
America.
Well, now we're speaking about this. How come you canceled on Tim Pool?
Oh, I canceled on Tim Pool because I got a brand deal that was paying me more and I didn't have to leave my house. Actually, I can talk about the Tim Pool thing.
Yeah, because
that got a little
he said
weird.
that you agreed to come on and then canceled.
Okay, so it's very interesting that you say that. When I met with Tim Pool's team, they were not willing to pay me to travel across the country to debate.
Well, they
and
were going to take care of your
also-
flight and hotel.
That's not paying me though. That's paying for my flight. They would have had to do that for anyone.
Yeah.
And they also were not. They didn't know who I was supposed to debate yet. So I told them I will agree to do a debate so long as I know who I'm debating and I accept the terms of that debate.
Has Jubilee paid you?
Yeah, of course they pay me.
What do
Everybody
they pay?
pays
What
me.
do they pay you?
That's not your business.
Well, they pay you $25 for gas, right?
No, they pay me more than that.
To show up for the Surrounded?
Of course.
Well, that's interesting because they don't pay any of the conservatives who show up for the Surroundeds.
Well, that's a shame. They should advocate for themselves.
Just so you guys know, now we know this, that they pay the conservatives $25 to show up, but they actually pay the progressives.
I don't think they pay all the progressives. I don't. I like.
Just
I'm not
you?
every single. Yeah.
Oh.
I make them pretty good content. I
Yeah.
mean, you don't think it's fair for people to get paid for good work?
I mean, I guess
It's
that's
successful
fine. I
work.
just think it's funny. It's interesting that the conservatives who are in the Surrounded.
When I first
tend not
started
to
doing
get
the
paid.
Jubilee videos, I didn't get paid, and then the more and more successful I was on their platform, the more they offered me. That's
Gotcha.
generally how it works. It's almost like a promotion.
I understand.
That's
I
how
get it.
most jobs work.
I get it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So leftists like Parker and Dean, and you guys refuse to debate with me.
Because you're not big enough, Andrew.
Yeah.
You don't have a fan
You're not
base.
You're
There's
big
no
enough,
bigger
purpose.
than all
Andrew.
of you.
No, you're not.
Way bigger than all of you.
We can go follower for follower. How many
Go
followers
ahead.
do you have on Instagram right now?
Instagram's not a fight.
She's
You could
starting
take your
to-
top off and get 800,000 followers.
But
on
I
Swinging
didn't
around
take my
contest
top off.
here.
I got 150,000.
And so what? That's nothing.
I
How
have
many do
not
you have
seen this
then?
yet, by the
I
way.
have
haven't
over
seen
250K
anything
just
they're
on
gonna talk
YouTube
about, so
with
How
an
many do you
average
have on
live
Instagram?
audience of 7 to 9,000.
How
What
many-
about
look
you?
at how badly you have to prove
when
your
you
worth right
when
now.
you go live,
Look at how fragile you are.
When
Just
you-
because I
Hold
told you
on.
nobody wanted
Look
to.
at what she just did. She literally started a D-swinging contest and then gets mad at him that he's participating in the D-swinging contest. Like, girl, why are you bringing these things up in an attempt to insult him and then getting mad that he's defending himself? Lord.
when you
Debate
go
you.
when you go live, how many live viewers do you get?
I don't go live.
You don't go live.
No,
If you did go live, how many do you think you'd get?
I don't know. I don't go live.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Interesting.
Well, I do a lot better than Dean and Parker when I go live on YouTube, and they do. So
I think that's debatable. I'd say
It's
Dean and
not
Parker have a
debatable.
significantly bigger following across platforms. Adam
I-
Mockler, all of these people are bigger than you.
I don't think so.
Andrew, look at how badly you have to defend your self-worth. This is so sad.
You're the one who attacked it.
I'm not attacking it. I'm telling
I'm
you what
telling- I'm
happened.
giving you
Nobody
the-
wanted to debate you because if it's an
because-
all-star Jubilee
it's
episode,
because-
we want an all-star
Because you
adversary.
guys were all cowards.
I mean, listen to this. If
You
it's-
guys were just all cowards.
We're not Andrew, if I was a
Dean and
coward-
Parker, tell me why Dean and Parker won't actually agree. I've said I'd give them $20,000 to show up and do a debate live so they can't get fed answers from their little teams.
Andrew, if I
They
was a coward, I
refuse.
wouldn't be debating you right now.
They refuse.
Listen, man, if someone offered me $20,000 to show up and debate them right now, even if I knew I was going to lose, I would literally show up and lose for $20,000. Like, that's actually insane. Like, hey, I'm going to give you $20,000 to show up and debate me. You don't have to win. I'll look like an idiot on the internet for $20,000. I'm not above that right now. I just totaled my car 2 weeks ago, so $20,000, that would get me a new car.
Point was, it was an all-stars debate, and you are not an all-star adversary.
Gotcha, you're right.
I mean, I am. You didn't get picked.
But you're here.
Yeah,
So
of course
anyway,
I'm here. I
I'm
don't give
ready.
a fuck.
I'm ready when you are, All-Star.
Okie dokie.
So go ahead with your criticisms of my worldview.
You're not a Jubilee All-Star. Are we starting with democracy or no?
Whatever you want to start with.
Okay, Andrew.
Let's, why don't we start with, unless you want to get into the criticisms of his specific positions?
I would rather go through all of our positions and then do criticisms of
And
them.
then, Andrew, before we get into the prompts, as I understood it, you wanted to respond to some of Naima's specific criticisms that you saw online, or
Yeah,
you
but we
wanna
can do that as we go
do
through.
it as we go. Okay.
Criticism
the
of you
first-
that I saw online.
Sure.
I didn't post anything about you online.
Oh, yeah, you did.
I made a
I have clips.
TikTok.
I have clips.
A singular TikTok.
I know, but you lied a lot in it,
I lied in it. Andrew, it's all based on a debate we did together.
I know.
We were both here.
which is why I have all the counter clips for it.
Andrew, I literally posted a video of you not being able to open a pickle jar. What's your counter for that?
I did open the pickle jar.
You didn't open an olive jar.
So they're not a pickle jar then? Did you open the olive jar?
No.
No.
But
and why
the
did you
whole
say?
point was that you were supposed to be
But
stronger
why
than
did
me
you
as a
say
man.
that wasn't any point that was ever made? You lied.
Is that not the point of force doctrine?
No.
You didn't open a pickle jar. I did open a pickle jar. Yeah, but you didn't open an olive jar. Well, you didn't say you didn't open an olive jar. Like, typical. Immediate deflection. This is going to be good.
No. And by the way, you said it was greasy. You said the jar was greasy. Why didn't
No,
you
I
tell people that? Yeah, you did.
You said the jar was greasy
So did
over
you.
and over and over.
So did you.
You don't remember? Do you want to pull up the video
Yeah.
of him being incapable of opening the olive
You want to
jar?
pull up the video of you being incapable of opening it?
Andrew, I never said I was going to be able to.
So the point is, though, is like, it's really funny to me.
Opening the olive
You want to pull up the.
Sorry. I
Yeah.
was trying to pull
So
up
the thing is, it's funny is like you did though. You did say, yeah, it's greasy, and then you just omitted
No,
all of
I
that.
didn't.
You
I
did.
said it's not greasy.
Nope, you didn't. Promise.
Will you just pull
Hang
up
on,
the
hang
clip?
on. I got $1,000 in my backpack right now that I'll bet you that you said it was greasy when you were asked. I'll put it on the table right now. Put my.
That's another one. If someone said, "Hey, I'm gonna bet $1,000 right now that you can prove this. I'm gonna bet $1,000 you can prove me wrong right now. If you really didn't do it, why wouldn't you take the $1,000? I bet she doesn't take it.
money where my mouth is.
I'm not really a betting woman.
Yeah, so
sorry.
you're not really sure if you
I'm
lied
not
about it
really
or
a
not.
betting woman.
Why would it be a lie?
Well, because I think that there was intentionality behind it. So you got drugged.
So what you're trying to
Well, what I
say
think
is that
is-
you were incapable of opening
I
that
think you
olive
got
jar because it was
drugs.
greasy, even though you dried it off with several paper towels, your T-shirt, and then
You
your
couldn't-
assistant was able to open it
Yeah.
despite how greasy
but
it was.
you couldn't.
Andrew, you
And
couldn't
Brian,
either.
neither could Brian.
But the point was, it was an
Leave me
attempt
out
to.
of this,
Yeah.
please leave me
But
out.
the point wasn't. It was an attempt to emasculate me and show how weak I am, and it turns out that you are just as weak.
Do you? How would that demonstrate that I was weaker than you?
Because neither of us could open.
Do
the
you want to
olive
arm
jar.
wrestle?
No.
No,
I
why?
don't want to touch
It's
you.
just ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous shit ever, and it has nothing to do with force
You're
doctrine.
so pressed about it. You just couldn't open an olive jar, man. Get over it.
Okay, bro. I'm just telling you that you,
couldn't open an
have
olive
gone out
jar.
of your way to lie over and over about my positions.
Gone out of your way to lie. Dude, your name is not in my mouth. I don't give a fuck about you
Just
after I
saying that
leave
you
this
lie
room.
a lot about my positions.
I played a clip of you.
What? Okay, but I'm going to play clips that'll show the lies about my positions.
I made
Now-
one video about
and you lied a
that
lot in the video.
specific moment.
Lied a lot about my positions. You said things like, this man wants to get rid of women's rights, and you said all sorts of things.
You said that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Andrew, I just watched our debate back. Yes, the fuck you did.
Okay, tell me my positions then. What is force doctrine? Let's
Force
start with that.
doctrine is that whole theory that might makes right. Essentially, it is more. Okay, then why don't you define your
No,
theory?
you have to listen, first, you can't criticize a position unless you can stably tell me what.
This is the common thing they do is they have this idea in their minds of what they think you're trying to say because they can't actually comprehend it. And then when you ask them to steelman the position, they literally don't even know what the position is.
you think the position means before you criticize it. So what is it? What's force
Well,
doctrine?
your position is descriptive. So do you want to define your terms before we argue on whether or not
I want to know what
we
you
agree?
think force doctrine is because you're critical of it. How can you be critical of a position you can't define?
I mean, I think force doctrine is generally the belief that those who are their rights.
No,
No?
no.
Okay, then explain it to me, Andrew.
Yeah, force doctrine is the critical belief that rights come to women specifically from men. that women always have to appeal to men for the rights collectively.
Okay, so do you believe that anybody has like inherent rights? Are there any inherent human rights regardless of
Unless you
strength?
can ground them in God, I don't believe that you can ground rights in anything. And if you can, go ahead and do so.
Okay, so then based on your religion, what are the inherent rights that humans
Well,
have?
first, I need you to understand what the criticism is. So when I say to you, I don't believe that you can ground rights absent religion, do you agree that that's true or false?
I believe that that's false. Of
Okay,
course you
then
ground
can
rights.
you ground rights for me, absent
mean-
religion?
Do you not know what rights are?
Can you ground them absent religion? Go ahead.
Grounding rights absent of religion. I mean, there's natural law, there's humanistic theories on law.
Well, I
On the right.
don't know which one you're going to go with, but go with one of them.
Okay, well, let's see. Which one would you prefer? We could do humanistic theory. We could do deontological
I
ethics.
literally don't give a shit. I just want you to ground rights outside of outside of God.
It says that audio is messed up. We're getting a decent bit right here.
Nick, you got to send me. Okay, continue, guys. Continue with the debate.
I guess, what do you mean ground rights? Do you mean justify human rights?
I mean this. When I say ground rights, what are you appealing to? Let's just make it easy. What are you appealing to for rights?
Morality.
Okay.
That can either be morality through religion, or that can be morality
Well, you
through
don't-
natural law.
but
That can be
you-
morality through a
yeah.
social contract.
I'm not interested in all
That
of
can be morality
yeah.
through creating an egalitarian
Not
society that is
interested
functioning.
at all in possibilities. I'm interested in the one that you have.
These
So
aren't
what-
possible. I
can
mean,
you tell
any
me what
and
you,
all of them.
I just want to know what you ground rights in.
I ground rights in morality. Rights are moral. It is just and moral to give people basic rights.
What do you ground morality in?
Are you going to keep asking me, or are you
Yes.
going to actually make an opinion? This is what you do, Andrew. You
Yes, it
ask
is.
questions and questions and questions so
So
that you don't actually have to form an opinion
that's
and
great.
defend it.
That's great. So
Stop
what do you
using
ground,
descriptive arguments.
What do you ground
Make
morality?
an opinion.
What do you ground
Do you
morality
believe
in?
that humans have
What do you
inherent
ground
value?
morality in?
Do you believe that humans have inherent
We
value?
can't go anywhere with the debate unless you can tell me what you ground morals in.
So do you exclusively ground morals in your belief in God?
I've already said 5 times yes. Now
Okay,
I need to
so
know what
if
you
God,
ground.
Wait, hold on. Listen to me. If God did not exist,
I'm not interested
would there
until
be
you tell
zero
me.
morals?
Not interested until you tell me what you ground morality in. Tell me what you ground morality in.
I don't even understand why you're asking this question.
Okay, so
Where are you going with it?
you said, I asked you, do you believe that rights can be grounded outside of God? You said yes. So I'm asking what they're grounded in outside of God.
Social order.
What does that mean?
It means creating a society that functions.
You
If no humans have rights, then you can't function as a society. Everyone would just be attacking each other all the time.
so you would have a society that functioned?
No, you would have an anarchic society if there is
And
no
that would
social
be
order.
what would make that unfunctional? It would be something
I mean, no
that
one could
functioned in a way you
collaborate
didn't
with
like.
each other. Everyone would be constantly killing each other and maiming each other and raping
But
each
do
other.
you see how you're just making an appeal that morality just is preference based, just fits your preference?
It's not preference based. It's a necessity. It's a human necessity.
It's not necessary
Yes,
for you to have
rights are
rights.
necessary for survival. The
Demonstrate
right to life.
The right to life?
Yes, the right to life is necessary for survival.
You think that there's a right to life?
Yes, of course I believe there's a right to life.
Okay, and what do you ground that in?
I ground that in our ability to survive as a species. If nobody had a right to life, then what would stop Brian from just shooting up everyone in this room?
Force.
Our society could not function based solely on force.
Then how come
We
societies?
would all just be beating each other up all
then
the
how
time.
come societies right now do?
Societies don't exist solely on force. We have tons of other forms of power that exist in society.
Do you agree with me that there are societies which function purely on force?
Yeah, and they suck. Name a singular one that
But do
exists
you-
that is like
Yeah, but do you
fun to live in.
Do you see how now you're changing the goalpost? So
America.
I'm not
you said
changing the
before,
goalposts. I'm trying to create a society.
Remember how we weren't
that is
talking about interruptions?
progressive.
Can I at least make the
You've
point?
interrupted me like 5 times since
Called
we
it.
started.
Yeah.
but
Okay.
sure.
Well, so anyway, where you switched the goalpost here was you said that societies cannot exist. They can't exist absent rights. And my contention here is that they can. They can exist just via force.
Eventually,
Hang
they
on.
won't
Let me
exist.
make
They
the
will not
point.
work.
Let me make the point. They can exist absent rights. And you say that rights are necessary for societies to exist. Clearly, that's not true. I can point to you right now societies where they don't have rights.
Name a singular society where no human has any rights that exist.
North Korea. Anything you have that's a right comes from the state.
They still have a right to life. So.
No, there's no right to life. They take you out in a field and shoot you if you look at them cross-eyed.
Why don't you go live in North Korea?
Well, is that an argument?
Would you like to go live in North Korea, Andrew?
Is that an argument?
Are you arguing in favor of North Korea? You think the North Korean government structure is fun? A vibe? Like, why would anyone want to go there?
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
Because it's not a sustainable society.
Okay, but
it's a society that perpetuates human
let's
suffering
try this again.
because no one has any free will.
I know that.
Why don't you
so
make
as
an
we're doing,
opinion now?
as
Why
we're
don't you give
doing,
an opinion
as we're
now,
doing the
Andrew?
obfuscation here, I just want to point this out. I asked you how you ground rights. You said rights exist absent preference, and I said, okay, if they exist absent preference, how come I can point? Well, you said you have to have rights for there to even be a society. I can point to a society where humans have no rights, and clearly that's a society. So I don't understand how it is that you think that you can't have societies which exist without rights, and you still haven't given me accounting for where rights come from. And so it's critical. I gave you my opinion about forced doctrine. I told you what I think about rights.
So do you?
And so,
okay.
hang on. And so I told you what I think about rights. Right now, we're just clarifying the language so you can't do the fallacy of equivocation. I don't want you to move between separate definitions of a word using vagueness, which is fallacious, so fallacious debate move. I want you instead to be very clear on what rights are, what you ground them in, where they come from, and that's what we're debating about if we're talking about rights. So please do so.
We're not debating about that. We're debating about forced doctrine and the morality of forced doctrine. Do you believe that forced doctrine is moral? Do you believe that it is moral to take rights away
What
from
is
people
forced doctrine?
on the basis
This
of
is
force?
pure obfuscation.
Do you believe in coercive power?
This is pure obfuscation.
But my issue
I
with
do
you,
think it's
Andrew.
fair for you to answer his
It
questions.
is.
I think, honestly, Andrew, my issue with
I
where
don't
you're
care
going
about
in this
anything you're about to
debate-
say. Just want to know
If
where
you don't care
rights
about
come
anything
from.
that I'm about to say, then why should I bother to
Where do
speak?
rights come from?
I believe that humans have natural rights. I believe that humans are
Okay,
entitled to
natural rights.
Yes.
Okay, so natural right theory is what Nala believe, or I'm sorry, not Nala. What is it? Naima. Sorry, natural rights. Okay, and
I don't think
where
that they have to be ordained by God.
and
I
where-
believe that everyone has an inherent set of rights.
they're inherent.
Yes, natural,
Okay.
inherent, these are synonyms.
So where do they come from?
They come from our existence. What do you mean? It's a right. It's not a physical thing. Like, you get that, right?
No.
No?
Can you explain it for me?
No. Well, the right to life,
yeah.
life comes from being alive. So what do you mean, where does it come from? Where does life come from?
No,
Well,
where
life
do
comes
the-
from when a man and a woman are in love and they hold hands for a very long time.
Yeah.
They can make a baby. That's where life comes from.
So these natural rights that you claim that we have, which are inherent, if
Yes.
they're inherent, does that mean that everybody has them?
Yes, I believe everyone has them, but they can be infringed upon, and that is immoral.
I see. So
That
you're-
is the definition, of, in my opinion, of morality, is infringing on one's natural rights.
So you're born with rights.
Yes.
So they're not social constructs that we make up? They exist outside of that?
Well, I mean, it's not a physical thing.
Oh, it's not. Well, I'll tell you a couple of terms. Objective and then subjective. Objective means that it does not depend on a mind. An example is that tree out there would exist if there was no
Andrew, I know what objective and subjective means.
Then tell me what subjective means.
Subjective is something that is malleable, it can change. It's not a fact.
No.
Yes.
Subjective, no. Philosophical subjectivity just means depends on a mind.
Okay, so that's exactly what I just said.
No, it's not.
Yeah. it's
So anyway,
paraphrased.
back to this though. I was trying to give you the example so I could clarify the position. I want to try to have a good faith debate. I
Yes,
don't know why
Andrew.
you refuse to clarify your positions for me.
I just clarified my position.
Okay,
for you. So now clarify
so
yours
is
for me.
it so are rights subjective?
I believe rights are subjective across society.
Then how can they be inherent?
I believe that certain rights are inherent and certain are subjective.
Okay, so how so
I mean, there's no limit on how many rights a human can
which
have.
inherent rights are objective?
Which inherent rights are objective? I think that the right to life is.
There's no limits on how many rights a human can have. That's a crazy one right there.
Objective.
Okay, so then if it's objective and it does not depend on human minds, where can we find it?
We can find it in being alive. What the fuck are you talking about?
Where can you find the right to life absent the grounding in meaning all minds are gone Remember I told you objective means you don't need any human minds. I tried to explain this to you a second ago. Now you just walked into a horrible trap. Objective means does not depend on a mind. What you just got done telling me is that you have an inherent right to life and it's objective. That would mean that that right does not require human minds. So
No.
you should be able to point to where it is. Where is it?
Andrew, rights are not physical, though. Not everything that is objective is physical.
Okay, then what is everything that's objective if it's not physical?
Well, you just defined it.
What?
You just defined
What are you
what is
talking about?
objective.
An objective means it requires or does not
Can you
require
just Google
human minds.
objectivity? Honestly, this is getting annoying.
Philosophical objectivity requires minds. Put that in.
No, don't put requires minds. Just put definition.
I'll do it for both of you.
Thank you.
So objectivity, the quality of being objective. Here,
Thank
let's
you,
do-
Merriam-Webster.
Yeah.
You have to put
so lazy nowadays.
philosophical objectivity requires minds.
Okay.
That
I'll
way we
do-
can clarify
Let's
it.
just do a basic definition of
I'll do hers,
objectivity
and
and
I'll do
work off
yours.
of that.
So objective, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts.
Thank you.
Yeah, but fact would have to be material.
Not all facts are material, Andrew.
Which ones?
I mean, air exists, and
Is there a
currently.
material?
Actually, yeah, air is material. Okay, yeah, air is material. I'll give you that one. Oh God. Oh God.
Okay, so we have inherent rights that aren't material, but they're objective.
Andrew, there are immaterial facts. Do you genuinely not believe that?
What?
I mean, thoughts. Like humans
aren't-
have thoughts.
where do-
Thoughts are not material,
Where
but
do
they are a
where
fact.
do thoughts come from something material?
But a thought is not material.
How do you know?
Believe that a thought is material?
How do you know?
When you have thoughts, does steam rise out of your fucking head?
How do you
No.
how do you know a thought's not material?
How do you know thoughts are?
Well, the thing is
What
like
thought that you've had is material?
you would
Andrew?
ground a thought in a brain, right?
Yeah, but a brain and a thought are two different
Yeah,
things.
so you would agree with me that if there was no more brains, there would be no more thoughts.
Well, your brain creates thoughts,
So without
but a
so-
thought is is
so
immaterial.
without-
Are you really trying to argue that there is a material thought?
Oh, what I'm telling you
Then
is
what the fuck are you talking
I'm
about?
going to tell you so that you understand. Do you agree with me that if we have no more brains, we have no more thoughts?
Sure.
Okay, great. Then what that means is that you're appealing to something material for thought, okay?
But a thought is still immaterial.
Okay, well,
it doesn't
well,
negate
hang
that.
on. The trick here is to understand that when I say objective, right?
Sure.
It means it doesn't depend on a mind. When I say subjective, it means it does depend.
Okay.
Hang on. I want you to be very clear.
Sure.
It means that it does. So when I say, where do rights come from? You say rights are objective. That means they exist somewhere outside of minds. So can you tell me where?
No, I'm not saying that objectivity needs to exist physically. I think that things can be objective without existing physically. But why don't you give an opinion on your actual belief?
Because right now, I'm just trying to figure out what the terms are for rights themselves so we don't equivocate.
Do you not know what rights are?
I don't
The
know what you
opposite of
think they
left.
are. What are
Like,
they?
I just told you what
Well, you
rights
just told me
are.
that they're objective, but then you don't give me any grounding for
Certain
them.
rights are objective.
Well, okay, where
yes.
did- then-
They are objective and grounded in human morality, which can be based on a God, as you do, or which can be based on our conception of natural law.
Does human morality require a mind?
Sure, Andrew.
Well, then it can't be objective.
Yes, it can, because objective things can be immaterial. You don't know what objective means. You're using one definition you found. Can you repeat the definition that you...
There is a sub-definition too, not dependent on the mind for existence. I'll repeat hers though.
Will you stop
of a
deep-throating
person.
the mic? Andrew, stop doing this to your face.
You're coping so bad. You're so dumb. You know, I can't believe you did this so bad. Go ahead.
Of a person or
Oh
their
my God.
judgment, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts. Also, Andrew, did you want me to look up something or?
I just want to know if rights are objective and they don't depend on minds, can you please tell me where I could find them?
Andrew, how could you there are things that exist that are not physical.
I'm not talking about
understand
whatever
that?
you think exists. It's not physical.
There
I
is
just
no
want to know.
limited number of
I just want to know
rights.
about rights right now. Just
It's
rights.
immaterial. Do you understand that? It's a concept. Do you know what a concept is?
Do concepts require minds?
Sure,
Then
Andrew. Rights exist in your mind.
Then where's it? So then they're not objective.
But something can exist in your mind and still
But
be
are we
objective.
talking about
So
something,
do
or are
you
we
not
talking
think
about
that-
rights?
So do you not think that people have an objective right to life?
Listen,
Like, what are you arguing?
right
Andrew?
now, I'm
You're
just trying
arguing
to
on
get to.
One at a
Hold
time,
on,
please.
can I
One at a
just-
time.
Go ahead.
You're
Go ahead,
arguing
and then
on
Andrew,
a
you respond.
definition because you don't want to actually have to defend your opinion.
Why would I ever, in a million years, be required to defend rights if you can't even fucking tell me what they are?
I just did
Yeah,
8
but
times.
but I just pointed out all the incoherency with what you just said. It's
No, you
totally
didn't.
incoherent. It's completely incoherent.
Rights are the immaterial concept that humans deserve certain, I wouldn't say benefits, but I guess actually, what is a good word for that? Not benefits.
Entitlements.
Privileges.
Yes, I'll take entitlements.
Uh-huh.
I like that one.
Got it. And so they're subjective. They're not objective.
So do you not believe that anyone has any
It's not.
rights?
I'm asking you to
I
please
want you
define.
to define a belief. Make a statement.
That's
Andrew.
great. Right now, we're just trying to figure out what rights are. Are they subjective or not?
I think that certain rights are not subjective.
Okay, can you demonstrate the rights that are not subjective?
I think that rights can be infringed upon, but I
Can you
think
tell me
that
the
is
rights that
immoral.
aren't subjective?
I think that the right to life is not subjective.
Okay, so it's
I've just said it like
so
8 times.
So the right, this right which exists for
Mm-hmm.
life, that doesn't require human minds?
Well, everything requires human minds.
Then it
Andrew.
can't be objective.
Then everything is subjective.
Wait a second. You're so right. So from your view, everything that's a right would be subjective?
I think that everything that exists would be subjective at that point.
Okay.
Anything that comes from our minds and doesn't exist in the natural world would be subjective.
Okay, so then rights are subjective, meaning it's just concepts that we make up.
I don't think that rights are concepts that we make up.
Hims makes hair regrowth simple as popping a daily chew. Through Hims, you can grow.
I'm
Honestly,
sorry.
I
just
hate
don't.
YouTube ads.
I mean,
but
maybe
do
you
not
don't
feel
believe
like
humans have
paying
rights, but
YouTube
I do.
money for
Okay.
service.
Then we'll flesh it out again.
So do you think that
if
humans
it's the
have
case that rights...
Oh God, Andrew, do you
well,
think
this
that
is
humans have
listen,
rights?
do you understand that what you're saying here is so fucking incoherent? It's so incoherent,
Why
I
do you
can't even have
do
the
you have-
conversation.
Andrew, do you have your own definition of rights? Why don't you give a definition
Well,
of a right
first,
then?
you can't say to me, I'm giving you some incoherent gobbledygook.
It's not incoherent.
I'm going to show you,
gobbledygook.
I'm going to demonstrate how it is.
Oh my God.
So we start with this. Objective versus subjective. You agree with me that objective, right, means does not require mind. Hang on. Does not require minds. Subjective means does require minds. You continue, and then you got done telling me, hey man, everything is subjective and these concepts are subjective by that metric. Okay, great. But you still believe that there's rights which are objective, like the right to life, but then can't tell me how it's subjective.
I think that the right to life-
Hang on, which means
Okay.
that we're now in either a performative contradiction, or you're just giving me incoherent babble.
All right, Andrew. I believe that the right to life is objectively moral. How about that? Does that make more sense to you? And since you want me to
Okay.
define rights so bad,
Yeah.
let me just take the Merriam-Webster definition so we can move on and actually have a conversation about opinions.
Uh-huh.
Rights are legal, social, or ethical principles of freedom and entitlement.
Okay. Now
Will you take that?
Are those subjective or objective, though?
The definition of rights is our agreed upon
No,
definition.
no. What's in the definition of rights, is that objective or subjective?
Well, they come from the mind. So, based on your description, I would say subjective.
Okay, so-
Now,
so
do
hang-
you?
hang on.
No.
I just
I'm
wanna-
not done speaking, Andrew.
I'm
You've
ju-
had a long turn
go
to
ahead.
speak, and I would like to ask you a question.
You can ask whatever.
Do you believe that there are any inherent legal, social, or ethical principles of freedom or entitlement that all humans deserve?
Not objectively. Now,
You don't think that there's anything that all humans deserve
Not
on a
objectively.
moral basis? Do you think it would be immoral?
Not objectively.
So you think it's completely moral?
Not objectively.
To infringe on anyone's rights?
No, I'm just saying that that objectively.
No, but I'm not asking about whether or not it's objective or subjective. I'm asking about your
But
opinion,
you don't
Andrew.
understand that
Do
you
you
are.
believe that there are any rights that everyone has
Yeah.
that are morally unacceptable to infringe upon?
Not objectively.
I don't care about objectivity. I care about your fucking opinion. Give me an opinion. We're in the subjective. Do you have a single opinion? Give me an opinion. Come up with an opinion.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we can.
You're
we can-
dancing around it.
No,
You're
I'm just-
obfuscating.
just
Yes, you
I'm
are,
making
because
sure
you
we're
don't
not-
want to have to
I'm
give
literally
an
making sure
opinion
we don't
that
obfuscate.
I can argue against.
I'm literally making sure we don't obfuscate.
You
right
asked me
now.
to define rights. I did. I accepted
Yeah,
that it's
but
subjective.
the thing is-
now, what is your opinion
Hang on,
on it?
but I just want to clarify to make sure that we get this right. So you don't believe that there are any objective rights, right?
I believe that the right to life is an objective right, but we can disagree on it if you
Then
want
we're
to.
back to incoherent world
No,
again.
we're not, Andrew.
Yes,
you
we
just
are.
don't. Andrew, will you answer the question? I've answered a
I
lot of
can't.
questions.
I don't even know what you
Yes,
mean by
you
rights.
can, Andrew. I just defined rights.
No, listen.
Are you not listening to
You
me?
can't. You can't
He's
give me.
not listening to me. Did you not understand what I
yeah.
said? Do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, repeat it.
Okay. So rights are legal, social, or ethical principles of freedom or entitlement. Do you understand what that means?
And are those subjective?
Oh my God, what is up with you and subjectivity versus
The reason.
objectivity?
The reason. I'm just trying to get a coherent
Okay,
definition.
so let's say that they are subjective for the sake of moving this conversation along.
Okay, so
all
is-
rights are subjective. What rights?
So is the right to life subjective?
I'm not asking whether or not it's
I'm
subjective.
asking so I can get a fucking coherent answer. Is
I'm
the
not
right-
asking whether or not it's subjective. I'm asking whether or not you think humans
I'm asking
deserve
you.
it and have it.
Listen, right
Do you
now.
think that humans deserve a right to life?
Calm down. All we're doing right now
Calm
is I'm just
down.
trying to make sure that you and I have a definition of rights.
Andrew, it's
just
taking me like an hour to understand this definition. Can we move
yeah,
on?
because you don't
Give an
understand how bad you
opinion.
don't understand how bad this is.
You're
It's
so afraid to make an
incoherent.
opinion. What's wrong with you, man? Just say something. You do this all day.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it until we get to some kind of coherent,
Okay.
some kind of coherent, non-contradictory definition of rights.
You are
yes.
so afraid to just give an opinion on what
I'm not
rights
going
humans
to.
deserve.
I'm not
You
going
are
to grant
scared,
fallacious
Andrew.
arguments. I'm not going to
It's
grant
not a
fallacious
argument.
definitions. I'm not going to do
I
it.
agreed with you that rights are subjective. Now,
Okay, so then the right to life is subjective.
do you believe we deserve
Just
it?
answer the question. Is the right to life subjective?
Sure. Do you believe we deserve
Oh
it?
my God! Thank God. So all rights are subjective. Got it.
Okay, so now that we've agreed that all rights are subjective,
Mm-hmm.
do you believe that there are any rights that all humans inherently deserve?
Not objectively.
But morality, based on your personal morality. I'm not asking you about objectivity or subjectivity. I'm asking you about your personal morality.
Sure.
Do you think that there are any rights that all humans deserve?
No, they're all subjective.
But just because something is subjective doesn't mean that's not a moral opinion. I'm asking
It
for
is a
your
moral
opinion.
opinion.
No, I'm asking for your opinion
That's
based
when-
on your ethical
Yeah.
and moral framework.
So for me, I would
Yes.
say that you have God-given rights.
Sure.
Right? But I think you can't ground rights. So I don't know how you get to have a conversation with me about rights when you just think rights are opinions.
So you're grounding rights exclusively in the authority of God.
I
and
don't think they
nothing
can
else.
be grounded outside of that because they're just, you're saying that they're just a sequence of preferences.
But we can't talk to God.
You're just saying they're a series of preferences. That's
I'm not
all a
saying
right
it's a series-
is.
No. Do you want me to define it a fourth time?
If it's
Andrew?
subjective, what could it be other than a preference?
A legal, social, or ethical principle of freedom or entitlement. Do you think that subjectively and morally there is anything that humans are entitled to?
Subjectively, no.
Okay, morally. Do you think that there is
Yes.
any right? What do you okay, now we're getting somewhere. Morally, what do you believe are the rights that humans are entitled to?
I think that if you're going to ground rights and ground them in God, then I would say that like the Ten Commandments would give us some certain rights that would be necessary, like necessary entailments.
Okay.
So, that
morally,
I
so
would
the Ten
ground
Commandments
those.
are all of. Can you actually pull up the Ten Commandments for me?
Mm-hmm.
So the Ten Commandments are essentially all the human rights that we.
No, I'm just saying that those are an example.
This is my favorite part about people that criticize Christianity is you ask them what they think Christianity's position is, and they don't even know the Ten Commandments. They're all just very simple things, like don't cheat on your wife, don't think about fucking your neighbor, don't steal from people, don't murder, honor your parents. Like, it's crazy. Those are just terrible things. You should never do them, apparently.
example of what we can ground in God.
Okay,
There's
so
other
then
ones
what
too. There's additional.
Do you believe are inherent human rights?
I just gave you a list. You haven't given me any.
That's it? Just the Ten Commandments?
Well, I would say that those can be grounded as an example of what can be grounded as a moral objective
But
right.
God is subjective, so why are you grounding it in the subjective again?
If God is subjective,
God is subjective.
then all rights are subjective. Then how would I be on a lesser playing field than you, even if those rights were subjective, if I believed in them and you believed in subjective rights also?
So what you're saying is you need to ground your rights in something objective, and the objective thing that you chose to ground them in is God, which isn't objective.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm very confused here. Help me out. If my preferences align with God's preferences, okay? If I'm like, let's just say that I'm a subjective anti-realist or a Christian anti-realist. So I believe that there are rights, right? They align with God's preferences, and my preferences align with God's preferences.
Sure, great.
Okay, great. How would that give you any higher standing, considering that all rights are grounded subjectively from your perspective,
Yes.
which would mean they're all just preferences?
Trying to colonize
But
before I
God
can
is also
colonize?
subjective, Andrew.
Why would that matter?
Colonize this whole
Because
How would
you're
that-
saying
how would
that
that matter?
all of my rights are only grounded in subjectivity, but here my rights are also only grounded in subjectivity.
Exactly. Actually, that's my point.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then we have established that you have no moral high ground for making any prescription on rights because you're just saying they're preferences.
We do have a moral high ground, though. Rights are not preferences. We've already defined rights.
How are they not preferences then?
Rights are not preferences.
Okay, then what are
Andrew.
they?
You think the right to life is like the preference to be alive?
What else could it be if it's subjective?
What do you mean, what else could it be?
If
it's
subjectivity
subjective?
requires a mind, then what else could a right be other than your preference for a thing? What else could it be?
It's a principle, no?
And it's your preference to follow that principle?
Well, it's guided by our human morality.
And that's your preference to follow those morals?
Sure.
So then it's all just guided by preference.
Okay, but how do you define whether something's moral or immoral?
We would just use preferences.
That doesn't work. But what if
That's the only way you're doing it right
Okay,
now.
Andrew, but what if everyone on Earth decided we prefer if we have one group of people that we enslave? Would you then say that slavery is moral?
Exactly.
So you believe that slavery is moral?
Well, it wouldn't be a belief of
so
slavery
you're morally
being moral.
justifying slavery.
No. It's the
So
opposite.
you think that slavery is moral?
Do you think that
Build some
repeating the
shit.
question as though that's going to help you with this?
Well, you just did that.
No, I'm
That's
expre-
exactly
I'm
what you just
expressing
said.
to
I'm
you-
repeating what
Yeah.
you said back to you to make sure you realize how ridiculous it
I'm
sounds.
going to show you how it's not. You ready?
Oh, sure.
Tell me how slavery is immoral except or absent preference. Go
It's
ahead.
causing human suffering.
And it's your preference that we don't cause that?
So you don't think it's immoral? To
Is
cause
it your
human
preference
suffering?
we don't cause human suffering? I
Sure,
asked
it's
you.
my personal preference.
So I'm asking you, how do we ground a right that humans shouldn't be slaves absent collective human preference, including yours? How?
Well, I think it's inherent. I think that there are certain rights that everyone has. Andrew, what
it's
the fuck are you talking
inherent?
about? Yes, I believe that there are inherent human rights that violate the basic principles of morality. Andrew, please stop laughing. Oh, God.
Oh my God, this is so funny. You can
It's so
cringe all you want. You're the cringiest part. I can't believe you just said that. You just said all rights are subjective, right? They're only grounded in preference, but they're also inherent.
No, I believe that there are inherent human rights.
Okay.
I believe our society would not function if we didn't have inherent human rights.
Okay, what is inherent?
We literally would not, like, if it was immoral not to kill each other, what if we all decided to just maim each other? How would we survive as a species?
So it's our preference.
It's for the proliferation of our species.
That
There
would
is
all-
a direct benefit.
That would
to
all
it.
be preference.
So you want us to go extinct? What the fuck are you talking about? You prefer that the human species?
I'm telling you that everything that you're talking about right now is just a set of human preferences.
Okay.
So, if that's the case, can you ground why it would be that slavery would be immoral outside of human preference?
Well, you're causing suffering.
Yes, but that's just a preference again. It's just a preference not to cause suffering.
So do you believe that there's any definition of morality? Like, can you actually, do you want to just look up the definition of morality? Sure. Since we can't agree on a single definition. I mean, Andrew, are you defending slavery? What the fuck are you talking about right now, dude? It sounds like you're defending slavery. For what purpose? I really don't understand.
I know, you don't understand.
Yeah, because why on earth would anyone defend slavery?
Nobody did.
You did, just now.
Never happened.
Why are you acting like we weren't just in the middle of a conversation in which you were defending slavery?
That never happened. You just made it up.
Are you trying to gaslight me? Because it's
Not
not
only
gonna
not
work.
trying to gaslight you, but the opposite is happening.
I'm defending slavery.
Can you tell me how I defended slavery?
You just said that if everyone wanted, so like rights are based on subjective human preferences.
No, what I asked
so if
you-
everyone preferred slavery, it would be moral.
Yeah.
You just said that
And
morality is justified by human preference.
I'll tell you what, and if you can ground how morality is not grounded by anything other than preference, I can't wait to hear it.
When you need a lift, you could use a big financial friend. Your BFF, Experian. Strong enough to help you push past financial obstacles. So even when you have a big expense, you have new solutions that can make a big difference. Well, you do have that big financial friend, wherever your journey takes you. Experian.
Sheesh. My boy just got smacked. He probably ain't making it.
What
out
if you
there.
can create your own website by
didn't
saying,
realize there
this
was
is what
three
I
of 'em right
want?
there.
With Wix, you can.
To end the proliferation of human suffering and progress as a society.
That's a
and
preference.
maintain
Those
our
are
spe-
preferences.
Well, then everything's a fucking preference.
Right.
Andrew.
So if it's just preference, right, you're just saying that collectively people have a preference to not make other people slaves, and that's what morality is it's a shared set of preferences. Then if I say enslavement is just a shared set of preferences, how can you claim that's immoral?
So you don't believe that there's anything that's morally good or morally bad inherently? No matter what, if everyone wanted to do
No,
it, it's still
Naima,
morally bad.
I'm
Like,
demonstrating-
if every single person wanted to just like kill the shit out of a baby, if
I'm
every single
demonstrating
person
to
had
you that that's an
preference,
entailment
it's
of
still
what you-
immoral. There is an inherent definition of morality.
What is
Why is your sense of morality preference based?
Because if you don't ground your preferences or something like this in something which is an unchanging standard for morality, in other words, it's changing just based on preference, right? You would need to give me some way to ground this where it's unchanging that would demonstrate for me that slavery is inherently immoral in some faucet other than collective preference.
But even when we existed in a society that collectively endorsed slavery, it was still immoral. Do you not believe that? Like, do you not believe? Are
What
you
made
seriously
it?
justifying
I'm
slavery
asking
right
you
now?
what made it immoral.
The concepts of good and bad. Do you not believe that there is any inherent definition of good and bad? Is it just based on personal preference?
I think that from your view it would be, yes.
No. I
Then-
think that from your view, it
Then
would be.
ground it outside of preference. Go ahead.
Fine. Will you pull up the definition of freaking morality? Since we're only going to argue on descriptors today because Andrew's afraid to give an opinion.
We can't get past the descriptors because you won't give me anything coherent.
Andrew, why don't you agree that there is a very basic, there is an inherent goodness and badness? Do you not believe that on a base level? There are
You
some things
can't
that are
justify
nuanced.
that from your view. And if you can't justify it from your view, I don't need to accept the definition of good or bad. So justify it first.
All right. I believe that something is good when it perpetuates. I believe something is bad when it perpetuates and proliferates human suffering.
That's a preference.
So, Andrew, do you just not believe in the concept of morality?
Don't you understand when you're having a debate, when you're actually having a debate and you're asking a person to give a definition of the thing, the actual thing in question here. And I ask you, what is morality if we're having a moral-based argument? In this case, we are because we're talking about rights.
Sure.
And I say, okay, tell me what rights are. And you incoherently babble about how they're both objective and subjective. They're inherent and they're not inherent. They're social constructs and they're not social constructs. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. It's just babble.
Andrew, I
So
literally
then,
defined
hang
rights
on,
8
hang
times. Here,
on.
I'll define them one more time. Rights are a legal, social, or ethical principle of freedom or entitlement.
And out of those preferences,
A principle?
following
mean-
a principle.
It could be someone's preference. It could not be.
Well, yeah, right.
So what does it matter if it's a preference? Why are you stuck on the concept
Because
of
if it's
preferences,
the
Andrew?
case, because I'm looking for the case of equivalency. If it's the case that you think that you have morals which are better than mine or gooder than mine,
I don't think they're better than
hang
yours
on.
because you haven't shared yours.
or gooder than mine or great or whatever, or gooder than anybody's, or gooder than anything,
You know
or
gooder's
good,
not a
or the
word.
goodiest of all things, then you would need to demonstrate for me that rights are more than simply preferences of people to invent social constructs that they think might be beneficial to themselves. If that is the case, then if I have preferences against that and they're shared collectively with other people, you would have to demonstrate why those preferences are inferior to your own, because they're both preferences.
So, Andrew, how do you define morality? Like, how do you define morality? If you don't want to keep dealing with my stupid opinions on the basic definitions of words that we both understand, how do
We
you
don't
define
both understand them.
Okay, then give me your definition. How do you
Why
define
does my
morality?
definition help your definition?
Because you refuse to agree to my definition.
I'm not
So-
going to until you give me a
Andrew,
coherent one.
You don't want to give an opinion. You are so afraid of sharing
We're
an
going to
opinion.
start first with something that's
How do
coherent.
you define morality?
It doesn't matter. You have to give me a
I'm not
coherent
gonna-
definition of
I'm
rights.
not going to give you a definition
Then we
of
can't
rights
go anywhere
until you
with
define-
rights unless you tell me what they
I
are.
already gave you a definition of
It's an
rights.
incoherent definition.
Andrew, it's the definition that is generally agreed upon by Merriam-Webster and Oxford Dictionary. That is the definition of rights. It is literally the definition of rights.
And are they preferences?
Who gives a fuck?
I
What
give
is
a fuck.
morality? What is morality?
Preferences.
You think that morality is solely based on personal preference?
Yes.
So something is morally good if you want to do it.
Yes.
That's what you believe.
Yes. What else
Okay.
could it be?
So if you wanted to punch Brian in the face, you really, really wanted to just punch Brian in the face.
Yeah.
Sorry to use you on this one.
Yep.
But if you really wanted,
I think abortion is a better thing to put here instead of just punching someone in the face, because you have one side of the aisle that thinks that it's murder, and you have another side of the aisle that thinks it's inherently good because it helps a woman further her life. And rather than all of us scream in either direction about that thing, we should be coming in the middle and figuring that out. But this is often what these conversations tend to turn out to, is just two people not even really trying to understand what the other is trying to say. I don't know.
wanted to, you believe that that would be a morally justified act.
For me, yes.
Okay, so if someone really
But it wouldn't be
wanted
for
to,
him, because he has a different set of preferences, you see.
Okay. So you define moral. So then what happens in that? How do we decide if it's moral or immoral?
Through collectivization.
So so your definition of morality is based solely on the collective will. That's it.
Well, not solely based on the collective will.
Okay, so then what else is it based on?
It's collective preferences.
Collective preferences. So if collectively we all decided that we wanted to commit a genocide against, I don't know, let's say Germany, the entire country of Germany, kill all the millions of people that were there, every single person in America agreed to do that,
Yeah.
you believe that that would be morally justified?
Well, if it was the...
So let's say there were
Yeah,
more
yeah.
people in
Go
America
ahead.
than there are in Germany. So their preference is to not get genocided,
Yeah.
but there's less of them, right?
Yeah.
And our preference is to genocide Germany, and there's
Yeah.
more of us.
Yeah.
So collectively, that preference is larger.
Yeah.
You would morally justify that action.
I think that if it was preference-based morality, it would be justified, right?
So you believe in preference-based morality.
Yeah.
So you're going to justify slavery, genocide, all of those things. You
Right.
just morally justified
Yeah.
all
And-
of these horrific
and
actions.
I'm going to tell you the
across
greatest.
time.
I'm going to tell you the greatest thing in the world, and you just completely defeated your own argument. That is what your morality is.
No, that's what your morality
Then
is.
if you-
We're
then-
basing it off of your
Then
definition.
ground it on
Andrew.
anything other than preference if you disagree with me.
I don't believe them. I think that I think morality is about what is good and bad, and I think that there
What
are
is good and
inherent
bad other than
definitions.
preferences?
I'd say good and bad. I mean, why?
What are,
Dude, you're
what
the
is
motherfucker who
good?
just justified
what
slavery. I don't
is
know why you're
good-
dancing
What
around.
is good or bad other than preferences?
I would say something is good if it is beneficial to the world.
So preferences again.
No,
When you say something's beneficial to the world,
mutually beneficial.
isn't that just things which align with people's preferences?
Yes, they happen to, but it's not based on the preference.
Then what is it based on?
The preference is based on it.
Well,
Do you understand that?
No.
We prefer things that are good to the world. But things that are good to the world are not good to the world just because we prefer them.
Okay, then what makes them good to the world?
What makes them good to the world is if it disincentivizes harm and human suffering or animal
That
suffering.
sounds very preference-based again to me.
It's not preference.
So then tell me how bad...
Someone could have a preference
Yeah.
that they want the world to suffer and cause harm, but it doesn't mean that
Yeah, this is-
actions that disincentivize suffering are somehow now immoral.
You got to help me out here then.
Your definition of moral is too fluid,
So
man.
how inherently can an action be good or bad outside of a human mind and preference?
Well, because we can see the physical consequences of this.
Not outside of a human mind.
Yes, the fuck we can. If you punch Brian in the face, we could all see that. That would exist outside
You
of
mean
the
human minds
mind.
would see that? No shit. I didn't know.
Okay, but it still exists objectively in space and
It
time.
wouldn't, because it would require a mind and an observer.
What the fuck? What kind of if a tree falls ass argument is this?
It's not an if a tree
you
falls
punch
ass argument.
Ryan in the face, it's objective. You objectively just did that. Like, what are you talking about, man?
What makes it
Like,
immoral?
what are you talking
other
about,
than your
man?
preference, your subjective preference.
No, what makes it immoral is that you perpetuated human suffering.
Yeah, but human suffering requires minds. You see what I'm saying? So, like, what I'm asking you is this.
Sure.
If an action is truly good or truly bad, how does that work that an action is good or bad on its own, absent a human's preference?
From cars to trucks and everything in between. 9 cars are won every minute in our daily auctions. Find your vehicle and join in minutes with just a few clicks. Bid, buy, and win. The car you're looking for.
It's consequence. An action can be good or, I mean, there's multiple definitions, but an action can be good or bad based on intent and consequence.
Okay, I'll try this again. If thing good, how thing good outside preference?
Consequence. The consequence of the action.
And people have a preference for consequences. They don't want
Yes,
X consequence.
but you're using the preference as what is prescribing the morality.
It is
I
what's
don't think
prescribing the morality.
I don't think morality is inherently based on human preference.
Then what's it based on?
I think morality is based on whether or not it proliferates human suffering. Or really any kind of suffering.
But that's just grounded again in preference.
No, it's grounded in consequences.
And you prefer not to have those consequences?
The consequence of human suffering? Yeah.
Then that would be preference-based morality.
It's not preference-based morality
It is
because my
preference-based
preference
morality.
doesn't influence its morality.
It's the only
Even
thing.
if I had
You know, I think everyone's preference is that no one suffers. It's just not realistic. That's not the world we live in, that there's just never any suffering ever. No one can force everyone to make the good decisions. That's just a fact of life.
the preference.
Okay, then what other than human preference would influence morality?
Consequence and intent. I just said it.
That's all you saying preference.
No, but the preference is based on the consequence.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So wait, let me get this right.
But the morality of an action is not based on my preference towards the consequence.
Okay. So imagine
the morality of an action is based on the objective consequence.
So imagine you have 20 people and they all, like, I don't know, they beat a kid to death, right?
Sure.
And there's just you.
Mm-hmm.
There's just you who sees this, and you're the 21st person, right? It's only 21 of you on planet Earth. You see these 20 kids and they beat a kid to death.
Yes.
Okay. Did all of them do something wrong?
Yes.
Okay. If you didn't exist, what would make that action wrong?
It would make that action wrong because it proliferated human suffering. The consequence was the death of a child, which I believe is inherently morally wrong. You have denied that child the right to life. You have infringed upon its rights.
So when
and
I
that
asked
is
you,
the consequence of the action, whether or not they
if
agree with that.
So if you're
and are
not there,
cool with
what
it-
makes it morally wrong? You said because I think it's morally wrong, but you're
No.
not there.
I said
You're
they denied
not
the
there.
child the right to life. That's what made it morally wrong, Andrew.
I see. And you have a preference against that, right?
I happen to.
Okay.
But
and
that's besides
so
the
can
point.
you ground how that's bad absent your preference?
They denied a child their right to
yeah.
life.
And you prefer that they didn't.
That's not the point.
It is the very point.
No, it's not.
Then tell me.
Even if I didn't exist and didn't have a preference, that would still be immoral.
Then you're
Causing
saying-
human suffering and denying a child the right to life is immoral.
Then what that would mean,
Why are you advocating in favor
what
of
that
putting
would
a child
mean
to
is
death?
that morality.
See, she doesn't even understand that that's not what he's advocating for. He's literally just trying to get her position. He's not trying to advocate that, like, children don't deserve to live. That's not the argument. She's just too stupid to understand that.
That is objectively true, even absent minds observing it, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So it's objectively true that even without minds, if somebody got beaten to death, that would be immoral.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me then how you ground that it's immoral other than restating the thing itself as being immoral?
I just told you. It's immoral because you denied a child the right to life.
Yeah, but that's just you repeating the claim. Do you understand? Like if I say murdering that guy's wrong, and you say why is it wrong, and I say because murdering people is wrong, that's not giving a justification.
You caused human suffering. That's why it's wrong.
Yeah, but why is causing human suffering immoral?
So you don't think causing
Now, I'm
human
asking
suffering
you a
is immoral?
question. Why is causing human suffering immoral absent preference? Why?
Because it's causing human suffering is immoral
Because
because you are
Oh, man,
denying
he's
them
so mad.
their
I just
inherent rights
colonized
given
the
by
fuck out
God
of his
or by
area.
natural.
you don't believe
right.
in God.
How do you know that?
You said so.
No, I didn't. When did I say that?
So you do believe in God? So rights come
I'm
from
just
God?
not a Christian, and I don't believe that all of our inherent rights come from God. But I do believe.
Well,
that
then
there's
we're
rights, not that
okay.
I'm
So
fair.
all the rights that don't come from God.
My morality is not based on my belief in God, is what I'm saying.
Okay, got it. So then what would make the action immoral? You say because the action's immoral.
No,
Okay, well then what makes it immoral?
perpetuating human suffering.
And what makes that immoral?
The consequence of the action.
And what makes that immoral other than your preference? What?
What makes it immoral is that you're killing the species. I mean,
Yeah, that's just restating it again.
it's the consequence.
So-
the
so- yeah,
consequence
so let me
of
show
the
you-
action makes it
Let me show you
immoral,
what
Andrew.
keeps happening. I say, why is killing that person wrong? And you say it's wrong because he's killing that person. And I say, what
No.
outside of that?
This is not a
I
circular
say, what
argument,
outside of your
Andrew.
preference makes
just
that
refuse to
wrong? You
listen
say
to
because he's
me.
killing. Okay, we'll try it again. What makes it wrong to perpetuate human suffering absent your preference?
The consequence of human suffering.
And what makes that consequence wrong absent your preference?
Absent of my preference, it's the perpetuation of human suffering.
See how it's circular?
Yeah. and-
Do you understand now? It's
well,
totally
I wasn't
circular.
done with my sentence.
I'm gonna go on that note. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette real quick because this is just driving me crazy. Listen, I'm going circles. BRB. All right. Let's get back to it.
Okay, go ahead.
If you're going to interrupt me in the middle of my sentence,
Okay,
aha!
oh, you're right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, wait, where was I? Go back to your question.
Yeah, so the question is, what makes an action immoral absent your preference?
I think an action is immoral if it infringes on the natural rights of an individual and perpetuates human suffering.
I understand that you believe that, and that's your
Yes.
preference. What makes it wrong absent your preference?
Well, definitely not God.
What?
What makes it wrong? But I believe that there. Like, do you not believe
That's
that
your
there's an inherent
preference.
definition
That's
of-
your preference.
Sure, it's my preference.
So what makes
But
it
my
wrong? You keep
preference
saying
and an
immoral.
objective truth are.
It's crazy because, like, it's Andrew's preference, too. Andrew, I'm sure, doesn't want people to suffer. Like, yes, he understands that there's going to be some amount of suffering in the world, but I'm sure if she was just like, Andrew, do you want people to suffer? His answer would be no.
Or, like, just because my preference happens to agree with that.
Okay, so then tell me why it's wrong absent your preference.
Because I believe there's a like objective definition of right and wrong.
That's your
causing human
preference
suffering.
again.
Okay, Andrew, then why do you believe it's wrong?
Why does it? What does it have to do with the? What does me believing that fucking TV right there is off when it's on have to do with your definition of this?
Ooh, wait, that's a red herring. Hold on, for my bingo.
Oh my God, that's not a red herring.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
literally trying to stay on topic.
Wait, here, hold on, where's red
Can you
herring?
ground morality outside of your preference or not?
Boom.
Can you
got one.
ground morality outside of your preference or not? You keep on saying it's wrong because it's wrong because it's wrong because it's wrong.
I've grounded morality in natural rights. I've already done this.
Now, what are natural
multiple
rights
times.
other than your preference?
What are natural rights other than my preference? Well, my preferences happen to align with our definition of natural rights.
So your natural rights are just your preference?
No.
Then what are they?
Natural rights are the right to life, the right to liberty, and honestly, the pursuit of happiness.
And what gives you
I think
those
that those are
rights
natural
other than
rights.
people's preferences?
It's not people's preferences. It's not people's
Bro, the Constitution. Literally, like, it's the easiest answer in the world, and she still can't get to it.
preferences that give you those rights. It's just that we are all naturally deserve them. Just being alive is what gives you those rights. I believe that all humans who are birthed into this world have a natural right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
That's
and
a preference.
Our constitutional founders would agree with me.
Do you realize that's a preference?
Sure, but what the fuck does that matter?
It matters because if you keep on claiming over and over again rights aren't preferences, and everything you give me is just a preference for a right.
I didn't
Anytime
claim
I
that
ask you
rights aren't preferences.
if you have good, whatever you think good is, what is it outside of what you prefer?
Andrew, all you want to do is have a descriptive argument. I want to actually hear your opinion.
Listen, the semantics are important to the debate.
No, dude.
Yes, dude.
Brian, what time is it?
4:15.
I'll sit
Okay,
here all day
so
and
we've
do
been
this.
arguing
I'm telling you right now, we're not moving past this until
No,
you
Andrew,
can
but what
give
is
me
the
the grounded
point of this?
claim.
It's pointless.
It's the most pointed.
It is pointless.
Yeah.
You
You're
wanna do
just
this
trying
all
to
day
evade.
because you are afraid of voicing
Then
your own
all you have to
opinion
do
and
is
having to
tell me how
defend
you
it.
ground rights outside of your preferences because you keep saying they're not your preferences.
You were the one who grounded rights and preferences, and that was your justification for fucking slavery.
You disagreed though.
Yes.
So tell me how you ground them outside
because
of
I think that
preference.
they're inherent. It's natural law.
And what is natural law other than a set of preferences?
Natural law, I mean, it's a concept that there are inherent rights that every human deserves based on the fact that they're alive.
Okay.
Which is
and
objective. We are alive objectively, unless the whole thing is a simulation.
okay, so you're alive.
Sure.
You believe people have a right to be alive.
Yes.
That's a preference, right?
It happens to be my preference, yes. There are people who disagree with me.
Okay,
But-
and is that because of their preference?
Yes.
So then what are rights
So are
other
they,
than
wait, hold on. So question, are they morally justified to kill others? If their preference is to kill
under
others.
your
would
worldview,
that be-
yes. Because rights are
No,
just preferences.
You're the one who believes in a preferential worldview, Andrew.
So
I
do you.
Don't believe
No.
that.
Do you
I
don't-
believe in it.
I
There
think-
is an inherent definition of right and wrong, good and bad.
Okay, then give it to me. What makes a thing good other than a set of preferences?
I believe that something is good. I've already said this.
Do it
Andrew.
again.
We're going. No, actually, no. Don't
Oh.
fucking tell me what to do, man.
Oh.
Shall
Okay.
we change the prompt?
I think.
Tell me what
I
to
think
do,
not. I think,
man.
listen, I'm going to tell you this is.
No, because all you want to do is
Let me
have
make
a
the
descriptive
case.
debate because you are afraid of
let
voicing
me-
your opinion.
Let me
because
make
your
the
opinion
case.
doesn't make any
Yeah, let me
freaking
make the
sense.
case. So the case is this.
Okay.
She wants to have a debate, and she claims it's good faith on force doctrine, which is a descriptor about rights. When I ask her if rights are preferences, give her her own worldview back to her. right? When she says, so all of these genocides and everything else are completely justified because of preferences. I literally gave you your worldview back to you and said, yes, they have to be.
But
Because,
Andrew,
hang on, let me finish.
I don't believe that rights are.
Am I allowed to finish what I'm saying?
Let him finish. Go ahead, Andrew.
So anyway, the thing is like, if that's the case, I gave you your whole worldview back and showed you, based on your worldview, all of those things actually would be justified, yes, because I don't believe that you can ground this concept of good or evil outside of preference, and you haven't, and you want me to just move on, hang on, and you want me to just move on from that, and I'm not going to until you either A, concede that your morality is all preferences, or B, justify how it's not.
I don't believe that morality is based in preference.
Well,
I believe
that's
that
a preference.
morality is based in inherent natural law, and we've already talked about that.
But inherent would say that it's, well, here's the thing. Inherent would say that that's objective, and you don't believe in objectivity. You believe only in subjective rights.
No, that's not true. We're talking about morality, not rights. You don't believe that there is an inherent basis of morality.
From your view, there's not. No.
I'm not asking you about my view, Andrew. I'm asking you about your view.
It wouldn't matter what my view was if your view
I'm really
is inherent.
Curious.
That's nice, but I want to know. Look, we're not going to. We're not. I'm not moving past it until we get to good and bad. We're not doing it.
Do you believe that there is any?
When a colleague suggested I hire a freelancer on Fiverr Pro to publish my stuntman biography, I said, yeah, sounds risky. Oh, and then I noticed the money-back guarantee and thought, that's reassuring.
Maximum talent, zero risk.
Inherent rules
It wouldn't
of
matter.
morality. Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
It does matter.
Doesn't matter.
Andrew, you have to actually give an opinion. You can't just sit here and ask
If
me.
you don't understand. I don't know. Why don't you understand?
You can't just sit here and give me the definitions and ask for the definitions of things over and over and over and over and over
You've
again.
destroyed the ability for morality
to have
itself.
An argument.
You've destroyed the ability for morality itself, so it wouldn't matter what I claimed is moral or immoral.
Destroyed the ability for morality. I've given you all these definitions.
Because what you're claiming is an anti-realist position. It's a moral anti-realist position. You're saying there's no true moral facts. Everything is just morality based on preferences.
That's the opposite of what I just said.
Then ground it.
I just said
then ground it.
There is inherent morality based on natural law. I just said that 8 times. So now what is your definition of morality?
Then ground it.
Do you believe there's inherent morality? Answer a question, Andrew.
Why would it matter?
Answer it, because I want to know.
Yeah, sure.
We're in the middle of a debate.
And I think they're all preferences.
Why am I the only one who is sharing? So you do think there... So the prescriptive morality is not my opinion, it's yours.
It's yours too.
No, it's not.
Then ground it.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
I've done it over and over.
You haven't.
Andrew. You are afraid to actually give a fucking opinion.
Let each other finish, please.
What did I ground morality in?
You just grounded it in prescriptive.
No, preference.
You just said that.
Preference.
Prescriptive is preference.
And what are you grounding
morality? Is the morality of
What are you
preference.
grounding morality in?
I'm grounding morality in the inherent belief that humans deserve natural rights.
So your preferences.
But it's inherent.
It can't be inherent if you're grounding it in your preference.
There is an inherent right.
This is actually part of why it's so important that we wrote all this down on a piece of paper called the Constitution.
Demonstrate that they're inherent.
Demonstrate that what's inherent? Morality?
Right, yeah, morality.
I just did. With the
no, you didn't.
Yes, we did. With slavery. You want to go back to the slavery example? So if an entire society believes that this one society should be enslaved, and there's less of them, under your definition of morality, enslaving this smaller group would be morally justified.
Based on preference.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm saying because morality is inherent, then even though all these people would like to enslave them, it is still not morally justified.
I see. So tell me something. These inherent rights, where do they come from again?
Inherent rights? I don't believe they come from God. I believe they come from natural law, but God is also an example of
so
rights
is
that
natural law unchanging?
Yeah, to an extent.
Natural law is unchanging?
Yeah.
Okay, and can you demonstrate an unchanging natural law?
In order for all humans have to be born, and all humans die. That's a natural law.
No, a moral natural law.
A really good one.
But morality.
Oh, moral one, but a really good one to use would have been men are men and women are women. That's a natural law.
is based on natural law. The natural law is not what is moral or immoral.
So what? Wait, now I'm really confused. I thought you just said that natural law is what you're appealing to for what is or isn't moral.
Yes, natural law.
Okay, so can you give me an example of an unchanging natural law which is moral or immoral?
Okay, causing harm creates human suffering. That's a natural law. We know this to be fact.
That's a natural law.
Yeah.
Okay, can you demonstrate the natural law for me?
Okay.
Other than
if Andrew punched Brian in the face, Brian, you think that would hurt?
Yes.
Okay, so there it is. That's a natural law. If you caused harm to Brian, it would create human suffering in Brian. There it is.
What if Brian wanted me to punch him in the face because he thought it felt good?
Well, that's now consensual. So I guess non-consensual.
So then that's
harm
not
there.
an unchanging natural law.
Non-consensual harm. There. How's that?
Non-consensual harm.
Sure.
Yeah,
okay.
honestly,
and when you say
they,
non-consensual harm, can a person like?
They changed so much about this game that like I really didn't even like it at first. Took me a lot of getting used to because I was just used to looking at it a completely different thing. I know it looks similar, but it really is just like the whole game is almost like a completely different game now.
I don't know, consent to things which would harm them, and
yeah,
that would
but
still
it
be bad.
wouldn't cause human suffering because they want it.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, so when you say suffering, is suffering this idea? Is that subjective or objective? Do you believe that that's requiring minds or not?
Well, everything requires a mind. So
Okay,
I guess
so
that would be
then
subjective.
the ideas for what suffering is right now can change.
Well, I guess some suffering isn't subjective.
What? What sufferings? What form of suffering or preference for suffering can't change over time?
Well, I guess, yeah, your personal, I guess suffering is subjective to each person. Yeah.
Yeah.
to an
So
extent.
then preferences for suffering can change over time.
Like,
Because
Well,
if
the
that's
definition of
these
suffering doesn't
commanders
change,
here.
but like an individual.
Like this commander here, I can pick up to 4 troops and carry them inside this commander, and he buffs all my guys, and I don't have to get like earn points for a great person or right in my city. And the first one is free when you're America and pick the starting positions that I did. There's like different types of government basically that come along with your character now, and the one that I choose gave me the first one free. And then he has all kinds of promotions that you can do. You can do all these. And then at the bottom here, once you get all of them, you can get like a special thing at the end of it. It just sucks because the whole game goes in 3 ages now instead of like a certain amount of turns. And each age at the end of it, there's like a dark period, and your dudes can get the plague and die, and like your cities can get infected, and a lot of the time a lot of these troops won't make it out of the age. You'll have to start fresh troops for the next age. I always just try and make sure that my best commander survives. Like I'll send him off into the wilderness so that way he's just fighting a bunch of guys while all my cities have the plague, and that way he won't catch it.
Yeah.
Can feel like something
Well,
is causing
then
them suffering when it
natural
doesn't.
law is now rendered incoherent
It's not
because hang on,
incoherent.
because you said that it's unchanging, but you clearly think that it does change.
Well, suffering doesn't change.
Okay, so suffering
It
in
can
200
change between people, like it's
then it
nuanced.
changes.
But suffering itself, the concept of suffering is not changing, but what we each interpret as suffering on our bodies can change, yes.
Then it's not unchanging.
It is unchanging. It still exists.
Well, but I don't understand. How can it be an unchanging
Do you not
law?
understand what suffering is?
I don't understand how it can be an unchanging law if it
Well,
can
what
change.
do you think that suffering is, Andrew?
I don't know, like pain, things like that, I think.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So pain still exists,
Mhm.
but someone's pain tolerance can maybe get better or worse
Yeah.
over time, right?
Yeah,
So
but-
the concept of suffering and pain is the same, but it can, like, it's subjective to each person. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so I'll show you kind of the line of logic here.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so if it's the case that you think that morality is an unchanging standard and you're pointing to natural law, right? You're saying natural law is unchanging. This is the standard for which I base morality on, and it's not preferential.
Yes.
Okay, it's not preferential. So natural law exists somewhere,
Yes.
absent minds.
Sure.
Okay, sure. Where?
Well, there's multiple natural laws.
Moral natural laws.
No, not moral natural laws, just objective natural laws. But being born and dying exists absent of mind. Pain exists absent of mind.
How does pain exist absent of mind?
Physical pain can exist absent of mind.
How?
If someone cuts off your arm, it's going to fucking hurt, no? It's not just that you think it hurts.
Those are both minds.
It's neurons.
Those are minds.
Well, it's not neurons, but it's...
Those are both minds. What are you talking about? So how does pain exist absent of mind?
So you don't think, like, pain exists absence of mind because it's your body. Your body is feeling things. You can feel things without your mind thinking about it.
What?
I mean, it's your central nervous system.
How do you feel something without a mind?
You never felt this.
If you had no brain, you would feel stuff?
We have multiple...
If you had no
senses.
brain, you would feel stuff.
Well, I've never not had a brain before.
Do you think people with no brain feel stuff?
I don't know. Why don't we ask one of them?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't have a brain.
Where are your pain receptors located?
Aren't they all over your body?
If you have no brain, how could you possibly feel pain?
Because you feel pain in your body.
How? Without a brain to process it.
But who the fuck doesn't have a brain, Andrew? Like, who is this argument for?
You said that pain doesn't require minds.
So long as humans have a brain, then we can feel pain.
So minds.
Brain.
Well, what's a mind other than a brain to you?
Well, the mind is the conscious inside of your brain.
So it's the brain.
No, it's not.
Then if you
Consciousness is not your brain.
So then if you don't have a brain, do you have consciousness?
No.
Okay, then it's the brain.
But you can have a brain without consciousness, right? Like chickens have brains, but they're still not conscious.
That's sentience.
No, it's a conscious.
Sentience.
Your conscious is what is thinking, right?
Well,
your prefrontal cortex is your conscious.
No, because you would have unconscious consciousness, which would mean like you could be half brain dead, but still like picture things in your mind. And
yeah,
shit
actually,
like that.
that's a great example. Do people who are brain dead feel pain?
Shall we switch prompts?
This is the fucking
Let's switch.
Can I just finish with one last thing?
Sure.
Okay. I just want to finish. I just want to finish with one last thing. I just want to point this out to you so that you understand that this whole time you have not been able to demonstrate moral facts absent preference. Everything that you give as a moral fact, like pain, suffering, things like that, are just things that you're claiming you have a preference against. They don't exist absent minds. They're subjective to the individual. So if that's the case, you're grounding all morality in preference. All of it. You're not like, what else could it possibly be? And then when I ask you, so if I say, hey, is murdering Brian wrong? You say yes. I say, why? Because of this principle. I say, well, isn't that adherence to the principle just your preference? Yes. So what makes killing him wrong? It's a massive circle.
Natural law. I literally just said that. I mean, honestly, Andrew, I think you're having a hard time listening because you're so focused on justifying slavery, despite your beliefs that.
Do you think that that's going to make a good clip for you? Because it's not going to.
It's not a great clip for you, Andrew. I don't really need to clip you.
And there it is right there. Oh, I don't even need to clip you, but I'm just over here clip farming.
Come on, give me a break. You're going to try to clip
Unless you want to open another jar of pickles.
Do you think that one's going to be a good one for you, too? But anyway, go ahead. We can move on to the next topic. It's the most ridiculous shit.
I just want to finish this off.
I do, too. Go ahead.
Well, yes.
Well, you each get, you had your statement.
Finished, so now may I have my final statement? Yes, I mean, Andrew, I don't really agree with your basic definition of prescriptive morality. I think that prescriptive morality opens the door for the moral justification for so many aspects of human suffering, including slavery and genocide, which you just justified yourself. Now, whether or not we agree on what each natural law is, I think that natural law is what justifies and dictates what is moral and immoral. And I mean, if you don't agree with that, then I guess you can just head over to North Korea. All right, I'm done.
Okay, so the next prompt, there's quite a few, but why don't we
Can I have a smoke first?
Yeah, I'll do a smoke.
You guys want to take a break?
Yeah, because it's been like an hour now.
All right, we go for it. Go for it. As soon as you can go at the same time if you'd like.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. Got it. So we'll go over just a couple things here. The next prompt.
It's not just a break for a cigarette. It's also a break from Andrew.
That's fine.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Sprays by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our sprays are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride, so you can grow thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. Your treatment is 100% personalized to your hair goals and comes at an affordable price that works for your budget, so you can step out with full confidence. Hats off to hair growth with treatment that works for you. Start today at hims.com.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. In a Chevy of their choice. And it all comes together in a Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The next prompt, guys, Andrew's just taking a smoke break. Well, we'll announce it as soon as he returns, and if they agree on the exact prompt. I am going to, and then we'll also do the Q&A session. So if you guys want to send in a question or a statement, you can do so via streamlabs.com/whatever. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. $199 and up if you want to submit a question or a statement. Also, guys, like the video, we have about 11,000, 12,000 people watching. So if you guys are enjoying the stream, you'd like to see more of these debates, drop a like on the video.
Yeah, drop a like on the video, man. Mine too.
Also, you can support without any of these platforms taking their cut. We have Venmo, Cash App, it's whatever pod on both. Also, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever and drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch, and then you can drop Twitch Prime subs. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Also, we have some merchandise, shop.whatever.com. Also, what was the bingo? Well, we can get you a
what was
t-shirt.
the bingo?
Can you hold the
I want a
bingo thing up to the screen?
So I thought it'd be fun if we did. Sorry, I'm like a little autistic with my notes. Logical fallacy bingo. I don't know if you can see it.
Move it forward just a little bit. So it's actually turn it. And you see how it's coming into frame? Other way? Do you see on the left side of the screen there? Turn it the other way.
Is it?
Like almost so it's facing behind you almost.
What do you mean?
Turn it like that.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, and then scoot
to
it.
this camera. I see what you're saying. Okay.
There you go.
Here.
She did a logical fallacy bingo. There it is. There it is.
I don't know if you can, it's not necessarily in focus. But yeah, this is logical fallacy bingo. Did he hit me with an ad hominem? Did I miss one?
Every time.
I haven't been keeping.
Every single time we gotta go God of War.
I know. Okay.
Maybe
okay.
both. It's possible.
I think you should
both
start
of you
doing
did.
these more in debates.
The bingo. We do have bingos. Oh.
Do you should. I'll send you a picture of it. You should do the ad. You should do the
Send me a
logical
picture.
fallacy
I'll
bingo.
post it on our Discord. Speaking of which, discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, our schedule, hate mail. Pull it up really quick, guys. If you want to see all the behind the scenes stuff of our Discord, we had scroll up a little bit. Yeah, we post like all the reasons people cancel. We post our legal threats that we get. We post. Let's see, what was the most recent one? No, it's all good. Discord.gg/whatever. If you want to stay updated on everything going on in the world of whatever. And like, guys, like the video. Also, if you want to become a master debater like Andrew or Naima, debateuniversity.com. They're both master debaters. And if you want to become one yourself and
not a
engage,
master debater.
You do a lot of debates. What are you, a journey? Are you a journeyman debater?
What's a journeyman debater?
I'm not sure actually.
Did you just make that up? Is
Like,
that
you know
real
how there's
word?
there's journeyman electricians.
I don't really know a lot about the world of electricians. I don't know. Is it? I think it should be like karate, like a belt system.
What?
Oh, sorry. I think it should be like a belt system, like karate.
So a worker or sports player who is reliable but not outstanding.
You call me a journeyman debater?
You said you weren't a master.
Brian!
Well, if you're not a master, what are you?
Okay, that's fair. All right, that's fair. Okay, fine.
You're intermediate. I don't know. Are you intermediate?
Intermediate to advanced.
Intermediate to advanced. Are
Right.
there any synonyms for like
I feel like I'm like a brown belt.
You're a brown belt.
Right. As I go.
Okay.
She's a purple belt at best, coming up against a black belt.
All right, that works.
I think it should be a belt system. I think it'd be really fun.
That works. Let's see here. I'm gonna let some chats come through.
Oh no, I hate the chats.
I'll wait for the chats until everybody is back at the table.
Okay.
Trying to think if there was anything else that we needed to go over there. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, kindly like the video. We're going to be doing a Q&A session as soon as both participants return to the table. So you can do that via streamlabs.com/whatever. Did you want to do your smoke, or do you want to just get back?
No, I want my smoke.
Okay.
Never going to say no to a cigarette.
All right, sounds good. We're taking a brief break to allow the participants to have a breather from the debate. Welcome back, Andrew, to the table. So, I wouldn't touch your eye to the microphone. I don't know. Yeah, your forehead's good. Forehead's fine. I wouldn't just. Yeah, I'm looking out for Andrew. I don't need this guy having pink eye at debate con. Speaking of which, Andrew, you want to let the people know you got debate con?
Your car insurance company hopes that you never find this site, but now you can stick it to them. Listen, your car insurance company might charge you more because of things you can't control, like your age, gender, or other sensitive personal info. Want to hear the crazy part? Some of these practices aren't even legal in all 50 states. Here's how to see if you're being overcharged. Click the link below and enter in your zip code and car info, things which should be used to calculate your rate. It only takes 2 minutes to check for better options. And look, you owe it to yourself to be treated fairly. It's possible to save hundreds, maybe even thousands a year, just like me. And remember, you deserve to have a good rate. Plus, it only takes 2 minutes, and you could save a ton. Just click the link below, answer a few questions, and let Smarter Auto track down better insurance options for you.
Do you want a ding to your credit? I don't want a ding. So when I needed a new credit card, I went to Experian. See these cards with no ding decline? Your credit won't take a ding if you're declined, so you can apply with confidence. Get the...
All right, I'll do it for Andrew. Guys, Andrew's going to be participating at DebateCon. Is it Friday, Saturday?
Just bring me some fucking liquor for the love of God.
Does he need a beer?
There's some fucking... There's oh God, this is.
Oh, Tim Pool tomorrow. If you guys want to see more of Andrew, he'll be on Tim Pool tomorrow. And
I forgot about that. Andrew and Jake Rattlesnake are both on Tim Pool tonight. That's gonna be so lit. It's gonna be great because I know Andrew's gonna end up disagreeing with Tim on something, and he's gonna do this to Tim, and it's gonna be funny to watch Tim squirm.
if you guys are enjoying this debate, Andrew was on yesterday. He was on Saturday. He had a one-on-one debate Saturday, and he participated in our Dating Talk panel show Sunday. The links are just on our YouTube channel. I'm sure most of you saw it, but if you didn't, those were fantastic shows. And yeah, be sure to check it out. Should we get a beer also for our... I'll ask her when she comes back. I'll ask her when she comes back. So Andrew, in terms of prompts you'd like to get into once...
You realize that I can't...
Let's tilt this down a little bit.
We can't get into debates if if a person refuses to even give me simple, coherent, definite... How do I debate with them, dude? What am I supposed to do with that? Like, it has to at least be coherent. I mean, Charlie gave me coherent fucking definite... You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I have to have something. She wants me to argue positions I don't even understand from her view. Like, we don't even understand what she's asking me.
Well, let me tell you the few prompts that we do have available to us, and maybe you might find that they're... the prior conversation might not apply to these specific topics. So, black people can be racist towards white people. Feminism enslaved women instead of liberating them. Women just as violent as men, if not more. Feminism lies about the benevolent nature of men.
Yeah, we can do that
with
one
democracy.
probably.
Which one? The feminism lies?
About the benevolent nature of men.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then of the other ones I read you, is there, after we do the benevolent nature of men one, is there one that you'd like to?
I'm going to make a demand. I'm going to make a demand. It's the first time I've ever tried to make a demand of the whatever audience, but that was like the most painful thing on planet Earth. It really was. It was just like pure 90 minutes of pure fucking pain. And you've got to send some money. You've got to send some cash. I earned every cent. Okay, I earned every cent. You can't ever say I didn't.
I do have a bit of a headache too. You know, I'm right here. You know. Let's see here. Guys, Venmo, Cash App, whatever, pod, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. If you drop a Prime sub, we are going to pop it up on stream, shop.whatever.com. We sell T-shirts, pickle habas, the German World War I helmets, and these cups. I have like 60,000 of them. I need to sell some. Discord.gg/whatever. Like the video if you're enjoying the stream. And also, I already plugged Debate University while Andrew was out for a smoke. But guys, if you want to become a master debater like Andrew Wilson.
If you want to watch a person argue against their own worldview for 90 minutes straight and not know that they're doing it, go to debateuniversity.com.
And guys,
and get my course.
Get the course if you want to learn how to
If you want to learn how to make them argue against their own position for 90 minutes straight, that's how you do that.
Hours and hours of instructional video on debate. Also, guys, Thanksgiving is coming up. Christmas is coming up. This time period of the year, you're meeting with your liberal family members, and you want to really just completely just destroy the relationship there. At least you win those Christmas dinner conversations. Your crazy cat aunt or whatever, she's talking about how she doesn't like Trump. If you're going to have an argument, you might as well win it at the cost of the...
I mean, where I'm at now, if my crazy cat aunt starts talking about how much she hates Trump, I'm just going to start listing all the things I don't like about him now either. Like, obviously the deportations and everything are good, but he's not really handling this housing thing, 50-year mortgages, or the foreign affairs that well these days.
The complete destruction of your familial relationships. DebateUniversity.com. Guys, as soon as Naima is back, we're going to do Q&A questions. If you want to send in some Q&A questions, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. Why don't I just read this one from Pelagic? He sent a super chat. She has nothing to talk about. The only thing going on here is typical female gaslighting and manipulation. She's just trying to throw Andrew off by using word salad. It's rather pointless.
Not going to throw me off.
Thank you, Pelagic, for that. Pasty George, thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your super chat again, Pasty George. Kitty Pride, thank you for your super chat. KZ, thank you for the membership. Victor Villa, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your super chat. Robert Tanner, thank you for the membership. Robert Tanner, he did the 3 hat trick champagne pops yesterday.
Yeah, Tanner's the fucking man, dude.
He's a fucking legend.
He's a fucking legend.
Thank you, Robert Tanner. Are we, by the way, Andrew, the chat has been asking. Do you want to do a jar or?
I'm not letting anybody.
My PC
this time
is so warm right now from all of this. Like, my CPU's working overtime, and I'm water cooled, so this radiator right at the front of it is just keeping my legs super warm in this cold weather. It's kind of nice.
I'm not letting anybody get out of this by trying to obfuscate or troll or any of that shit. It's not going to happen. There's a straight fucking debate where it always should have been, and that's what's going to happen.
All right.
No obfuscation, no clipping to obfuscate away from shit. I'm just no fucking way.
Okay.
You know, the worldview just has to be put on display, and that's that.
There it is. Nick, can you check on her? Some shekels for Paleo Man. God bless, brother. I was on the verge of an aneurysm listening to her. Kudos on making her hate her own position without her understanding what she was doing. Go ahead, you can check on it. Let's try to get this going, okay? All right, she's rejoining us in just a minute. I hope you guys didn't mind the little intermission there, but we had to give them each some time for a little break. We are going to resume the debate momentarily in just a moment. So she's returning to the table right now. We're going to get right back into it. So what we'd like to do is just move in. Actually, hold on. We have to let some of the chats come through. So we'll do that right now.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Hello? Oh, I see what happened. One moment. Let me redo that.
Oh, yeah, because
I apologize. Welcome back, guys. We're doing the Q&A session right now. It's a $199 and up. That's streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get them in now. All right, hold on one moment while we let these come through. Thank you, Pasty George. Appreciate it. I'll pull that back up here in just a moment.
Your XD donated $200. If this is what the left considers an all-star, the bend is running real low here. I can't figure out if none of them understand internal critique, or if this is a strategy to avoid it as a defeater.
Sure. Is that our question?
Just a statement. We'll,
a message from the Government of Canada.
Let them all come through.
Pasty George donated $200.04.
Thank you, Pasty George.
To Brown Locks, if everything has human rights, as you have stated so many times, then do unborn babies have rights?
Oh.
How about babies aborted before or after 21 weeks?
This
is a human fetus not human?
Okay.
Quick response
Is it
to
done?
this.
This is actually a really interesting question. Well, I think the language here, you see how you said everything has human rights? I don't believe that everything
Robert
has
Tanner
human
donated
rights.
$200.
Okay.
Sorry for your pain,
Sorry.
Andrew and Brian, lol.
Do you want? You can continue responding. To
Yeah, well, I don't believe everything has human rights. I believe every person has human rights. Every human has human rights. And a fetus is not yet a human. But I mean, under Andrew's belief.
What is it? Is it an elephant? Is it a dolphin? Girl, it's a human.
In preferential morality, if I preferred to abort a fetus, then it would be immoral. So actually, I think he's more pro-abortion than I am on that one.
All right, we have Pasty George coming in again. Thank you, Ryan, for
a
your
message from the Government of Canada.
Pasty George donated $200.04. To Brown Locks, if a tree falls in the deep woods with nobody around, does it make a sound?
Pasty George, if you donate $400 to ask a question and I don't answer, what happens?
Then you don't answer a question.
And he just wasted $200, right?
Well, be fair. You should answer the question.
Why?
Because it's a Q&A session.
Well, I'm going to say, yeah, it makes a sound.
All right. We have
a message from the Government of Canada.
Pasty George donated $200.04. To Brown Locks, in natural law, before the days of colonization, I would be able to put an arrow in your head without a second thought because I would believe that I am defending my land from invaders.
But I wouldn't be on your land if it was before colonization. You would never have been near me.
We have a few more
The Mainex
coming through.
community donated $199. Would it be moral if China declared war on America to decolonize and liberate the indigenous people of the land? And would you support them? If not, why?
No, because I believe violence is immoral and I'm not a consequentialist.
You're not a consequentialist?
Andrew, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Pasty George.
I just wanted to clarify. You're not a consequentialist?
We talked about this in the last debate. If you don't remember, you can look at it again.
Okay.
All right.
Pasty George donated $1,000. For you, Andrew, you deserve it.
$1,000.
Especially for putting up with the retardedness.
So, Pasty, just to clarify, do you want us to pop a ball of champagne? Do you, either of you want?
I don't want champagne, no.
Can we have it after the debate? Because
I can
take
save
some
you some.
later. Yeah.
Okay.
I want some now.
I guess I'll just drink most of the bottle then. All right, a few.
Brian, are you just gonna drink an entire bottle of champagne?
I'm actually I don't really drink. I'm a bit of a lightweight, so probably not. But Maybe I'll have, if I'm throwing up in the bathroom, I'll have Jake step in as the moderator.
Oh, good God.
For the rest of the show.
Okay.
Okay, so those are the Q&As. Let me just double check. All right, we are good to get right back into it. So we were considering as the next prompt, feminism lies about the benevolent nature of men. Andrew wanted to do that one. How's that sound for you?
Cool.
Okay, perfect. We'll get right into it.
Okay, Andrew, if you wanted to do that one, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, hang on a second.
Feel more confident with the 2-in-1 ED plus testosterone treatment through Hims. This daily dual action pill includes prescription strength to dollar fill for longer lasting erections and to help you feel younger, stronger, and more energized.
Yeah, so when I'm referencing the benevolent nature of men, I'm referencing that men can, at any time they want, take the rights away from women, and there's nothing that women can do about it, and the opposite is not true, and therefore I believe that men are benevolent, and there should be gratitude shown for them not doing that.
Wait, so you do believe that men are benevolent? So then how is feminism lying about the benevolent nature
Because
of men?
feminism is saying that men are not benevolent, that men are the
Oh.
oppressor class.
And you're saying that men are benevolent?
Yes.
Based on the fact that you could rape someone and then you choose not to?
Based on the fact that...
Kind of the bare minimum, no?
Yeah. Can you repeat back my position so that I know you understand it?
No, Andrew, why don't you just repeat it if you feel like you want to
I want you to steel man it so I know you understand it.
No, Andrew, I'm not going to steal man. Just,
Well, I don't know where to go with that, Brian.
just give me your opinion again.
I just gave it. What do you want me to do here? I just gave her the position. She won't steel man it.
Then say it again.
Okay. So one more time.
Sure.
Women, in this case feminists, consider men to be malevolent oppressors. Men are the oppressor class, the patriarchy. And it's actually through the benevolence of men that women have rights, and I think women should be grateful to men that they have rights.
And how are you defining rights in this instance?
I would consider rights to be a set of preferences that are shared between people.
Okay, set of shared preferences.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so just reading that back. Men are benevolent because they could kill women, but they choose not to.
Yeah.
Pretty much?
Yeah.
But that's kind of the bare minimum. Like anyone is benevolent.
Yeah, that's just
in
an
that sense.
assertion. Can you substantiate that?
I mean,
what makes it the bare
anyone
minimum?
can commit an act of violence against someone that is smaller than them, and we all every day choose not to. I don't think
Yeah.
that's
not an argument. Can you give me an argument?
Yeah, my argument is that I don't necessarily agree with your definition
That's
of
not an
benevolence,
argument.
But well, we just had an hour-long debate over definitions, so now you're opposed to that when it's your definition.
Do you want to
that's
define
being-
benevolent?
I mean, honestly, in terms of the premise, I do agree with you that men are benevolent, but I don't agree that benevolence is simply choosing not to commit acts of harm against others.
Really? Because I thought your entire moral stance was about not committing acts of harm against others, and that's what the good is.
Yeah.
So then
But that's kind
that
of
would
the
mean that
bare
then that would mean men are good.
minimum, No, I mean, good is proliferating positive acts.
No, that's not what you said.
I think it's a moral
That's not what you
neutral.
said.
I think it's objectively morally neutral.
Objectively morally neutral?
Well, oh God, not the word objective. Never mind, cut that one. I think it's just morally neutral. To decide not to kill someone is a moral neutral. You
Okay.
haven't done something
Can you
good,
give
you
me-
haven't done something bad, you've done nothing.
Okay, then can you substantiate what moral neutrality is?
Moral neutrality is when you haven't done something that is good or bad.
Okay, so, and what are we considering bad here from your argument?
Bad would be the proliferation of human suffering.
And this would mean then that since men are not proliferating human suffering, they're not doing anything bad, right?
Yes, but then the opposite of proliferating human suffering would be proliferating something that is beneficial to mankind.
Like women's rights?
But you've done nothing.
Wait, like
it's a zero.
Wait, like
it's a net
wait,
zero.
Like women's rights?
So you don't think that women had any stake in defining their rights?
That's not contending with the argument.
You don't think that like civil
That's not
disobedience is a way to
contending
fight
with
for
the
rights?
argument. That's asking a question.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
it is
giving you a
contending with the
formal argument.
You're saying that men just decided unilaterally
No.
one day that they were going to give women rights, but that's
Yes.
not what happened.
Well,
because
hang on.
we know historically there were multiple waves of feminism
Uh-huh.
in which women participated in civil and civil disobedience in order to be awarded.
Yeah, and my
those
argument is that if men chose to collectivize to stop whatever their collective disobedience was, it would have been stopped.
Okay, so you think that men are good because they could choose to murder all women and they don't?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And not only that, but that they're benevolent.
Do you want a cookie? Yeah, that's true. I agree.
They're benevolent? Men are
I don't think that all men are
that
benevolent.
means that, so feminism...
But there are tons of men who do commit acts of violence, and there are tons of women who do commit acts of violence, and those women and men are not benevolent.
So then when feminists claim that the patriarchy is evil and malevolent, you would claim the patriarchy is malevolent.
No, that I would claim the patriarchy is
benevolent. You would claim it's benevolent.
So there we go. So I'm sorry. Are you saying that I'm claiming the patriarchy is malevolent or benevolent?
I'm asking, is the patriarchy malevolent or benevolent?
No, I believe perpetuating inequality is malevolent, but that doesn't mean that all men are inherently malevolent.
Well, how does the patriarchy advocate for inequality?
The patriarchy is a system
Yeah.
of inequality
Run
on
by
the
who?
basis of gender that is run by men.
Okay. So
Yes.
those men are evil?
I think that if you are attempting to perpetuate inequality through the oppression of others, that is a morally bad action.
And how's the patriarchy doing that?
The patriarchy is perpetuating inequality of women by, denying them the right to vote, denying them.
Didn't they give them the right to vote?
Well, they didn't give them. It was won.
Well, no, again, unfortunately, just seconds ago, you agreed with me that
I do agree
hang
with
on.
you.
Big ideas.
That if men wanted to take away the rights of women to vote, they could. By that logic, then, if the patriarchy could have taken away their right to vote and did not, how could they be anything less than benevolent? Didn't they equalize voting between men and women?
Yes.
Then how could you say that
But the
they're in some way...
patriarchy isn't what equalized voting between men and women. It was women's struggle that is what granted women the right to vote.
No, it was men who did not get in the way and went ahead and granted it because they could have taken it whenever they wanted.
Well,
right?
I don't think that every man is an inherent, master of the patriarchy. I think that
Okay,
there are
but
many men who
if
oppose the patriarchy alongside of women.
Is the system that men or women feminists were fighting against patriarchal?
Yes.
And
I believe that the system is malevolent, but men are not all inherently
Yeah, I know,
evil.
but can I give the argument?
I'm agreeing with you, Andrew. What are you even arguing?
I'm asking, is the patriarchy benevolent?
No.
Well, then
I don't
we have
believe,
a
but
then we
the
have a point of
patriarchy
contention.
isn't a person, Andrew. It's
I'm
all
not saying
I'm the patriarchy.
I'm not
It's a
I'm not
system.
saying it's a person, but if it's men who are in charge of a system and the men in charge of the system allow women to vote, then that would mean that the patriarchy, by your logic, is benevolent.
I believe that a system that is intended to perpetuate inequality on any basis is malevolent.
Then can you tell me how the patriarchy is malevolent?
Men are not inherently
Yeah, I know, but can you tell me then how the patriarchy is malevolent?
The patriarchy is malevolent because it's a system that is perpetuated to increase inequality, which increases human suffering.
Can you demonstrate that?
Well, before feminism and women didn't have the rights to vote, hold credit cards, own homes, leave their husbands, get divorced, sued and be sued, if a woman were to be mistreated by a man, she would have no power to leave that man without sacrificing her ability to have housing, food, and basic human needs. So it puts women in a position of dependency on men, so that if there is an individual man who decides to behave malevolently, that woman has no ability to get away from him.
And the patriarchy
perpetuates that by preventing women from having access to jobs and the things that would allow them to get their own resources.
Yeah. So there's two arguments.
Their own individual freedom.
Yeah, there's two arguments there. So I'll contend with both of them. Let's start with the first one. If it is the case that the patriarchy was acting in a malevolent way and women appealed to the patriarchy and they granted them these various rights that you considered was unjust, which by your logic they had to, then wouldn't that be the patriarchy acting benevolently?
But we're not appealing to the patriarchy.
Well, then who would
we're appealing to the morality of men. I don't think that all men are naturally just patriarchy.
Then when you were fighting the system...
The patriarchy is a system, but men are not the system.
So
some men are creators
did the system give you the right to vote?
The system did not give us the right to vote.
Then who did?
Men who were not who did not subscribe to the system helped us establish the right to vote through our own work as social muckrakers.
So wait, I'm confused.
Civil disobedience.
Who was in charge?
I mean, do you not believe in protests?
Who was in charge at the time? Was it a patriarchal system?
Yes, it was a patriarchal system.
And did that patriarchal system give you the right to vote?
No.
Well, then how did you get the right to vote?
Men and women
Uh-huh.
who were against the concept and the proliferation of the patriarchy fought alongside each other.
Fought how? With science?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's
And
worked all over the world.
I
Nelson
see.
Mandela,
I
Gandhi.
see.
Like,
So hang on.
There is civil disobedience that
So
has
help me out.
awarded people rights.
How did they win it exactly? Like, what did they do?
Well, a law was passed that
What
gave
law?
women the right to vote.
What law?
Which amendment is it?
You don't know?
No, I don't remember which amendment specifically is the
remember
one
the-
that gives women the right to vote, but there was an amendment that gave women the right to vote. There's also an amendment that gives.
So then, actually, the established system, which was in power, which was patriarchal, passed an amendment for women to vote?
But it's not a system passing. A system is not a person, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Do people get to vote on amendments?
Yes. So people voted on the amendment. That's not the
Brian,
system.
can we pull
though.
up?
Do you understand the difference
Yeah.
between a system and a person who
I
is
would like to
in
pull
a
up.
system?
I would like to pull up if people voted on the amendment.
Yes, people did vote on the amendment.
Okay.
So you think that all of those people, like, do you think that every man is inherently the patriarchy?
Hang on, let's do a fact check here. I just want to make
Well,
sure.
do you think that every man is inherently the patriarchy?
Would you like me to pull up?
Did the people have a direct vote on the 19th Amendment?
No, it's 19th. Glad I didn't guess. I was going to say 22nd.
One moment.
Sure.
It says, no, the general public did not have a direct vote on the 19th
But that's
Amendment.
not how any amendment is
The amendment
added.
was ratified through the process outlined in the U.S. Constitution,
Okay.
which involves votes by elected representatives.
So then people did vote.
So who was the system?
Who is
No, that
the
wasn't
system?
the people voting.
Yes,
you
elected.
just got caught in
so
a
are
huge lie.
Wait, hold on, Andrew. Are elected representatives human or not? Are they people?
Were they the patriarchy?
No, I'm asking you, are they human?
Sure.
The question was, did people vote
Was
to
that-
ratify the 19th Amendment?
They
I'm saying
didn't.
yes. And
The
there
people
were,
didn't vote.
I'm not saying the people,
Yes,
the
you
entire
were.
country. I'm saying people.
You're just gaslighting because you got caught
No,
in a
I'm
lie.
not, Andrew.
Now help me
I'm
out here.
saying people as in.
Were the elected officials the patriarchy?
I don't believe that all of the. I don't know every single elected official.
Then who
voted
was
on
the
this.
patriarchy they were fighting against?
It's a system. It's
And
not
who
a
was in charge of the
person.
system?
Do you understand?
Who
that
was
it's
in
not a
charge of the
person?
system?
The system proliferates itself. No one is specifically like. Do you think there's
How
like
do
a
systems
Lorax for
proliferate
the
themselves without
patriarchy?
people?
A system is created
By
Actually,
people.
That's it. Yes. So a system is created by people and can be amended by people, but the system itself is not a person. Do you understand that? There's no person who's like, I am the spokesperson.
Was
of
the patriarchy in charge of the system or not?
Was the patriarchy in charge of the patriarchy?
Was the patriarchy in charge of the system?
Of what system?
Of the electoral system.
She knows exactly what he's asking. She's just refusing to answer it. It's crazy. She's playing stupid. Like, I don't understand this about people, how they act like super smart and then pretend just to not understand basic questions.
Was the patriarchy in charge? Well, men were in charge of the electoral system.
In the Win with Zin sweepstakes, you can get a chance to win $100,000. But there's more than one way to win with Zin. Here's how it works. For 5 weeks until November 24th, we're giving away a total of 5,000 premium prizes. Each time you enter, you also earn a chance at the $100K grand prize. Enter every week to boost your chances. What would winning $100,000 look like for you? Enter Win with Zin, and you could find out.
$100,000 look
Was
like
the
for you.
patriarchy.
But the patriarchy's not able to be in charge
This guy
of the
down here don't like
patriarchy. What's wrong with you?
Who's in charge of the patriarchy if it's not the patriarchy?
Well, it's
Oh, no,
men,
it's
but
this
not
guy
every
over
man is
here.
inherently
I
a
didn't-
member of the patriarchy.
Who says every man? I'm talking about elected.
Exactly.
I'm talking about elected officials. Were
Exactly.
the elected officials who these women were protesting to change law the patriarchy they were protesting against?
I don't know if every single elected official that voted on the 19th Amendment was for or against the patriarchy, Andrew.
Were they the patriarchy?
Are they all the patriarchy? I'm not going to make that assumption about.
Then what
large
system
group
are
of
you? Then
people.
point to what the system is that's the patriarchy. What is that system?
The system of the patriarchy is the government structure that enabled. Well, actually, the system of the patriarchy is the structure in government that enables inequality on the basis of gender. It's not just one thing, it's a series of laws.
And was that system of patriarchy?
It was set up by men.
And was it in place at the time the 19th Amendment was put in place? That system of,
Yes.
and so weren't they appealing to that system of patriarchy in order to get the 19th Amendment passed?
They appeal to men who worked within the patriarchy, but those men don't
So the
have
patriarchy?
to be the patriarchy.
So they appeal to the patriarchy.
But not every man is the patriarchy.
I didn't say they were.
Yes,
in this
you're
case, we're talking about a system of elected officials where that system of elected
I
officials,
don't think that the
patriarchy.
Constitution and the entire government is the patriarchy.
Then what is the
Andrew.
patriarchy?
It's
Point to it.
specific laws that enable the proliferation
How can
of
a law be a
inequality.
patriarchy?
A law can be so it's specific laws that enable the proliferation of inequality.
That can't be the
on the basis of
patriarchy. The
gender.
patriarchy's
Yes,
people,
it's
isn't
a
it?
collection. No, you're the one that said that.
Patriarchy is not people?
No, it's an inanimate object. It's not a fucking person. You keep saying the patriarchy is people. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So what's a matriarchy?
A matriarchy would be a system of laws that proliferates the inequality of the sexes in favor of women.
So if you have a matriarchy, would it require that there was women who were in charge and in powerful positions, the top positions,
Yes.
right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be matriarchal, right?
Sure.
So then patriarchal, it would have to have men in those same positions.
Yes, but those men
Hang on.
are not
Let me
the
just follow up. Let me just follow up.
right?
Well, no, I think who else would be the patriarchy then?
It's a system.
It's
It's laws, Andrew.
Can you-
like the law that did not allow women to vote is a part of the patriarchal system, but it's not one freaking dude. Why do you keep thinking that the patriarchy is a single set of humans?
Okay, well then walk me through.
It can be an ideology as well.
Okay, I
So,
see.
like, if you are a man who says, "I believe that women don't have a right to vote," then yes, you would be in favor of a patriarchal system.
when feminists were fighting against patriarchy, they were fighting against an inanimate object.
We're fighting against a system, yes.
An inanimate
Do
object.
you not understand how systemic oppression works?
Well, I don't understand how
No, you don't understand how
patriarchy
systemic
works.
oppression works. Okay, so you don't understand how patriarchy
I guess I don't.
Thank you. All right,
I'm
well-
super confused. Feminists were fighting against an inanimate object.
It's a system. Do you know what a system is? Can you define the
Well,
word
I think
system?
that systems of governance require human beings. And I
Yes.
think specifically that
But systems of
I think
government-
specifically feminists were pointing at men in the government as being the patriarchy for sure.
Systems of government require human beings, but systems of government are not human beings. That's what I'm saying. Those men might have had power because of the patriarchy, but the patriarchy is not defined by those 5 people. If they were to die, then the patriarchy is not dead, it's not over. And that's the issue with the system, is because it's inanimate, you can't just appeal to one group of people and expect it to end.
So let me
That's why there's been multiple waves of feminism.
Okay, so I just
if the
wanna-
patriarchy was just the people that ratified the 19th
Yeah,
Amendment, then
yeah.
we would be over. Like there'd be nothing to talk about.
So when you're appealing to, I want to get rid of the patriarchy,
Yes.
you're saying that you want to just change governmental systems?
I want to repeal certain laws that proliferate the inequality.
So
of the
patriarchy is just
sexes.
laws?
Well, it's a collection of laws and systems, yes.
Well, what system?
Well, it's within the United States government system.
Yeah, but what's the system look like? Because it looks to me like we have the same fucking system that we...
See, she can't say that either because it's not only the United States that has had a patriarchal system.
We had then.
Yes, but you see how
It's literally every civilization ever. The ones that were ran by women don't exist anymore. That's just a fact.
laws can be amended and can change
So it's
the
just
rights.
laws.
Yes, essentially. It's
So,
a collection of laws.
so patriarchy is just a collection of laws.
Well, it's the idea that a collection of laws creates a system of inequality. Yes,
Okay, so
on the basis of gender.
is any law which creates something which is unequal based along gender lines patriarchal?
Well, if it creates inequality on the like in favor of women, then no, that would be a matriarchal law, right?
Okay, so matriarchy and patriarchy from your view,
It's not a human. It's a collection of laws.
it's just laws.
Yes.
So if laws favor a gender, then it's matriarchal, and if laws favor the gender female, then or sex female, then it's matriarchal.
Yes.
And sex male, it's patriarchal.
Yeah, and I'm fine with sex and gender interchangeably. I know some woke
I mean,
people
I'm
are.
not
Really?
really.
You don't think that?
Introducing the Tell a Friend Credit Chat.
Hey, check this out. I just got my FICO score for free with the Experian app.
Fred, you always know the best apps. You can also raise your FICO score with your streaming service payments.
I knew binge watching would pay off. And
You can use sex and gender interchangeably in this context?
No, I think
Oh,
that
that's interesting.
I think that when progressives say gender, they mean something that I mean. I use it interchangeably with sex because I mean female and male, and they don't. So let me
In the
ask you.
context of this, I think we should use it interchangeably, but that's
yeah,
okay if you don't want to.
so help me out here with this then. I just want to make sure I got this right. When we're talking about systems of enforcement for laws, for these laws,
Yes.
is the primary enforcement mechanism going to be men?
Well, the primary enforcement mechanism for most laws is our legal system, right?
No, the enforcement arm.
The enforcement would be the police.
And would you say that the police are mostly compiled of men?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Would you say that almost all enforcement mechanisms are compiled mostly by men?
Sure.
So then if we're talking about just the enforcement of laws that you want, aren't you again appealing to men?
Okay. And?
I just want to make sure that that's correct.
Okay.
Well, then you're ratifying force doctrine.
I'm not ratifying force doctrine, though, because it's not a judgment on. I mean, actually, I believe in your descriptor of force doctrine. My issue is that I don't believe in your prescriptor of force doctrine. I don't believe you're in your opinion on it.
Force
Yes,
doctrine is
force
not a
doctrine-
prescription.
Well, do you have an opinion on force doctrine? Do you believe that?
It's a descriptor.
Do you believe that it's moral?
What?
Force doctrine. Do you
Well,
believe that using coercive force
Wait a second.
to consolidate power is moral?
Sometimes.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, sometimes
take
it
that.
is. But
But not all the time?
no.
Okay, deal.
No.
Deal.
But the thing is,
Andrew, you know we mostly like agree on this one, right? Like, what the fuck are we even talking about right now?
well, I just wanted to make sure that, I mean, it actually does sound like you think that if all you're appealing to when you say patriarchy is laws that are passed, right? That's it. And that's what patriarchy is. I think that is in complete disagreement with the feminist movement and what early feminist pioneers were saying, which is that it's a male-oriented system, not laws.
It is a male-oriented
and that it's the men who are in charge, which are problematic. So
I believe that the laws are what are basically more. I believe that the laws are what are malevolent in this system. When
Okay.
it comes to the existence of the patriarchy, it is laws. Those laws were created by some men. Those men who created laws to perpetuate inequality, they are immoral for that action. But I don't believe that all men are immoral just because we live in a patriarchal society. I mean, that would be ridiculous. How would I do anything? How would I have a conversation with
But that's
any
not
of
what
you?
I'm asking.
It
I'm
is, though.
asking you to
You said that
differentiate.
feminism lies about the benevolence
They
of
do.
men, and that feminists believe
Feminists
that all
do lie
men
about the
are
benevolence
immoral,
of men.
and I don't think that all men are immoral.
Yeah, well, then I don't think that you believe in the same prescriptions that your feminist forebears did.
My feminist forebears didn't believe all men were immoral.
Well, it's not
either.
all.
They had husbands.
They definitely believed, though, that the system of patriarchy was literally men who wanted to be in charge and men reinforcing the system of men
Yes.
being in charge.
But that's not every man, is what I'm saying.
I didn't say it was.
Okay.
That's not the point.
But we're talking about the benevolence of all men.
Mhm.
Yes, I believe that the men who created the patriarchy are immoral, but that doesn't mean that the men who continue to exist in the patriarchy are all
And
inherently immoral.
what makes those men immoral?
What makes those men immoral is that they sought to perpetuate inequality within our society
And what makes that immoral?
on the basis of gender.
Yeah, what makes inequality immoral?
I believe it's the violation of natural rights, but you don't agree that those exist. So I guess it is completely immoral to oppress. It's completely moral to oppress people, according to you.
Well, so what natural right?
But if you wanted to do your
I just want to
prescriptive
make sure.
definition of
Yeah, I just want to make sure when you say
because we don't want to be.
Yeah, when you say a natural right, you believe that it's immoral under natural rights. Which natural right does that violate?
Well, I believe that we all have a natural right to bodily autonomy, physical autonomy.
You do.
Yeah,
Really?
the right to bodily autonomy. Yes.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so if two twin brothers want to have sex with each other, are they allowed to?
Oh my God! Wait, my bingo. Wait, my bingo. Oh, hold on.
Can you just answer
What
the
are we
fucking
gonna say?
question? This is so performative and cringe.
If two twin brothers. No,
Can you-
I
can
guess
you
that
put
one's
the bingo
also red.
thing
Yeah,
away?
can we
Can you
just, it's so cringe.
That
Can you
one's
just
also just a
engage with
red
the fucking debate? If two twin brothers want to enter into an incestuous relationship, do you have any moral objection to that based on your standard of natural law? As you just said, everybody has bodily autonomy.
So long as it's not harming yourself or others. I don't think that this is necessarily relevant to the conversation.
answer the
Do you
question?
know two twin brothers who are
Can
trying to
you
fuck
answer
right
the
now?
question? Do you believe that two twin
trying to fuck?
brothers who have sex with each other?
Yeah, I do know too. The Krasensteins. I swear to God, those dudes just sit around jerking each other off all day about their opinions on politics.
Do you think that that's inherently immoral?
I think it's disgusting.
Is it inherently immoral?
I think it's pretty gross.
Is it inherently immoral?
I mean, to me, yes. But
Well, then you just violated your own definition of natural law, which says that people have bodily autonomy. You're saying now they don't, and that's immoral. So which is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just gross, though. It's
Okay,
not-
so is it immoral?
Yeah, I mean, well, what are the repercussions of it? Are they harming themselves or each other?
Guys, stop getting ripped off by your car insurance company and check this out. Okay, are you ready? All right, so let's take a look. $178. That was my car insurance, my premium. So policy premium, $157.38. Fees, $20.62. Policy premium and fees, $178. I was paying this $178 a month. Now, I covered up my private information, so let's see what I got over here. $34. You guys, $34 versus $178. Check this out. Are you ready? Let's make sure everything is the same.
They're both consenting.
If two consenting brothers want to commit an act of incest,
Is it immoral?
I don't know. I think it's kind of a gray area. I say it's technically not defying either of their right to bodily autonomy, but I think it could potentially cause
Is
harm.
it immoral or not inherently?
I don't know. What do you think?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
Answer the fucking question. Is it inherently immoral or not?
I don't know, honestly. I'm going to say I don't know.
You don't know
What
if
do you
it's
think?
you don't know if it's inherently immoral after you just said you believe every single individual has bodily autonomy for two twin brothers to engage in an incestuous relationship. You don't know?
I think that if it's harming themselves or others, then yes, that would be immoral.
Okay.
Like if their parents knew about this and it destroyed their family, then yeah, that would be immoral.
Well, no,
Yeah.
because how would that violate bodily autonomy? Who cares what their parents know and it hurts their feelings? Who gives a shit? Do you care about if your parents care about your sexual relationships?
If it destroyed my family, I think they would care. Yeah.
That's inherently immoral if you engage in a relationship your parents don't agree with.
Well, it's not just that they don't agree with it; it's that it would destroy their family.
I can make the same argument for a homosexual child. Oh, you're having a homosexual relationship and we're heavily religious, so that destroyed our whole family.
Yeah, but that's on the basis of choice. Like religion is a choice.
Both of these are based on choice.
No, you can't really choose who's your brother.
You can choose to fuck him.
Yeah, that's true. But you can't choose who's your brother. You can choose who, like, you can choose to have an issue with homosexuality. That's a choice.
Oh man,
Both
the
are
look on his
choices.
face
Yeah.
right now.
I mean, I think it's gross and wrong.
Is
but-
it, well, it's not wrong, right? It's just, is it immoral?
I mean, it's not violating their personal bodily autonomy, but it's wrong.
Okay, what does that mean then? Wrong. Does wrong mean immoral?
Yeah, I mean, what do you think, Andrew?
I'm asking, I want an answer and then I'll give you my answer. But for the
Okay.
love of God, answer a question.
Okay, I'm going to say that there are limits to bodily autonomy and that is immoral. How's that?
So then, what is the limits to bodily autonomy?
I would say if you're harming yourself or others, that would be a limit on
Then demonstrate the harm, the bodily harm to themselves.
Well, I mean, they would be completely disgraced by society. That's a pretty
So
significant
that
harm.
if I completely disgrace myself in front of society, that's immoral?
Yeah, you're harming yourself. That's
What?
self-harm. You don't think so? Like if you were to run around the streets naked and get
Do you
arrested.
think that at first Martin Luther King was embarrassing himself in front of society? Because at first I think he was, until he wasn't.
Oh my God! Do you think Martin Luther King was embarrassing
Until he
himself?
wasn't.
Do you think that Martin Luther King is a moral equivalency to fucking?
No,
your
I'm doing an internal
brother?
criticism in order to get you to understand that the concept that you just gave me was, if society considers you and your viewpoints cringe, that's bodily harm. Do you realize how crazy that is to say out loud?
No, but society is not considering incest cringe. That's different.
Yes, that's all they're doing is considering
no,
it
incest
cringe.
is different than demanding human rights for black people.
Bro, I don't know why you're...
Because you brought up MLK. Why
Because
the fuck did you bring
I'm
MLK
giving an
into this?
example of if society socially found you to be super cringe, you're saying that that is self-harm.
I think that it would be self-harm to destroy your relationship with your family and ostracize your... Oh, do you want me to... I think that it would be self-harm to destroy your relationship with your family and to ostracize yourself from society for the purpose of having sex with your brother.
Okay, would that apply to just regular homosexuality? If you were in a religious community and that was your community, or perhaps you're in a religious nation or state, and you decided to engage in homosexuality and that destroyed your family, all of society went against you, that is now the same, the same principle of self-harm. How would that not equally apply?
Homosexuality is not a choice. Having sex with your brother is a
Having
choice.
sex as a homosexual is a choice.
So you don't think that any homosexual should be allowed to have sex so long as their family?
Do you understand that when you just continuously say, "So you believe," when I ask you a question,
But
that is the cringiest thing that you do. Anytime I ask you a question, you just say, "So you believe that blah blah blah."
Well,
I'm
then
asking
why don't
you a
bother
question.
to share your freaking beliefs? Then I don't have to ask you
I
and
literally
probe
just
you.
got
You
done.
refused. I mean, even the last one.
I
this one, you
literally just
refused
I went
to
through
share
all of
an
my views.
opinion.
I just went through all of my views on this, and we agreed, and now we're on bodily autonomy. So the
then
thing
why
is,
are we even-
please answer my question and stop obfuscating. Stop evading.
Okay,
Stop
I will
lying.
answer your question. Shush. Homosexuality is biologically natural. Like, it's a natural part of a homosexual human's biology. It's not something that can change. Your choice to disagree or be disgusted by homosexuality can change. However, your brother, having sex with your brother, is not a human necessity. Even if you are a homosexual, you don't have to choose to have sex with your brother. Therefore, you are causing emotional and physical harm to your family. However, being gay is not a choice.
So if it's the
Do you think that being gay is a
so
choice?
if it's the case that is, would you agree with me? The definition of homosexuality is attracted to the same sex for purposes of sexual intercourse or something like this.
Yes.
Great. So then, if it's the case that you're attracted to your twin brother, is that a choice?
To act on that attraction is a choice.
Well, then I would say the same thing about homosexuality, wouldn't I?
But it's not like you can choose who specifically you are attracted to, but the sex of the person
You can't
attracted
choose
to is not a choice.
specifically who you're attracted to. That's insane.
Really?
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until this.
You know you don't have to come all the way to the pharmacy to get your scripts, right? There's a more private option.
You can choose who you're attracted to.
You don't think that there's any personal
If you can
preference
just
involved
choose
in
who you're
choosing-
attracted to, then why can't homosexuals just choose to be attracted to women?
You can't.
Can you answer that?
Specific person.
Yeah, why can't-
Not the general sex of all people you're attracted to.
So you can choose. You can choose people you're attracted to.
Andrew, some of them, but not all of them. Like,
So
not
if
the
you're
entirety
attracted,
of
so
the
if you're
sex.
attracted to your twin brother, right, and attraction is something you can't help, that's your justification for homosexuality, then
No.
what is the immorality here?
I think that an attraction to a specific sex or gender is something you cannot help. But an attraction
Why not a specific
to
person?
a specific person is something you can
How? How do you help who you're attracted to? How?
Really? You've never been attracted to someone and been like, ugh, I just don't want, like, I don't like them? Like, you've never done that?
Do you realize that you just refuted yourself?
You've never
How do
been
you
able
help
to
who you're attracted to? You say you've never been attracted to somebody, and then that already presumes you're attracted to them.
Yes, you can choose not to be attracted to someone
You
who
can't
you were at one
choose.
point
You can
attracted
choose who
to.
you're attracted to.
I mean, I can. Maybe you're just like,
You
maybe
can?
I'm just built different. I don't know, man.
Okay. Do you think most people can choose who they're attracted to?
I think that the majority of people can decide on a singular individual whether or not they're attracted to them. Yes.
Are you serious?
Not based entirely, like, you can't decide what sex you're attracted to.
Then why can't
but I think you
homosexual
can-
men just choose to not be attracted to all other men?
Did you just hear what I said? You cannot decide what sex you are attracted to.
No. They're attracted
But
to
you
the sex.
can
I know they're attracted to the sex, but why can't they just choose to not be attracted to every man?
You cannot choose, because I'm answering your question. You cannot choose which sex you're attracted to.
They're
But you
attracted to the
can
sex,
choose
but they're
which
choosing not to be attracted to every
individual-
man.
I'm using sex by gender.
I am
Yes.
too. I'm using. Listen,
Okay.
so
then what the fuck are you
here.
talking
Look,
about?
it's simple. They're attracted to only men.
This red herring.
But because it's not a red herring.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. So they're able. I'm internally critiquing. I'm internally critiquing bodily autonomy.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And all you do is run. So the thing is like, look, this is super simple. Why couldn't you be attracted to an entire sex, right? But since you say individual attraction, right, is something which can be helped, then you're only attracted to males as a homosexual, but shouldn't you be able to control being attracted to every single individual male who is in that homosexual category?
No, because individual attraction is different than your sexuality. It's a specific person versus an entire sex. Do you
Yeah,
not
so
understand the difference
so
between
then you
those things?
individualize them, and each individual person in that sex category you choose not to be attracted to.
No, that would be impossible.
Why?
Because it's biological.
So then, if you can't help who you're attracted to,
You cannot
that's the
help-
justification for homosexuality. Why couldn't that be the
No.
justification for an incestuous
Because you
relationship?
don't understand the difference between a sex and an individual. You can choose the individuals, you decide you want to be attracted or not attracted to, but you can't decide the entire sex you decide to be
No,
attracted
you're attracted to the entire sex, but why couldn't they just say that they're not attracted to each and every individual in that sex and choose that?
Because that's the entire sex. If it's all of them, then that's still the sex.
Well, then,
if it's every individual, then that's the sex.
then your argument's circular the other way too.
It's not circular. The
Yeah,
other
they
way,
only have
Andrew.
one brother.
Your argument is
if you
circular
only
the
have
other
one
way.
brother and you're only attracted to your brother, right? Or you're only attracted to your family members,
But
or
that's
you're
not
only attracted to
biological.
that.
Let each other finish.
If it's the case that you're only attracted to your family members, right? How can you help that?
What version of sexuality is one where you are only attracted to your family?
Actually, there is a version of it. Would you like Brian to pull it up?
What the fuck is that?
Pull it up, Brian.
What do you
What
want
do
me
you
to pull
call a person who's only attracted to family members?
An incestophile?
I think so.
An incestophile.
Well, we'll find out. We'll
I mean,
we'll
that
get the
sounds like a
exact.
mental illness above anything.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you have to make a justification for why two twin brothers couldn't have sex with each other and why that would be immoral based on your bodily autonomy argument that everybody should have bodily autonomy. You'd
Well,
have to demonstrate the harm.
Yes, there's still bodily autonomy, but you would be harming your entire family as well as yourself.
I
You
can
would
make
be.
the same argument for homosexuality.
Yes, but homosexuality is not a choice. Fucking your brother is.
Do you want the definition? Or not the definition, the term. I believe
the
this is
term.
the term. I don't know if this rings a bell. Consanguinous.
Yeah.
Consanguinous.
Consanguinous.
Consanguinamorous.
Yeah.
A person who in a consensual romantic or sexual relationship with an adult blood relative. Consanguinamorous.
Okay.
That's-
I try my best.
Your family all.
Can you wait?
Here.
I want to know what percentage of the population
Let's
is
try-
consanguinamorous?
let's try this.
Like, is this
You
like
got
a,
it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
By the way.
Is this a large group of
What
people?
percentage?
No,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's very small.
It's probably
It's got to be.
So-
So then why are we talking
because
about
it's-
this when it
we're
comes-
testing
No,
the-
actually, I want
to finish it. I'm almost done.
Redirect the conversation.
We
back
can, and I'm
to
almost
general
done. I
bodily
just want to ask
autonomy.
one last question.
I think it's weird that we've been so focused on
One last
these two
question on
twin
bodily autonomy.
incest
Just to be
bros.
fair, I searched her thing up. So
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
globally, it says about 20% of the world's population lives in communities where consanguineous marriage is preferred, with a rate of 20 to 50% in parts of the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia.
They're all immoral, right?
So in those countries, it's well. I mean, if they're
They're all immoral, right?
hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, wait. I want to go back to more research on this. I feel like I can't give you a good answer because I don't really know anything about it.
Well, there's also cousin marriage worldwide. More
Yeah,
than
because
10
are we talking about like the cultural tradition of marrying your cousins or having incest with a sibling in a society that does not accept?
Well, here, I'll just make it
consanguinamority?
simple. I'm just going to make it super easy. The question: your whole family dies in a tragic accident except your twin brother. So now you can't destroy them emotionally because they're all dead. Is it okay or moral then to have a twin brother incestuous relationship based on your principle of bodily autonomy?
I guess if you're not hurting anyone, including yourself, then sure. But I don't think that this negates the basic belief that bodily autonomy is a human right. Because I do think the consequences of living in a society where bodily autonomy doesn't exist are far greater. I mean, if nobody has a right to bodily autonomy, then at any point, any of us would be able to just fuck with each other and physically harm each other.
But don't you want to
without
restrict bodily
consequence.
autonomy constantly?
What?
Don't you want to restrict bodily autonomy constantly?
In what universe do I want to restrict
Well, I
bodily
don't know. Did you
autonomy?
support the lockdowns?
Did I support the? Well, that again is an exception in the case of creating harm to yourself or others.
Well, wasn't that
Those are the two exceptions.
Wasn't that a subjective harm?
Millions of people died. Is that subjective to you?
Well, I mean, it's a subjective harm that you lock people in their homes or lock down their businesses. It's-
Millions of people died, though. It's
Yeah.
not subjective that those people died. They objectively died.
Yeah, but I mean,
Did you know
here's-
anyone who lost
here's the
anyone during
problem.
COVID?
Yeah, of course.
It was brutal,
Yeah,
man.
of course. But the
How
thing
could
is,
you argue that
how could it be so you don't really believe in a principle of bodily autonomy?
But it's foreseeable risk. Like, there's a foreseeable risk that if you go outside while there is a contagious deadly disease and you continue to spread that
Yeah.
contagious deadly disease,
So-
you could foreseeably cause
So
bodily harm to
bodily
somebody else.
autonomy should be restricted as long as we can justify that there's some sort of harm to other people. Is that right?
Yes, to an extent.
To an extent.
I think that there are certain exceptions, but I think on a general principle, yeah, I agree with that.
So why shouldn't we stop women from having an abortion if half of us perceive the harm of it?
Well, because you haven't proven that that's a legitimate
Why do
harm.
we need to? All we have to do is perceive it that way.
No, you have to prove that there's legitimate
Then
harm.
why do we care about this?
Foreseeable risk, like on a legal sense, you have to be able to prove
Then
that
why-
there's a foreseeable risk.
then why do we care about
you can't just go based off vibes.
Then why is it that we care about you hurting your entire family because it hurts yourself again? Because that's just perception.
Because there was a proven foreseeable risk. Like legally, there was a proven foreseeable risk that going outside could potentially cause bodily harm. And by the way,
Isn't
people
going outside always potentially
But by
something
the
that can
way,
cause bodily
Andrew,
harm?
I mean, I was also alive during COVID. People still left their houses all the time. People threw parties. Like people did tons of stuff
They
during
resisted.
COVID.
They resisted the state-sponsored bullshit. That's true.
But it wasn't a mandate. Like it wasn't forcing you to
They
be
did
inside.
force
The
businesses
lockdown
to
was
shut
not-
down. Yes, they did.
Okay, well you could still go
And
outside
they had,
though.
and progressives wanted COVID passports. Where are your paper checkpoints? Right? Very fascist dystopian.
So that you can't spread a disease that was killing people.
So then restricting.
Do you think that you should just be allowed to spread a disease?
Well, I
and
think
kill
that
as many people as
your
possible?
principle of bodily autonomy is making less and less sense because it seems
No.
like as long as we subjectively can claim that you're going to do something which we perceive as being harmful, then we can restrict your bodily
But you
autonomy.
don't- No, it's not subjectively can claim. It's objectively can claim.
Oh, we can
As
objectively
long as
claim
you
it.
can objectively claim that
Mhm.
there is either foreseeable risk
Uh-huh.
of causing bodily harm,
Uh-huh.
or you are actively causing bodily harm to yourself or others, then an individual deserves bodily autonomy.
Then why don't we restrict swimming pools?
Why would we restrict?
Because there's a massive foreseeable risk that you're going to cause harm to yourself, your family, or other people who come swimming.
I don't think there's a massive foreseeable. Also, that's why we have lifeguards.
As a director of finance, I'm managing 15 and 20 contracts a month. With Acrobat AI Assistant, I can summarize long contracts and identify key terms instantly. AI Assistant helps me compare two different versions of the same document for key changes. It makes me feel very confident that nothing's missing and everything's accurate. With AI Assistant, we're able to focus on what really matters: growing our business and finding new ways to reach soccer fans.
"2025 was just the beginning."
There's a much bigger chance that your percentage as an individual would die probably in a swimming pool than from COVID-19.
But swimming pools are voluntary. We're not forcing everyone to go into a swimming pool.
This is so funny to me. I thought it was about bodily autonomy, not
Yes.
about anything else.
Yes, swimming pools are voluntary.
And you want to restrict
if you
bodily
forced
autonomy.
everyone to go into a swimming pool, then yeah, that'd be.
Then why wasn't it voluntary for me to walk into a fucking shop if I wanted to without a mask on?
Well, the shop voluntarily chose to close. If you wanted to open,
They
your own
didn't.
shop,
The
you
state
could.
mandated that they close.
Oh, okay. Well, that sucks, but.
Restriction of bodily autonomy. Like, all of your principles are completely fucking incoherent. They're all incoherent.
No, I'm not. No, it's not. There's
It
still
is.
a foreseeable risk.
No,
there was a
they're
foreseeable
not.
risk that people were going to
There's
die.
foreseeable risk with everything.
I mean, but also, Andrew, like if you were to open a store during COVID and a bunch of people went to your store, got COVID, and died, they would sue the fuck out of you. I think a
Isn't
lot of
it
those
their
businesses
choice?
would.
Isn't it
be
people's
closed
choice?
Anyway.
Isn't it people's choice? Just like the swimming pool?
Just like the swimming pool, going into a restaurant and opening yourself to foreseeable risk.
Yeah.
Yes, and lots of people chose to do that.
And then why is it that you just 5 seconds ago said that these restrictions and the lockdowns were totally fine from the state mandating what people do voluntarily?
Brian, look up how many people died during COVID.
You just said the voluntary nature of swimming pools is why we don't restrict them even though they cause bodily harm. Why is the voluntary nature of people engaging in society during COVID not the
Because you
same?
don't voluntarily spread disease. You can't be like, hey, I'm not going to spread disease to that guy because he's immunocompromised. I'm going to
That guy had the choice to stay home or go out, right?
But you live with other people. That was the issue. If
We
some
don't-
members of a family went out and then some left and then
Listen, man, when COVID happened, me and my girlfriend broke up, and I was staying with her at the time, and I stayed there every single night strictly because there was a pandemic happening, and I didn't want to come home and spread something to my grandparents that could potentially kill them. Unfortunately, us being stuck in a house together for 2 months ended our relationship. I mean, it obviously wasn't meant to be. I'm not bitter about it. But then I come home and I live downstairs and my grandparents live upstairs. So I spent the next 2 months after that unable to hug my grandparents. I barely even talked to them. I would come down to my room every single day. I would wait until they left the house to go upstairs and take a shower and then wash everything afterwards. When the vaccine came out, I asked them, I said, would you feel more comfortable if I went and did this? Like, obviously I didn't want to, but if it's going to make them more comfortable and it's going to make them more safe, I was willing to do it. They said, no, don't worry about it. But it was about 2 months of me just coming home every day and coming straight down here and not even speaking or talking to them at all before I was finally like, hey, like, I don't think I'm going to kill you guys. And I finally got to give my grandmother a hug after like 4 months. But it's crazy. The things that we went through and the things that we put up with and the gaslighting ultimately that we allowed to happen. I have friends that I'm not friends with anymore because they accused me of trying to kill my grandparents because I wouldn't get the vaccine and wear a mask. And after a year of it, it was kind of just like, what are you still doing, bro? You know? But what do you do?
Came back and exposed their immunocompromised family members to the illness, they could die.
Then the problem you have
dude,
again
COVID
with
sucked. It was a bummer and it was horrible for businesses. But I would rather.
Was it? Because according to you 5 minutes ago, people were still having parties. I didn't know of any of these parties. Were you going to these parties? Because it seems like all the people that wanted us to stay home and put a mask on and take the jab were really all out partying, like Gavin Newsom going to expensive restaurants with all of his friends while the entire city's locked down. And there's numerous instances of all these people going out and doing these things. Nancy Pelosi, I think it was, went and got her hair done. And there was a big deal over that because no hairdressers weren't even supposed to be open at the time. Rules for thee, but not for me. They just want to control your life.
Have to stay inside or go to a park or go to a public space than risk killing my grandma and the other immunocompromised people in my life.
Should people who all voluntarily...
But that's why the shot was voluntary.
If people are always voluntary... Well, progressives didn't want it to be.
From COVID?
7 million.
So 7 million people died, Andrew.
Yeah, how many people die every year of the common flu?
Sure.
You don't think that's enough of a foreseeable risk?
Let's see how many people die from the common flu.
Wait, are we talking U.S. or just?
The one I provided, the 7 million, I believe that was worldwide.
And that was for how many years?
Let's do just U.S. for both.
Hold on. Just U.S. for both, 1 sec.
Yeah, because we're talking about the U.S. I mean, other countries don't have the same access to medical, health.
Some of them have much better.
Yeah, I know.
So globally, the estimates that seasonal flu causes about 290,000 to 650,000 deaths each year.
That seems like
less
worldwide.
Than 7 million. That's worldwide, and that seems like a lot less. Wait, so can we do U.S.?
Yeah, calm down.
I'll do U.S.
There's no uh-oh.
Whoa, Andrew, I think you're wrong.
Before they get into this next one, I'm going to go take another smoke break real quick. Right after I see what this dude's trying to say. Alright, he ain't declaring war. Oh, he wants to be besties. Still getting colonized. I will be right back. We got a bottle of water.
That's a foreseeable risk, isn't it?
I don't think statistically it's a high enough foreseeable risk. How many people get the flu every year?
Wait a second. How many people do you think 7 million people is as a percentage of the global population?
Well, isn't the global population like 8.2 billion?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a range, but 2022, 2023, the CDC estimates about 21,000 deaths due to influenza in the USA.
Okay.
And then you wanted me to look something up?
Yeah, but hang on.
Wait, no, let's
You
keep
got to do
going.
you got to do that not during the COVID lockdowns. That's the important part.
Wait, no, let's keep going.
Because
So
during the COVID
that's-
lockdowns, they reduced significantly.
You want me to check?
Oh, wow, isn't that nice?
Yeah, yeah,
almost
true.
like
If you
those
lock people in their houses, they won't spread any illness. That's
yes,
true.
that was the point. There was multiple illnesses going around that were subjecting people to a
So what
serious
percentage is reasonable for us to implement against bodily autonomy when it leads to death? Is 7 million people yearly?
Well, I think you have to ask a lawyer, Andrew.
I'm
'cause
asking
there is
you.
actually a legal precedent for that.
I'm asking you.
Well, I'm not a
There's a
lawyer. You
legal
should ask a
precedent
legitimate
I need to ask a lawyer how many people you think it's legitimate to restrict their bodily autonomy for?
Well, it's a law. Like, it's a literal law.
You don't base your morals on law. You're basing them on bodily autonomy.
No, I'm basing it on the concept of, I'm basing bodily autonomy on the concept of foreseeable risk, which is a law. So why would you ask
So
me
650,000 a year isn't enough of a foreseeable risk?
that? Worldwide?
Yeah.
I would say no if
Well,
there's 8.2 billion people
Why
on
7
Earth.
million if there's 8.2 billion?
Do you not know the difference between 650,000?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the threshold breaker here is.
It's a lot bigger. Well, it's not up to me.
Well, but I'm asking because of bodily autonomy. You support this stuff.
Yes, I support saving people's lives. by
Yeah,
staying
so
inside during-
where's the threshold where we can lock people down and restrict their bodily autonomy?
Well, there is a legal threshold.
What
Why
is
don't
your
you ask a
throreshold?
lawyer? I don't
You don't have
know.
one.
Well, it's
Yeah,
based
you
on a
don't know.
legal precedent. Why should every single individual person just get to decide, I think it's this? I'm not a lawyer.
This is so ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous, Andrew.
Okay.
What is
Shall
the
we,
point of
switch
asking
prompts?
me a
Shall we-
legal
let's switch prompts.
definition when I'm not a lawyer?
What do you guys think about this one? Black people can be racist towards white people. Would you guys like to do that
Yeah, I'm
one?
fine with that.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that before we move on, should we define racism?
Yeah.
How do you
The
define
semantics?
racism? Yeah, we should just get the semantics out of the way so we can actually have a conversation.
When you need a lift, you could use a big financial friend, your BFF, Experian.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
so-
it
It's
keeps
okay, you're fine.
annoying me.
So I would do I have a more classical definition,
Okay, let's hear it.
which would be the hatred or bigotry of an entire race.
Is that it? Hold on. So the hatred or bigotry of an entire race on the basis of what? Race?
Or most of the race.
On the basis of race, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's your only definition of racism?
Yeah, I think that, yes.
Okay, cool. Do you mind if I pull up the dictionary definition of racism?
Well, you can pull up whatever you want, sure.
Okay, well, so I think there's two main types of racism that are involved in what you just said. So what Andrew just described perfectly was interpersonal racism, which is prejudice, discriminatory actions between individuals based on their hatred of the entire race. And then there's also what we see in this country, which is systemic and structural racism, which is, again, since we have to define systems, a complex system of laws, policies, and practices that create and perpetuate racial inequality. So this would be essentially the patriarchy, but on the basis of race, if we're going back to our definition of the patriarchy. Now, where I agree with Andrew is that anyone can be interpersonally racist.
Okay, well, then that's the end of that prompt.
No, it's not, because there are multiple forms of racism.
What's the prompt,
And
Maya?
the power.
Read the prompt.
Blacks can be racist towards white. I mean, dude, we agreed on the last prompt and we still talked about it for like another hour. So let's get into it.
Well,
I mean,
hang on. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Can you read the prompt, Brian?
Yes.
Yeah. Black people can be racist.
And you're
towards
agreeing that that's the case?
I just read that.
Okay.
Yes.
Shall we move to a different prompt then?
No, I think we should continue with this one. I actually
Well, if
really
you both
wanna-
agree, then.
It was the one that I thought was the most interesting. I mean,
so you
I
want
guess,
to talk
all
about
right.
systemic racism? We can.
I guess
Go
if
ahead.
you don't want to move on, if you want to move on to another prompt, we can. But all I will say is, although blacks can be racist towards whites, the system that perpetuates inequality works in favor of white people. So while yes, it might hurt your feelings, it doesn't have a broader impact on your life, like genuinely decreasing your quality of life and standard of living. It's not backed by any power.
Why don't I read some of the other prompts? And if you want to return to this one, we can.
Okay.
So we have feminism enslaved women instead of liberating them.
That one I think is hilarious. I would be down to do that one.
Women just as violent as men, if not more. Problems with democracy. Forced doctrine, the descriptor.
Let's do women more violent.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It sounded like you wanted the feminism
I'll do
enslaved
either one of
women,
those. I like both of them.
Okay, so we'll do. Let's do feminism enslaved women instead of liberating them, or are you really keen on the?
I don't care
women
either
just-
way.
Okay,
neither
we'll
one
do
matters.
both.
But I would it's 5:30. Just real quick, take a smoke break and then get back to this while you take some super chats.
I'm team.
Yeah.
The one thing that we
do
can
that.
agree on today
While
is
we
the smoke
have-
breaks. I love
Can
it.
you guys do it simultaneously though?
No, because part
Just
of it is
for
a
the
break from the
I'll be super
debate.
quick.
What's that?
No, because part of it is you get a break from the debate, some fresh air, clear your head, come back, be locked in.
Yeah, I'll take 5
Yeah.
minutes.
So what
Can we
we'll
do each get a 5?
You'll have 5, but Nick can bring you somewhere else.
Oh,
somewhere
yeah.
else. Okay, just go with Nick. Yep. All right, guys. They're taking a brief break. They're each smoky man bad, smoky girl bad. They're just going to take a quick smoke break. So really quick, guys. As soon as they come back,
Smoky man bad, smoky girl bad. Guilty. I gotta stop that shit.
We'll actually do a Q&A session super quick. So if you guys want to get in a question, streamlabs.com/whatever. Streamlabs. All right, now that they're gone, chat. Now that they're gone, what do you guys think? Who's winning the debate? Should I do a poll, chat? What do you think?
Brian's like, all right, gossip.
Should we do a poll, chat? Brand Wolf, thank you for the soup chat. Baby, thank you for the soup chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Couple
What's
quick
the
messages. Guys, if you want to support the show, you want to support the stream, and you want to do it without these platforms taking their cut, YouTube takes 30%, by the way, of all super chats. So, for example, if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. You super chat 200 like this, YouTube takes 60. And then if you're doing it on an Apple device, Apple takes 30% on top also. So if you super chat 200, they're taking 100 of it basically. So streamlabs.com/whatever. Get your Q&As in, guys. Also, guys, like the video if you're enjoying the stream. They should be back here in just about 3 minutes. They're taking a smoke break. I'll pull this up a little bit later. Oh, let me shout out the people who sent in some things via Venmo and Cash App. Guys, Venmo and Cash App, if you want to send something in, let's see. Lee Pittman, thank you for the 20. Brian, thank you for the 3. Marissa, thank you for the 5. George, thank you for the 10.
My ED definitely made me feel broken. It would work, then it wouldn't work. Prior to HIMS, I was taking an as-needed dose. So we would have to plan. That takes the romance completely out of the relationship. HIMS was a fantastic find. The low dose daily has given room for spontaneity in our relationship, and that is golden for us as a couple. Get treatment for ED with doctor-trusted medication. Get started today at hims.com.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I can afford this F-150. All right, guys. So check this out. $178 was what I was paying for my previous policy for my Ford F-150. $157 policy premium and then some fees. Total $178. I blurred out my private information, but I just had to share this with you guys. Are you ready? $39. Can you believe I'm only paying $39? There it is right now. The breakdown. $38.12 fees, 88 cents. Total $39. Now, is it the same car? Yes, it is. 2020.
Jana, apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you. Also, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you link it to your Twitch. It takes about 2 minutes to do. I know a lot of you have the Amazon Prime. You get, the 2-day delivery, all kinds of perks on Amazon. You link it to your Twitch account. You can create a Twitch account if you don't have one already. If you do already have one, you just link it up. It's super easy. And then every single month, you can basically support the show for free. Obviously, you have to pay for the Amazon Prime sub, but included with your Amazon Prime, you get a Twitch Prime. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. And it enables us to do this show. We don't do sponsorships. Because the topics we cover in the debates and on the dating talk panels are of a oftentimes controversial nature. Sometimes, certain words are used that are going to get the video flagged. Oftentimes we lose our individual video monetization on these videos because, we are talking about either controversial topics or keywords get used, and the YouTube has an audio algorithm that is going to immediately just flag a video if you say certain words, and then you're just going to lose the monetization. So because we don't do sponsorships, because a lot of our stuff gets demonetized, we are viewer supported. So if you guys want to support, we have a ton of options. We have the Twitch thing, Venmo, Cash App, shop.whatever.com. Get yourself some merch, guys. We got some great designs. We sell t-shirts. You can get yourself a mug. We're selling these cups. By the way, you can't get these anywhere. Trust me. You can't get these solo jazz cups anywhere. I had to go to the manufacturer and I ordered 60,000 cups because I have issues. Anyways, somebody told me to get therapy today. Maybe that's it. Discord, join our Discord, guys. Discord.gg/whatever. Discord.gg/whatever. Andrew's just returned from his smoke break. We are about to get right back into it. Give us just one more minute, guys. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. Guys, like the video. I'm trying to see what are we at right now? What are we at? If you guys can get the likes to, 7,000, because there's 12,000 people watching. Get the likes to 7,777. I may or may not have, we got pickle jars, olive jars, peach jars. You need an energy drink, Andrew? You need
I got enough patience for one more prompt, dude.
Okay. And
this is infuriating because she just refuses to answer questions. She just prattles for hours and just won't answer any questions I ask her.
What are the questions that you want her to answer?
Well, I want her to answer her questions on morality. She tried to evade on the incest question. I had to beat that out. It took me like 40 minutes to beat a basic question because I can't move the conversation forward.
Let's do this. If sometimes I'm preoccupied with some of the stream stuff and I'm not always catching if she is being evasive. If you just want the immediate answer, just appeal to me and I'll insist she give an answer. How does that sound?
It's just ridiculous. They just don't answer any questions ever.
Speaking of which, guys, Andrew's back at the table. He is a master debater. He's a master debater. You got to get the program, debateuniversity.com. It's instructional video, hours and hours of instructional video, debateuniversity.com. Guys, we're going to do a Q&A session as soon as Naima returns. Let me try to get them to hustle back here so that we can get this going. We're just taking a brief intermission to allow a breather for the debate participants. Hold on, let me text. All right. Thank you guys for your patience. Kenneth Wallen, by the way, says W. Andrew. Thank you, Kenneth, for that. I'm sure Andrew appreciates your Wing. Appreciate it. Let's see. Some of these I'd like to wait to pull up just for, I think this one came up. RB. He's asking about the tribe. RB, thank you for your super chat, man. Do appreciate it. I'm going to let some from, Hold on. Pasty George here is coming in. Speaking of which, guys, now's the moment. If you want to get a Q&A in, do it now. Do it now. We'll get into the Q&A before or as soon as Naima comes back. We have Pasty George here.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Pasty George donated $200.04. That pop was for Andrew and whatever he wants to get, whether it be beer or some drink or cigars.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Wix.
The Terra Hunter XT blends the comfort of a highway tire for your daily commute with the sure-footedness of an all-terrain tire for your weekend off-road adventures. Make sure you check these tires and many more out at Tire Agent today.
Would you like, maybe I'll send Nick to do a run. You want some beer? What, you want a refresher on anything?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we'll get Pasty. We'll get Andrew a burrito. We'll get Andrew a beer. We won't do it on stream, you know, but yeah. Is your flight tonight or early tomorrow?
Tonight.
Tonight, yeah.
That's why I got to go.
All right, they're back. They're back. Let's get it going. Let's get it going, guys. And hold on.
Gourmet Bear donated $200. What do you personally think about the Orthodox faith after sitting in with Orthodox debaters? God bless. Sorry if too personal of a question.
Is this directed
Thanks
at
for your
me?
platform.
Is that him? Or me?
I believe it's directed to you?
What do I think about the Orthodox faith? I don't know, man. Whatever floats your boat. Like Orthodox Christianity? Orthodox Judaism?
Christianity.
Orthodox Christianity?
I think that's for you. Skooma Bear, appreciate it. We have a question.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, not
George
Patsy
donated
George.
$200.04.
Dude, this man is gonna drain his. Don't you feel kind of bad for these
Slavery
people?
was good, and I let
he's
you
a
know
Giga
why.
Chad.
If slavery
Is he a
had
Giga
never
Chad?
existed, we wouldn't have the innovative
Chad would be
music we have
blessing.
today, minus the devolving rap for brain-dead thug wannabes.
What is he talking about? If slavery would have never existed, we wouldn't have. So you think we should have slavery is justified because it made good music?
Should I disavow that? I don't know. Do you want to?
Come on, Brian, that was a rough one. Like, you gotta admit, that was just stupid.
Hey, you know,
I mean, that is maybe props to you, Patsy. I think that is one of the worst justifications.
Pasty.
Oh, not Patsy?
Not Patsy, not
Oh,
Pasty.
it's Pasty. Sorry.
Yeah, you can call him George or Pasty.
Pasty. I think
or PG.
I
He
like
likes
Pasty.
PG.
Props to you, Pasty. I think that might be one of the worst justifications for slavery I've ever heard.
Mr. Fernan Garcia, thank you, man, for the super chat. If morality is subjective, I think suffering is good. Hypothetically, I have a big army and more willing and capable to enact force than you. Outside of God, how am I wrong?
Oh, we going to war. You want to hold up? Tecumseh is gonna colonize me? He thinks he's gonna colonize me. I'm Benjamin Franklin. Let's get it poppin'. Wartime. I was waiting to upgrade all my dudes too. We going to war. Upgrade. Oh, I don't have enough money. That's fine. It don't even matter. I just upgraded all these dudes. It's over, Tecumseh. It's him here, right? Yep. Alright. I'm now a wartime president. Jeff went the wrong way with him. We'll send him over here. Oh man, the troops are on the move now. Time to recolonize America.
I think morality is based on natural law, which is objective.
Introducing the Tell a Friend Credit Chat.
Hey, check this out. I just got my FICO score for free with the Experian app.
Fred, you always know the best apps. You can also raise your FICO score with your streaming service payments.
I knew binge watching would pay off. And you can add your rent, your phone, and utility payments.
What? I can get credit for those? So then I added my utility payments and boosted my FICO score.
Let me guess. Instantly, right?
How'd you know, Fred?
Download the free app now.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works. First, go to riverside.fm and open an account, and then you'll be able to capture high-quality video and audio from practically anywhere in the world. When it comes to editing, Riverside is perfect for beginners. Even if you have zero experience, you can use their AI tools and intuitive editing features to create a professional-looking result. You can get transcriptions automatically and use them to edit like a doc, or you can use the chapter timeline feature, which makes it way easier just to skim and scan. Ready to share? Well, it's okay if you don't have an audience yet. Everybody starts somewhere, and Riverside has perfect tools to help you grow your audience, like live.
All right, guys, if you want to get the message in, again, $200 Q&A. Let's get into the next prompt, though. Welcome back, everybody. All right, do you guys both smoke Marlboros, by the way?
No, I smoke Turkish Royals.
I see, okay. Do you have thoughts on, you guys want to debate the best cigarette?
You smoke Cowboy Killers?
Yeah.
I don't hate them. I feel like everyone starts with Marlboro, so I feel like they're kind of basic. I feel like the Marb Golds are better, but...
All right.
I don't spice my food either.
So
you don't spice your food?
I'm kidding. I'm memeing. It's a meme.
Next prompt.
Oh, I'm sorry. That just sounded like something you would do.
Feminism enslaved women instead of liberating them.
Yeah.
Okay, Andrew. I think you got to start because I genuinely just want to hear.
Yes, Andrew, if you'd like to start on this.
Yeah. So, the first thing is I'm going to tell you all the things I don't consider to be slavery.
Okay.
So I don't consider not having voting rights slavery.
Okay. Do you want to just define slavery instead of telling me everything that's not slavery?
Yeah. Well, hang on. I will. I'll define that too.
Well, you just skipped to the good part.
Calm down. So I don't consider not having voting rights to be slavery, and I don't consider having having certain social benefits instead of voting rights to be slavery at all. So I don't consider lack of suffrage or an inability for, like, I don't know, other things like higher education, things like this. I don't consider any of that to be slavery, even if it were the case that we didn't quibble over what that means.
I also don't think that those.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that women at the time of feminism were slaves at all. Okay.
I don't either. I mean, black women.
Do you want me to give the at the time of the 19th Amendment?
No, I thought you were talking about like during slavery.
What?
Legitimate, like American slavery, no?
What? No. What are you talking about? Anyway, so I don't consider women at the time of women's suffrage to have been slaves at all.
Okay.
I do, however, slavery is very nebulous. If Brian, if you can pull up a few definitions.
Sure.
I can just give you the Merriam-Webster definition. I literally wrote it down.
Yeah, but the problem is that there's a bit of nebulousness here that I think we need to clarify in the semantics for what slavery is.
Okay.
So go ahead and pull up the definitions, Brian.
Well, it's good. Okay, I mean, it's the state of being a slave.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's particularly
not good.
helpful.
Can I give you a definition?
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's what, because I know it's, when you look it up, it's always the practice of being a slave, which is stupid.
Slave definition.
Here's what I would say. I would say forced and or involuntary labor without pay.
No.
You want me to do
But here's why. Here's why I would disagree.
Why?
Do you want to know why?
Sure, I guess I do.
Because I'm not sure that that encompasses another type of slavery.
What's the other type of slavery?
Well, indentured servitude.
Do you want me to read
that? That is without pay, though. So it
no,
is
it's well,
slavery.
not really. So
yes, it is.
No, it's not. Just let me make the case.
Do you want me to?
Okay, what? Do you know what indentured slavery even is?
Indentured slavery or indentured servitude?
They're the same thing.
Indentured servitude is when you essentially got a patron who would allow you to come to America or this country, and then you had to work off your time spent, your debt for coming to this country.
So it wasn't without pay.
Well, I think that it was essentially not enough money. Like the amount, 7 years of indentured servitude is not equivalent to one.
Well, maybe not, but
so I would say that's.
But I consider that slavery.
Okay.
And I consider that indentured servants who were coming in, I think that they were being paid. They were just all their pay was going to a debt. So that's the distinction that I would make there.
No, I agree with you. And I think that to that point, sharecropping would also be slavery because it was a similar, all of your money was going towards a debt. So you were not being paid.
So my basic argument here is...
I still think that we're agreeing on our definition, though. Can we just define our terms?
Do you want me to read the few definitions?
Yeah, sure.
Just for slave. One, a person who is forced to work for and obey another and is considered to be their property, an enslaved person.
Yes.
Next one, a person who works very hard without proper
remuneration.
I'm sorry.
Remunerations.
Remuneration or appreciation. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed.
No, Brian, it's okay.
A person who is excessively dependent upon or controlled by something. An ant captured in its pupal state.
So hang on, the previous definition.
I do just want to say, Brian.
Read the previous definition.
Yeah, I just want to say, Brian, 54% of the population reads below a 6th grade reading level, so you're doing pretty good.
Thank you. A person who is excessively dependent upon or controlled by something.
A person who's excessively dependent or controlled. I agree that that would be a form of slavery. So here's where my essential argument is.
Right.
Is that women could not incur debt. And I consider that a massive incurrence of debt, like what you would get with indentured servitude, that you then have to, you have to work doing things that your preference is definitely against doing, is a form of slavery. And so my argument here is that ultimately what has happened through the idea of all women need to go to college, which has been a massive feminist talking point, is that they're under crushing student debt, generally speaking, for degrees they don't even need. And I would say that that is not liberating at all. I would say that women have become debt slaves to the economy, and before feminism, they could not incur debt themselves under coverture laws. So I would say that they have a form of slavery, or at least more akin to a form of slavery, under state debt than was worth it for a right to vote that barely makes a significant difference anyway.
Okay, so to those points, I cannot speak for other feminists, but I will speak for myself.
I'm saying?
Why do more and more people count on Copeland Chevrolet?
It's got to be our inventory.
Copeland Chevrolet has...
Nobody is forcing.
I'm going to colonize Fumsnay, and I'm going to turn it into Nam San. Shit's going to be fire.
Women to go to college under feminism. Like, yeah, sure, we were encouraging women, and part of the feminist movement was to fight for the right, well, I guess fight isn't right, but to advocate for the right of equal education opportunity. But the difference is that it's not involuntary.
Yeah.
It's voluntary. Like a woman today
So it was
could
indentured servitude, and you agreed it's slavery?
Yes, but a woman today could still choose not to be a student and go
They
to
could choose
school
then not to be indentured servants.
Higher education.
They could agree then not to be indentured servants. It's the same principle applied.
No, it's not the same principle because what were they leaving? Like if you're leaving a potato famine, you don't really have an option. Either you're dying or you're now in.
You still have options, and it's your choice. And the same reason that many women will incur a massive amount of college debt is because they're trying.
You're conflating two things.
They're
that
trying
are not
to leave
at all
terrible economic conditions. That's why they do it.
Yeah, of course. That's
so
why
I would
they do
argue
it.
that the burden of
feminism
these
is not
massive student loan
forcing.
programs, which are designed specifically to incentivize women to incur huge amounts of debt, which they do, has actually been more of a form of economic slavery than anything that they had pre-feminism under coverture laws, where they were not allowed to incur debt. They did not have debt, which
By the
they
way,
could incur.
under curvature laws, women were also not allowed to keep their earnings. All of the money that they made from doing literally anything had to go to their husbands.
That
But-
is not true,
It is.
especially with inheritances.
But going back to this belief that incurring debt through a university that you voluntarily choose to go to is somehow slavery, then wouldn't anyone who takes out a loan be a slave regardless of whether or not they're a man or a woman?
I think usury is real bad.
So
And
you
the
believe that
idea-
every single person who is going to college voluntarily and voluntarily taking student debt is now a slave to that university?
They are.
Okay, so either you don't understand slavery or you don't understand
Then,
the
well,
higher
how,
education
then
system.
tell me what the distinction is between that and indentured servitude, which have the exact same qualifiers.
Well, the difference is, first of all, we're in a much different society
That's
in which
not
higher
an argument.
education is not
Give me the
required.
argument of the principle. The principle of indentured servitude, which is voluntarily taking out a huge sum of money and then paying it back through work, right? And you have to pay that money back, or else there's serious fucking penalties for that, just like there is for student loans. In principle, what is the distinction here? They're both voluntary. Both.
The principle is that under an indentured servitude, you're working for 7 years and your owner.
You're working for a lot longer than that,
are
often with
owned,
student
though.
debts.
It's the concept of ownership. You are not owned by a company.
No.
by
It
a
wasn't
college.
chattel slavery. You weren't owned the same way. No. But you were responsible to pay that debt off via the agreement of the contract, just like you are with one of these huge student loans for useless debt.
Look, I
and
think
hang on,
student
it's
loans
not
fucking
just that
suck,
debt.
but it's not slavery.
It's not
Andrew.
just
you
that
gotta
debt.
be so for real, man. It's not slavery.
Then you shouldn't have agreed that indentured servitude is slavery because it meets the same qualifiers.
It does not meet the same.
What's the
qualifiers.
distinction?
Because the owner of the indentured servant, and I'm going to use owner in this scenario.
They're not owned the
is-
same way as you owned to chattel slavery.
Yes, but during indentured servitude, they would often push the goalposts and be like, "Oh, you owe me more and more and more money."
They do it same way with compound interest rates from student loans.
But we understand the interest rate. It's up front.
They understood the interest rate because it was up front. That's
No,
why they
they
signed
didn't.
contracts. Yes, they had to adhere to the contracts the same
no,
way.
they didn't. Half of them weren't even literate.
Yes,
like, that's completely
they
different.
did. And just because people are doing things which are illegal, it was within the confines of the law. They had to adhere to the contract. These were supposed to be free white men. That's different than chattel slavery. That's why they had certain things afforded to them
Okay.
that were not afforded to chattel slaves. And my argument is,
So then I guess you've defeated
made,
your own purpose.
Yeah, you've made.
So you've argued against indentured servitude being slavery, and
No,
college
I'm
debt being
arguing
slavery.
like you are that it was slavery.
You're
and I'm
conflating two
saying
things
that
that are
this is the
completely
same thing. It's a form of economic slavery along with the propaganda, which is trying to push women for useless degrees, especially, and giving them loans, which they didn't get penalties on. And they do get penalties.
So what is your solution, Andrew,
To what?
to eliminating the slavery
It
of
doesn't
college?
need to have a solution.
Well,
we
it
just
does.
need to agree that this is a form of economic slavery. That's it.
I don't believe it's a form of economic slavery because it's a choice.
Then neither was indentured servitude.
Okay, sure.
So indentured servants weren't slaves?
Fine.
Okay. I'm willing to, as long as you bite that bullet.
Next prompt?
Yeah, next prompt.
I guess that's why they called them indentured servants and not indentured slaves.
All right.
So you don't wait. So
Go
But
ahead. We're going to
Andrew,
the next one. I'm
so
done.
wait, no,
I'm
no,
done.
no, no. Go back.
Yeah,
so then
yeah.
are you?
We'll go to the next
wait,
one.
No, Andrew. Hold on,
her ask.
Brian.
All right, go ahead.
Pause.
I got it.
So then,
Let her-
Andrew,
let her
if
ask the
I'm
question.
conceding that indentured servitude isn't slavery, then are you conceding that feminism is an enslaved
No,
woman?
I'm still literally gonna stick by the definition that
Okay, well,
almost
I think
all
your
sources
definition
would
of slavery
consider
is-
indentured servitude a form of slavery due to the crushing debt
No.
and the lack of choice that brought. I'm gonna argue that the same thing is the case through all forms of crushing debt, which are brought by corporate or state bodies against peoples, forms of slavery that women did not have to deal with before feminism, that feminism introduced. Therefore, I think they're less free now than they ever were because of the word
First
debt.
of all, I don't think you can blame feminism for this.
They're the ones who
Feminism-
advocated for
but
it.
We're not forcing women to go to college. We're giving them the option
Okay.
of going to college. And
It doesn't matter
people can
what you
go
call
to
it.
college who can, like, what if a woman could just afford to go to college and she wants to go?
Until you can tell me the distinct criterion difference between the crushing debt of indentured servitude and the crushing debt of college loans, which are often targeted at minorities and people have very little in the way of means to pay these loans back, and they give them to them.
Go ahead. Close it. Payroll and compliance are done. Those extra 2 days every month since you switched to Gusto? Music to your ears. Make time for what matters. Get started for free at gusto.com.
Based on useless degrees, often, right?
I'm not
I
arguing
don't
any of
understand
these
how you could say that not only you would have to admit that not only is that's a bad thing, but how's that not a form of economic slavery?
Andrew, I'm not arguing any of these points. I'm arguing that this isn't the responsibility of feminism. Feminism created an option, but the concept of college debt was not made by feminism.
Who pushed for it?
Who pushed for college
Who pushed for
debt?
women to go to college and have it financed by the government?
No. Who pushed for who created college debt? Was it feminist? No.
Yes, feminists pushed for women to go to college and take out student loans.
Do you not understand the question?
This is the third wave feminist, by the way.
Do you understand the question?
Hold on, one at a time.
Do you want me to reiterate the question?
God, go ahead.
Who created college debt?
Created it?
Yes.
Financial institutions
Okay,
who
so
work
then
alongside
financial
the government.
institutions are the slavers, not feminists.
No, because it's feminists who. What's the prompt? That feminism did more to enslave women than to free them, right? Or to keep them, or give them more rights, or give them more freedoms in society. That's what we're talking about.
But you can't
and here's the
blame
truth.
feminists,
I can and I am.
No, you
feminists did.
Well, it's stupid.
Well, let me make the argument and then respond to it.
Sure.
Feminists did absolutely push for women in higher education. They pushed to have it financed by the state. And they, by the way, modern feminists still push it. Modern feminists right this second are still pushing that women go to college and take on college debt, if necessary, to get a degree. That's what they push more than anything, in fact.
What we were pushing is the right to go to college. The right. Do you understand that? Before feminism, women were not allowed to pursue
Yeah, I know.
a degree
You're
in
pushing
higher
for the right to
education.
indentured servitude.
We're not, okay, but we didn't create, feminism didn't create the quote-unquote indentured servitude.
They did.
Of the, no, we didn't.
You did.
Who created college debt,
If there
Andrew?
wasn't this massive,
This is the most circular-ass
if there
argument I've ever
wasn't
heard.
incentive, right, for these companies to create these diploma mills, because, and the only reason they're creating these diploma mills is because the student loan programs, which are coming out of the federal government.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's going on. I'm sure you
Yeah.
have student loans, and it sucks. Like, I'm sorry. That sucks. It does suck.
You know,
and
Andrew,
I'm sorry.
the saddest part is I agree with
And
you
I'm
on
sorry
most
that
of
you're being
this.
crushed under that weight, but I'm telling you right now that that was not done by the malicious patriarchy. This is feminists, and feminists even currently, who really pushed hard that all women need to go to college. They all need to go. They all need to go. And all these student loans and the crushing debt now, and women are responsible for so much of that debt. I would argue that that is way worse, that these women now have to go work these menial fucking jobs and shit like this to pay back their student loans to the fucking federal government. It's so bad now that now you have a new wave of feminists trying to come out and...
I'm gonna raise it to the ground. Their whole civilization will cease to exist. This is what happens when you start war with me. Remember, I was a peaceful person. I did not start this war. This is not my fault. I'm just defending myself. Alright. I know I sound like that nation state thing the size of New Jersey over in the Middle East. Those dudes. Them boys. I know I sound like them right now. But I really didn't do anything wrong. I was just existing, and they decided to attack me. They're all just mad I have more cities than them. Now I'm about to have even more.
Just ask for free everything. They're like, oh, just please, student debt forgiveness.
May I
They
talk?
crushed.
May I
Go
talk?
ahead.
I mean, Andrew, I completely agree with you. I mean, I'm literally having this conversation with you right now to pay
Yeah.
off my student debt. But my issue is that I don't think, like, all of these problems are real, but I don't think the blame and the onus is on feminists. I think the blame and the onus is on a capitalist system that is designed to fuck all of us. It's not even just women, it's men too. Like, men
Loans
also.
from the federal government isn't capitalism.
I mean, men are also. Oh.
No.
So you don't think
Loans
that,
are supposed to
you
come
don't
from
think
private
that the
equity
private
firms.
college fund
I don't
and
think
the
that
push,
I don't think that private equity firms.
you don't think that these
private
diploma mills
The diploma listen,
are based on
the
capitalism?
private equity firms, right, would not be financing people who are going to school for fucking basket weaving, okay? Because their chance of getting paid back would be way less. It's because these loans are backed by the federal government that they're even possible, because equity firms would laugh at them. So the thing is like, look, as we look at this, from the like bird's eye view, right? You and I agree that that system is fucked, okay?
Yes, I do.
And yes, absolutely feminists push for that system in a big way. And my argument essentially is simple. It's just saying, and you know what? You could even caveat it. You could be like, you know what? Feminists did a lot of great things. This one wasn't it. And if you, as long as you're willing to make the concession, like, look, that sort of financial slavery is way worse than what they had pre-19th Amendment, because it is, then I think we have an accord and we can move to the next prompt.
Can I do a closing statement?
Yeah.
And if you feel like we're done, then I'm good to be done with this one. I think the main point that I will make is that feminism was not about forcing women to go to college, but before feminism, women physically could not go to college. It was about creating equal opportunity. Because although colleges are fucked with the way that they absolutely steal from students by proliferating college debt,
Do you
some
consider
degrees,
that a form of financial slavery?
yes, but some degrees are actually worthwhile.
Look.
And women should have the right
Yeah.
to pursue those degrees as well.
I just want to point out that
It shouldn't. It's the inequality that feminists are fighting against. But in no universe are we trying to force every single woman to go to college, even if they don't want to and it doesn't make financial sense for them. No one is advocating for that. I am an avowed feminist, and I would never say that to another woman.
So anyway, these were the same arguments that were being used for the pushing of indentured slavery. Since indentured servitude, same exact thing. Nobody's forcing you to do it. We're just making sure that people have the ability to do it because they don't have enough money to get here. Hang on.
Yeah.
I didn't interrupt your closing.
That's fair.
Okay. The indentured servants, they want to come here. They just can't afford it. Okay, so we can charge them whatever they want. And doesn't that really just make their life better because we're giving them the option to do it? These are the same exact arguments that were made for that. Same exact thing. And so the thing is like, look, fine. That's great that you like want this option, right? But that doesn't change the fact that feminism created the...
This man's gonna beg me for peace soon. He's gonna beg me. Please, sir, don't colonize me. This is what happens, bro. I was just settling this land. We all started on the same continent this time. This wasn't me coming to your land, bro. You tried to take what I had. What I have.
Conditionals for this. Not the patriarchy and not coverture laws. Feminism, hang on, created the conditionals for this. And since they did and they advocated for it, they pushed everyone into it, they made a bunch of economic slaves out of otherwise viable women in their fertile years who could have gotten married.
I mean, can I just respond to that? The thing, though, is that it wasn't that women weren't allowed to be indentured servants and then only men could be indentured servants and then feminists pushed for women to be indentured servants. Like, the issue is that men could go to college, but women couldn't. We didn't have the option. We were fighting for the option.
Most men only got the option to start going to college en masse, right? Only slightly before women did. That's one. And two, let me just point this out, that if college was really about rewarding the best and the brightest, not everybody could go. And the entirety of the push for this should always have been for that anyway. And what happened is feminists made a bunch of economic slaves out of women that they really didn't need to make out of women. And they still, by the way, on every mainstream network, this is what you'll see female feminists in modernity saying. Go to college, go to college, go to school, because a lot of them are paid fucking shills, in fact. Okay? So yeah, feminism did bring the conditionals for this. They did make economic slaves. And here's the thing, as long as you agree, and here's maybe the olive branch that we can get. Fine, you don't want to call it slavery, economic slavery, don't call it economic slavery. I think that in any other conditional, though, as an avowed socialist like you would use that exact language, economic slavery. You just don't want to blame it on feminism. You want to blame it on...
Those dudes are smacking. He almost one-shotted me. Time to back it up. Oh man, this volcano's about to go off too.
Capitalism,
No,
but it's
yes.
like, even if I say
I
that...
agree with you that the system is
But even
fucked,
if I
but
make,
I don't believe
can
that
we have an olive
feminists are
branch?
the ones who
Can we have an
perpetuated
olive branch
this system.
then that that forms of bad capitalism mixed with bad feminist ideology created the conditionals for this. Maybe that's the olive branch.
I think it's forms of bad capitalism that created the conditionals for this that everyone experiences. And I also feel like you're kind of downplaying what men have to deal with as well. I mean, men are in this same freaking boat.
No,
Like, no?
well, not really. Men are moving towards the trades. They understand that there's a massive scammery going on with college. They're moving into trades, and they don't have to spend as much. In fact, they get paid.
College
Most of
is
the time
not
when you're
always a
training,
massive
most of the time when you're training for a trade, you get paid a high amount of money. Most trade schools that you go to.
Black Friday is now, and it's all this month only at Sullivan Tire. You'll get huge instant savings on most major tire brands, including Goodyear, Continental, Yokohama, Uniroyal, Nokian, Falcon, and Pirelli, but only while supplies last. Plus, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on select brands. Also, save $50 on our alignment and protection package.
Maybe go for 6-8 weeks, and then you're assigned as an apprentice, or sometimes you just start as an apprentice and you work for 4 years and you're getting paid the entire time.
Yeah.
That seems like the opposite of economic slavery. This seems like it is, and I think that feminists created the conditionals, and I'll leave it there.
But feminists also gave women access to go to trade school as well. Like all forms of higher education, feminists fought for the right to women to attend to. And then we can choose among those.
It was higher education. Women weren't fighting to get into trade schools.
You don't think trade school's a form of higher education? Hey, man, don't
They
knock
weren't
trade school.
fighting to go weld, okay?
It's the equality of opportunity.
They
Andrew.
weren't fighting
Do
to go
you
weld.
understand what the equality of opportunity
Oh, give me a
is?
break.
It's
That
the
wasn't what it was about.
opportunity.
It was about a bunch of industrialists hornswoggling you into becoming second-class citizens because you became economic cogs.
Okay, here's. I'll just close this out. I think we can agree that the college education system needs some severe reformation, and I think that we can agree that it's fucking a lot of Americans, both men and women. Where I disagree is that I don't think that feminism is the cause of this, I guess, universal fuckage. Instead, it literally created the ability for women to choose this. And it's not forcing it on women. If they are going to go into too much debt and it's not economically feasible to go to college, as a feminist, I'm telling you right now, don't do it. If it's not worth it, then don't.
Yeah, that's great, but that's like counterintuitive to what your whole movement said for the last, 60 years.
I don't think you understand my movement, Andrew.
I think I'm the only one at the table who does.
I would disagree.
We have 3 prompt options. Problems with democracy, women just as violent as men, if not more, and force doctrine, the descriptor for Earth.
Yeah, do you want to do force doctrine? Because we never got to that.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We didn't. Honestly, I kind of wanted to do problems with democracy.
Yeah, we
I
can do
thought
that too. Problems with democracy, fine.
Yeah, you want to start with problems with democracy and then move on to, what was the other one? I like women are more violent too. Do you have a preference?
Let's do problems with democracy.
Okay,
And then
cool.
force doctrine, and then time permitting.
Well, I don't think we're going to have time after this one.
Force
but we'll
doctrine is
see.
going to be really long, is what I'm saying, is what I'm thinking.
Well, then let's do force doctrine so we can get out of the way.
Let's do force doctrine then.
Let's do force
Alrighty.
doctrine.
So Andrew, it's your claim if you want to.
Yeah, so force doctrine is a descriptor which just describes that women gain their rights from men. That's the descriptor.
Okay, so why do women gain their right? Do you want to define force doctrine and why
I just
you believe
did.
this is? No, you didn't.
What am I leaving out of my own definition?
Well, why do women, because?
Why do they have
There's
to
no
appeal to them?
justification. Yes, women gain their rights
Because
from
men have a monopoly
because-
on force, and since they have a monopoly on force, women always have to appeal to them. Example, if women right this second, who were in some Middle Eastern nation, right, wanted their rights from the men, and the men did not want to give them any rights, can you demonstrate for me a single shred of recourse that they could have except appealing to other men, or the men that are not giving them rights?
I mean, well, they could invent a bomb that would just destroy everyone.
Can you give me a single historic example of women ever successfully using physical force to overthrow when they're considered second-class citizens by the men?
No, but I
Yeah.
honestly believe physical force is immoral. I guess my issue with force doctrine is so what? What is your point? Sure, that's your definition, but
Well,
why is this
My point
important?
is that it's very clear again that men are very benevolent, because
That's it?
Because
So you just want a pat on the back?
No, I would like to see gratitude in the world for men, because it is indeed the case that they have the monopoly on force, and at any time, according to their own preferences, could just enslave all women. And it's really funny because it's like.
So wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Pause,
Imagine
pause.
saying
You think that women should thank you for deciding not to enslave us?
I mean, the idea here is simple. The idea is that if it is the case that you have people who are drastically weaker, one people group than another people group, okay? And they can do anything they want to you whenever they want, and half the world demonstrates that that's the case. At least in this half of the world, we don't do that. And because we don't do that, women take for granted that the men here are so benevolent that they could take what they wanted, and they don't. And it's like, yeah, it's not just about a pat on the back. It's about actually thanking them for every breath of every day, because ultimately they could do this, and you can't refute that they can.
Well, do you believe that there is a moral obligation? Like, what's your...
I don't believe that you can justify moral obligation.
Well, then I want to
against
ask
it.
you, do you think that there is a moral justification?
No, it's not an ought claim.
Well, no, well, it should be. I would like
it should be an ought claim?
I would like to hear your prescriptive...
It's not a prescriptive claim. It's a descriptive claim.
I know, and I want it to be prescriptive. I just want to hear, what is your moral justification for why you believe that doing the bare minimum is somehow some great thing? Like, what's your moral justification?
You mean gratitude?
No, not your moral justification for gratitude. I guess what I'm saying is, so under your analysis, every man at any point...
The digital world. It's where business gets done and what keeps it running. But as your operations expand across clouds, data centers, and global users, it gets harder to answer. What's your network trying to tell you today? NetScout cuts through complexity with real-time insights across every app, cloud, and edge. So you can see more, solve faster, stop threats, and excel with confidence. Discover the data you need to drive observability, fortify security, and fuel resilience.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. In a Chevy of their choice. And it all comes together in a Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Could just overpower a woman and force his will on her, right?
Yeah.
And they choose not to do it.
They choose not to do it.
So what if they did choose to do it?
Yeah.
Do you have a moral justification for why that would be okay?
I do, but I believe that only my view gives a moral justification, and I believe that your view does not.
Well,
so
I
I'll give you mine. Okay, so my moral justification is that I make an appeal, and I ground my epistemology and ontology in Jesus Christ. And I think that you can't get to knowledge philosophically without having grounding. So the thing is like, that's how I would ground my morals for you ought not do that. However, the problem that you have is that secular states are rising up everywhere. And the appeal to Jesus Christ is not rising up. And so if it's the case that secularism cannot make an appeal for why men ought not do this outside of preference, then aren't you just laid bare by men's preference? Like whenever they decide that they prefer to do this, right? What moral thing can you appeal to other than your own preferences that they don't?
Wait, so you exclusively believe that something is moral or immoral based on whether or not God told you it was moral?
Based on
immoral?
Christian ethics, divine command, and church history, apostolic succession, the grounding of understanding the transcendentals, which are required to be grounded in God for them to even exist.
Okay, but the wisdom of God has to be translated through man.
So what?
So then your morality isn't based on God, it's based on somebody else's interpretation of God's will.
So then if all it does is get us back to preferences, right? I'm fine with that too.
So you're back to this preference-based sense of morality.
So
okay.
if that's the case...
Which was justifying slavery. Okay, so can I just...
Yes, your morality justifies slavery, I agree. Yes.
No, but Andrew,
yes.
You're the one who believes in preference-based morality. You have
So
said
do
that.
you.
Oh, no, I don't.
Then give me the grounding where it's not preference-based.
I believe that morality is objective.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
Then
I've said it multiple times.
Objective means exist absent minds.
Yes. I do believe that morality
So where does it exist absent minds?
Well, it's not a physical concept.
Then if all human beings died tomorrow, is there things that are still moral or immoral?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Well, there's other life on Earth, Andrew.
So if a lion eats a fucking rabbit, is it moral?
Well, no. I mean, yes, sorry.
It is?
It's a form of sustenance. I mean, we eat chicken every time. Like
wait a second. So
you don't believe that
hang on. So if it's the case, hang on. I'm making sure I got this right. If it's the case that all human beings on planet Earth are dead, there's no more minds. There is still there is still morality.
But there are still minds.
Yeah,
like
I know.
Monkeys
I know.
And tigers
yeah, that's
and lions.
no.
There are still minds.
Oh, okay. So how does morality exist then? Is it monkey morality?
I mean, yeah, Kind of.
So is there objective human morality?
I think that there is objective human morality.
Okay, so how does
if
it
it-
exist absent mind? You got to get her to answer, dude. She's just going to pivot.
Because there's other animals on Earth.
You got to answer this question. Listen, you have to answer this. All human minds are gone. All of them.
Okay.
Everyone. There was a plague and every human died, right? What would then make a thing objectively moral or immoral? Meaning there's no more minds and it exists somewhere as being moral or immoral absent an interpreter.
Yeah, I mean, the concept of objective morality would still exist. There would
How?
just
There's
be
no
one
minds.
there to see
Then
it.
who could come up with the concept?
It already exists.
How could it exist without you coming up with
Because
it?
we're already alive. We're here right now. So just because we died tomorrow doesn't mean what happened hasn't already
If
happened.
you're all dead, if
Sure.
everyone's dead, how can concepts exist?
Okay, Andrew, I'll humor you. If humans never existed, then human morality would not exist either.
No, so if humans no longer exist, then human morality also no longer exists.
Well, it was already invented. It already exists. So yes, we would be gone, like we wouldn't be there to record it, but it still exists. It's a concept.
Where does it exist?
A concept is immortal.
No, concepts are not immortal.
Well, people wrote them down, so it's there.
Who's there to read them?
Nobody. So it doesn't.
So then how did they exist?
It doesn't matter, but it still exists.
No, it doesn't.
Something can exist
Where?
without mattering.
Where could it possibly exist?
In a book. Have you seen one?
A book that nobody can read?
Yes. So
because
it doesn't
nobody's
matter,
there?
But it still exists.
How does a concept?
Andrew, there is a difference between existence and whether or not and importance.
I would agree a book would exist and a book would
Yes.
have words on it.
So if somebody wrote down
Yeah.
all of the objective moral principles
Yeah.
that we have learned
Uh-huh.
through humanity
Yeah.
and basic human instinct
Yeah.
and human experience,
Yeah.
it would still exist.
No, just the book would exist, not the concept.
The concept is in the book. There's words in books. That's why we read them.
Doesn't a book require a mind to interpret it?
Sure, so it wouldn't matter, but it still exists.
Only the book exists.
Yes, and the book has the concept in it.
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI vision inside. Even smarter with smart things. Shop Black Friday deals now.
Oh my God. There is a recorded version of this concept. So it continues to exist, but there is no one there to observe it.
So
Do
then
you
how
not get that?
Nope, not at all. How does a concept exist if somebody's not around to observe
If
it?
a tree falls, it exists because it was created and documented, right? And now humans no longer exist, but the concept is still there. Just like the Diary of Anne Frank still exists, even though she doesn't, right? The concepts that she wrote in that book are still there, even though she isn't. That's why we fucking write things down.
Do books require interpreters?
Yes, so it wouldn't matter at that point, but it still exists.
So, hang on. A book exists.
Yes.
A concept does not exist because it requires a mind and an interpreter.
The concept does exist.
No.
It just doesn't matter.
No.
Yes.
No. No,
Human
listen.
morality would still exist, but if there's no humans, then
Mhm.
it doesn't matter.
Help me out here. Let us pretend for a moment that you came across a book full of alien writings
Yes.
that had all of their morals in it,
Sure.
and you couldn't read the book.
Okay.
How could and all these aliens were dead.
Okay.
How could the concept now exist?
Well, the concept is still there and it still exists, but the humans don't. I mean, or the aliens don't. Andrew, do you not understand when something can be objective without being physical? Like, something can exist if it didn't have a physical form. Dude, we gotta put you in like a biology class or something. How do you not get this? Like, why are we going around in circles about this? It's kind of a basic concept.
Yeah, and I'm basically trying to figure this out.
And you're basically struggling hella hard.
That's true. I am totally struggling with this
You don't think that something can exist even after it doesn't matter. It's not important anymore because humans aren't there, but it
Yeah.
still happened and it still exists.
So, do you think that if I write a concept down on a piece of paper, like do not kill all men named Chuck,
Okay.
all men named Chuck, right? And I die,
Okay.
okay, and there's nobody around,
Mhm.
is it now objectively true that it is immoral to not kill Chuck?
Well, you don't get to decide objective morality as an individual.
Then who does?
It's a collective.
So the collective gets to decide.
Yes. I mean, so you think that it should be Sky Daddy,
So if-
and I think it should be based on the will.
The collective will.
It's object morality on the basis of the experiences of the collective.
Okay, so if
I do think that there is an objective good and bad.
so if I write
I don't believe
so
that
if
the
I write
collective
now
will
if I write
is
now
what determines that morality.
the whole of the law shall be you do not kill Chuck, and the majority of people agree with me before I die, and we all die. Is that now what's objectively moral?
What the fuck are you talking about? Go
If
back.
most people agree with my only commandment of do not kill Chuck, and almost everybody agrees with me, and we all die, but I have left behind this little pamphlet that says do not kill Chuck, and it's now written down. Is that objectively moral now?
Well, it doesn't matter because we're all dead. So sure, maybe it is, but it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. It can still exist, but it doesn't matter. This is
So
literally the point.
So
it exists.
is that objectively moral or not?
What the fuck? We're not talking about whether or not that is objectively moral. We're talking about whether or not something can exist after the human race dies.
No, we weren't.
Yeah, that was
No.
what you were not
We're
understanding.
only discussing objective versus subjective morality. The idea here is very simple, right? You keep on claiming that I believe that morality is based on preferences, but I keep demonstrating over and over again, so do you. And I don't know why you won't concede the point. You look ridiculous.
I don't look ridiculous. I'm not the one who just justified slavery based on your own
you don't
version
understand
of
how
prescriptive
bad this is
morality.
going to be. I'm telling you, you don't even understand how bad this is.
Well, I'm sure your fan will really appreciate it.
No,
Now,
it's not my
Andrew, Can we go
Oh my
back
God,
to?
we can't because
No,
No,
you
we
just
can't.
don't want to have to defend the morality of force doctrine. That's what this is about.
how could
you don't want to defend the morality of using coercive power.
Is force doctrine objectively not moral?
I think that using coercive power against the consent of those you are using that power on is immoral.
Prove
Yes.
it.
It's immoral because it's causing human suffering.
And what grounds human suffering as being what is immoral?
I believe that natural law dictates human suffering is objectively bad. And so does your God.
So I just
we
wanna
both
make-
agree on
so
that
I just-
in my secular framework and in your religious framework.
Well, hang on. Wait, you believe in a God?
No, I said in my secular framework and your religious
I see. So
framework. Yes.
what grounds natural rights as being objectively true?
I believe natural rights are grounded as being objectively true based on human experience.
So if humans have the experience are not true, are they still true?
What?
If a human being has an experience that tells them natural rights are not true, are they still true?
Well, that's a singular human. This is collective human experience.
So
I'm not a collectivist, just to clarify.
Okay, so collectively, if collectively human beings experiences that natural rights are not true or natural law is not true, then natural law is not true?
If collectively humans experience that natural laws are not true. Well, certain natural laws are just like killing is
No,
bad.
answer
You
my
think that
question. If collectively human beings don't, through their own experience, do not believe natural laws are true, are they still true?
Well, let's pick a natural law. Suffering causes harm. Or harm causes suffering.
No, not always. Sometimes.
Harm causes, okay. Physical harm
No,
causes
it's only
suffering.
sometimes.
Non-consensual physical harm causes suffering.
Only
Even
sometimes.
if every human agreed that non-consensual physical harm causes suffering,
Yeah.
if somebody stabbed Brian in the neck and he suffered
Yeah.
because he was physically harmed,
Yeah.
it's still true.
Don't settle for less. Enjoy a worry-free holiday with Rayovac. Get more savings and power more.
Here at Commerce Truck and Equipment Sales, we offer a large inventory of high-quality, new and used trailers, bucket trucks, water trucks, and a wide range of commercial vehicles. Before you buy from us, we make sure that each vehicle is inspected to make sure that it's in good working condition and meets safety requirements. From the interior to the exterior, we've got you covered. On top of that, we offer a 30-day or 3,000-mile limited powertrain warranty on all used trucks and trailers. We also have prime lenders to fit your financial needs. Our knowledgeable team are ready to answer any of your questions. Contact us now so you can secure your commercial truck or trailer at 951-898-0199, or you can email us at sales@commercetruck.com. You can visit us in person so we can help you find the right truck or commercial equipment that fits your needs.
Sorry,
It's
Brian.
true that he got stabbed in the neck,
It
but
still caused
you
him
haven't
physical
demonstrated
harm.
how it's true that that's immoral.
Because it's objectively true.
No, him getting stabbed in the neck is true, but
I'm
how
not
is it
talking about
immoral?
morality. I'm talking about natural laws being objective, even
Isn't
if
natural law the
collectively we
basis?
disagree with them.
So is natural law a descriptor of like things that happen?
Some of them, somewhat. I mean, suffering causing harm is not just a descriptor of things that happen.
Let's start with this. What is natural law? Let's just make sure I get it right.
Natural law is the collective belief that humans can define that there are objective truths about morality, about good and bad, based on human experience.
So it's
Man, this dude really wanted to mess with me. I'm gonna let him keep his one city. Because I'm a benevolent ruler like that. The next time he asks me to make peace, he can keep his little city. I might even let him build a casino on it, you know what I'm saying?
collective belief.
It's not collective belief.
You just said natural law is the collective belief.
Okay, well, it's some people's belief that things can be that actions can be objectively.
So what is
good or
natural law?
bad.
What is it?
It's the objective belief that some things are objectively good or bad.
What?
Oh my God, Andrew, you just really don't want to have to defend.
This is what I am defending it right
You're
now.
not defending the morality of forced doctrine because you have not made an opinion on whether or not forced doctrine is moral or immoral.
I did.
No.
I literally told you
So do you
what
think that
my
forced
morality is.
So you believe that forced doctrine is moral?
Sometimes.
In which instances?
Well, I would say if you're utilizing forced doctrine, in the reasonable response to how the Lord would ask you to operate, then it would be fine.
In what instances would the Lord justify harm?
You mean harm? Well, all sorts of different
Yes,
instances.
give me an
Self-defense,
example.
for instance.
Okay.
Warfare, for instance.
What warfare
There could be
is justified?
possibilities where you need. Well, you could.
What warfare has been justified by God?
Oh, tons of warfare has been justified by God.
Which ones?
You mean in the Old Testament?
No, I'm talking about currently what human warfare. I mean, God deciding to smite someone is
Do
not
you
warfare.
think that?
What human warfare has been justified by God?
I don't know what that means. Justified by God.
When did we, as a species, go to war and God was like, "That is good"?
Oh, I mean, there was tons of times in the Old Testament where God
Name one.
where God ordered them. Sure, I'll pull up the scripture. Do you want the scriptures where
Sure,
God ordered
yes.
people to go to war? Here you go. I mean, that's fucking crazy that you don't know this, but here you go. All right.
I mean, this is your religion, Andrew. You shouldn't have to Google it.
Well, I just want to be precise.
That's fair.
Okay. Old Testament, God commands war. I mean, he wiped out the Nephilim. I mean, he did all kinds of things. So, key examples include the conquest of Canaan, where God commands the destruction of the Canaanites. I mean, that's one example right off the top of it. But he's actually many times created justifications for war.
So I guess
yes.
I want to understand your morality a little bit because you have to familiarize me because I'm not myself a Christian. So because
what are called
God
Christian ethics.
justified that instance of war, do you believe that God is justifying all instances of war?
No.
Okay, so according to God, when is war justified and when is war not unjustified?
Well, that's a loaded question, but I'll try to answer it as best I can. Concepts of war are generally justified through the ideas of self-defense. The rigors of what would happen inside of collective warfare it would necessarily have to follow Christian ethics. So you couldn't do things like essay women. You couldn't do any of those things. They would be restricted by the New Testament Gospels.
Okay, so would you say that it's fair to assert that God generally, because I know that do not kill is a commandment.
Do not murder.
Well, killing and murdering are equivalent, but
No, they're not the equivalent.
to an extent. But
Not to an extent.
For the context of this debate. Oh, so now you're a lawyer. Okay. So we know that God says.
This is basic philosophy.
Hold on. I actually want to look that up.
Yeah, killing and murder are two different things.
I agree that killing
One
and
is
murdering are
justified,
different.
one is not
No, I
justified.
agree that killing and murdering are different things, but I didn't know that God justified those. Oh, yeah. So it's thou shalt not kill. Okay.
It's thou shalt not murder.
I mean, the actual quote in the Bible is thou shalt not
in the
kill.
Septuagint, which is the origination of the Bible that we're reading, is thou shalt not murder.
So you're not using the King James edition of the Bible?
The NKJV.
So you just wrote your own Bible?
NKJV, we use the Septuagint. Where did the King James Bible come from? Do you even know?
No.
Then
but
what are
it
you
is the
talking
most
about? You have
widely
no idea
respected
about the
used
historic standard.
version of
It is thou shalt not murder.
So you just got the quote wrong, though.
What? It's literally ask Google while I'm sitting here. Is it thou shalt not kill or thou shalt not murder? Ask it.
In older translations, it is phrased as thou shalt not king, and in newer ones, it's thou shalt not murder.
Oh, so I was right again.
I mean, we were kind of both
No, you were just wrong.
It's thou shalt not
You've
kill
been
in
wrong
some
this whole
versions, and
debate.
it's thou shalt not kill it, murder in others.
No, in the original, the
In the
translation.
original, it was thou shalt not kill.
Yes.
And then they changed
No,
it to
it's
thou shalt not
murder.
murder.
It's murder.
But it's both. It was both. Like, anyway. So, God just only, so you cannot murder
Yeah.
according to God. But the only justification for murdering or killing, either one, is self-defense, according to your God.
Well,
Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business, it's the easiest choice you can make. Get started for free at gusto.com.
Sentimental Value is one of the best reviewed films of the year. It will remind you why you love film. Renato Reinsve is a complete revelation.
My father is a very difficult person.
And Stellan Skarsgård is one of the best actors of his generation. It's a deeply beautiful expression that art can heal us, and the best film of the year.
I don't know if I'd ever really seen a film like it before.
Sentimental Value, rated R.
It depends on what we're considering self-defense to be. There can be other instances where there could be justifiable killings that fall outside of self-defense.
Like what?
Well, like, I don't consider it murder if I'm working on top of, like, a fucking bridge and I accidentally kick a wrench off and it falls down and it hits somebody in the head and they die.
Well, I think that's negligence.
I don't consider that, but it's killing someone. But I don't consider those categorically the same because I think murder requires intent.
You don't, or God doesn't?
Same. It'd be the idea of intentionality.
Okay, so under your religious framework, intentional murder.
Yeah.
Okay, intentional murder is bad, right? Can't do that, or you're
Yeah.
gonna go to hell.
Yeah.
So then, under your religious framework, forced doctrine is immoral.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I mean, it is.
Can you explain how?
But why do you deserve a cookie from women for not choosing
Now
to
you're
murder
just changing
us?
the goalposts.
I'm
You just said under my religious framework, forced doctrine's immoral. Now fucking demonstrate it and stop
forced
playing
doctrine
games.
is excuse
Like
me.
literally demonstrate it.
Oh my God! He's
Demonstrate
so
it.
angry. I love it when you get mad.
Demonstrate it.
I mean, under your definition of what is moral and immoral, based on your God, which
Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with, but under that definition,
Yeah.
it would be immoral to suddenly impose your will using coercive power on a woman and kill her or murder her.
Wait a second.
Either one.
I'm sorry. How does
You
this in any
can't-
way dispute forced doctrine?
It disputes the morality of you thinking you deserve a pat on the back for choosing not to murder women every day.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. Let me
I mean, you started this. Hold on, let's
Hey,
go back because you
so-
started this debate by saying that women.
I just can't even believe this. is
No, I mean, Andrew, I just feel like you're just struggling to understand your own
you're right.
ideas.
I am struggling to
you
understand.
started this debate by saying that women should thank you. We should thank you so much.
They should, yeah.
For choosing every day
Yeah.
not to violently harm us and
Yeah.
murder us and kill
Yeah,
us.
that's right.
But your God tells you not to.
Yeah.
So why should we thank you for following the basic rules of morality set by your God?
So then I think
you haven't done me a favor.
So then in this case,
you've just gotten yourself
so,
into heaven.
So isn't the logical extension of this that you should thank my God?
That's not you though. Like,
So
why do you deserve credit
then,
for that?
Then say thank you to my God.
I'm not saying thank you to
Well,
your
then
God.
what are you even talking about?
But you started this debate by saying I should say thank you to men, to you. Why?
No, I actually
and you
started
were
this
wrong.
debate explaining
You were actively
that
just proven
absent
wrong
and-
because you
yeah.
wanted me.
Not only
to
was I
thank
not proven
men,
wrong,
but
but
instead I should be thanking
you
got
to
to
stop filibustering.
You just conceded.
Are you gonna let her filibuster the
It
whole
was a
time?
concession.
You got let him speak.
Okay,
please.
well,
You just
after your
just
concession,
fucking
let's hear
all
your-
you do is
how you're gonna-
filibuster. So look, We're going to make this super easy. Actually, at the start of the debate, you're wrong. I said, only through my view can rights be justified for anybody, including women. Only through my view of God can rights be justified. And what did you end up doing here? Proving that the only justification we've ever come up with for why any of this would be wrong, right, or otherwise is my God.
No,
you
Andrew,
have
that is not the
presented.
only
You
reason.
have presented nothing.
I'm using your
stop
ethical framework.
filibustering.
Okay, sure.
Fuck! Stop filibustering. It's all you do is filibuster.
Just let him finish, though.
Well, I mean, at some point, you have to let the other person speak. So the thing is like, look, not only have we demonstrated that it's only through my God, and I guess you should thank him by your own logic, but you've never created a single standard yet for how your morality is anything other than preference. In your internal critique just now, all it did was ratify what I said at the beginning of the debate, which is that I don't think rights can be grounded through anything but God. And guess what you established? Well, guess what, Andrew? Rights can't be established by anything but your God. You're right. They can't. I agree. And on top of that, let me just point this out. The entire first part of the debate on the preferential end, all you did was describe how morality is preferential over and over and over again.
I didn't.
So
I
if
was
it's the case,
refuting your belief.
only through Christian ethics can this be grounded, right? And in your worldview, now, through your worldview, can you explain how forced doctrine is wrong outside of preference or not?
No, Andrew. By the
No.
way, what I was just doing
No.
is proving through your own ethical framework why you don't deserve shit. You don't deserve a thank you for women from following the teachings of your own ethical framework brought to you by your God.
So then,
whether or not I agree
Andrew,
with
let her finish.
whether or not I agree with the framework, you have created an ethical framework that puts the moral onus on your God. So you acting morally is not some gift to me and to womankind, but it is what you were told to do by your God. So why would I thank men? Why should women thank men? That's what you wanted. You wanted a thank you from women for not killing us, for doing the absolute bare minimum, which your own ethical framework acknowledged is the absolute bare fucking minimum.
But that's you're just making my point. And by the way, let me
So
just point
you
this
want
out.
me to thank God for making men do the
Let's
bare
just point
minimum.
this out.
Let him answer.
Are all men Christians?
No.
Then should we thank them?
Well, yes, they're following their own secular ethical framework that is teaching them not to just maim other
So
women.
you should say,
And by
you
the
should
way,
thank
there are
men. So
Christian
you should
men.
thank men.
Well, I mean, not you.
But you should thank. I
specifically.
didn't say me. You said men. So you should thank men.
I guess I should thank natural law. Thank you, natural law. I agree.
How does
It is
what? What are
Because
you
it's
talking- what
objectively
are you
immoral.
talking about?
Because it's objectively immoral to kill people,
No, it's
Andrew.
objectively immoral. I just can't demonstrate it.
Do you not think that killing is objectively immoral?
Only from my view, but not from yours.
No, from everyone's view.
No, not from
From literally
It's not
everyone's
literally
view.
from everyone's view.
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of no.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Fine.
what
From Muslims' view,
worldview-
from a Muslim's view, is it objectively immoral to take away rights from women?
I mean, I'm not Muslim.
I have a purpose.
Okay.
That's actually the
Let me ask you
perfect
something.
point right there.
Do you make money?
Oh my God.
He asked her a question, a hypothetical. She said, I'm not Muslim. Not even a hypothetical. He just asked a question, and she can't even relate to the question. The inability to take oneself, place it over here, and try and look at it from a different angle.
From a Muslim's view, is it objectively immoral to take away rights from women?
But I haven't studied the Quran, so why should I be the one answering on behalf of Muslims?
Is there anybody in the world? Does North Korea take away rights from women?
North Korea takes away rights from everybody. Didn't you say you wanted to move
And
there?
women?
Well, everyone. It's an equal opportunity
And women?
oppressor. Sure, yes.
And women. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So the case is like, if South Korean men go in there and put a stop to that shit, should the South Korean women at least thank them?
The South Korean,
Or the North Korean women? The North Korean women. Should they at least thank
the North Korean people? I mean, North Korea is not a
them? Are
state that
human beings? Are the women? They're not people.
But
Shouldn't
North
they
Korea
thank them?
is not a state that is oppressing based on gender.
So
It's
should they
oppressing
thank them or not?
If South Korea decided to come in to North Korea,
Yeah.
wage war to liberate the North Korean people, and they wanted this, then yeah, the entirety of North Korea should probably thank South Korea for being liberated.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So the only qualm that you have here is that you shouldn't thank Christians because we follow our ethics, but you should thank secularists because they have no ethics and just don't do it anyway.
But the difference is the doing versus not doing. Like, Andrew, in North Korea, the South Koreans would have to actually go to war, fight, and potentially die for the freedom of another person. But here, all you have to do is just not murder women. Like, how hard is that to just not murder
but that's
women?
not an argument.
Yes, it is. Why should I thank you for doing nothing?
Thank men.
Why should I thank men
Because
for
at any
doing
time they
nothing?
want, they can collectively enslave all women, and they don't.
But at any time we want, we could collectively do all kind of horrible things. Like, why do you think you should deserve a treat for doing the bare fucking minimum
Well,
as a society?
here's the thing that's
I mean,
funny is,
anyone
like-
could abuse their child. Do you think that children every day should wake up and thank their parents? Thank you for not abusing and killing me, parent.
I think that they should be grateful to their parents. Yeah.
I mean, everyone should be grateful to a good parent, but you really think that we, like, as a society, haven't advanced
You're like a
past the point where
contradiction
you
machine.
need to-
Let each other
You're like a
Do you
contradiction
really-
machine.
I mean, you should thank
Hold
your
on,
parents if
Andrew,
they're
just
nice
let her
parents, but
Yeah, you should
not
thank your
bec-
parents, yes.
You
Hold
should
on,
thank
let each other finish,
Andrew,
please.
you should thank your parents because they're nice parents, but not because every day they choose not to abuse you. Again, these are the bare minimums.
You know, it's funny.
Like, it's just not doing something.
It's funny to me because, like, there's such a lack of cogency here. You say that you should thank secular men, right? And you should thank them because they're following.
I love that there's like 10 minutes left, and Brian has finally taken control out of this entire thing. He's like, nope. Let them finish.
Natural law.
I don't think you should thank secular men.
You literally just got done saying you think we should
I said we
thank
should thank
secular
natural
men.
law.
Let each other
Okay.
finish. Let each other finish.
Which is your form of morality?
Yeah, to an extent.
Then why should we thank your form of morality for doing the bare minimum? You're just following your own morals.
What?
Yeah, why would you thank men who are just following natural law?
I
right?
wouldn't
You
thank
wouldn't?
them. I just said I wouldn't.
Hang on, you wouldn't?
Let Andrew finish.
No, I wouldn't.
Then
thank
why did you
men.
say before you would? You would.
I would not thank men. I literally thanked natural law like 30 seconds ago, Andrew. You're just not paying attention.
So then shouldn't you thank my God then?
For creating a moral system in which you decide
If we should thank natural law?
to murder
If we
people.
should thank natural law, shouldn't you thank my God?
Well, I should, but I'm just not going to.
Oh, okay. So you're just a contradiction machine. Got it.
No, I'm not a contradiction machine. I just don't agree that,
was
you
a
just
a huge
Andrew,
concession.
Andrew, it's not a concession.
Yeah, it
you
was.
believe that you deserve a pat on the fucking back for doing nothing. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying I don't believe you do. If anyone does, it's God or natural law or the concept of morality.
I know.
Whatever it is that prevents you from doing horrible things to other people.
I know, so-
but you
I
don't
know, I
deserve a
get it.
cookie
I
for
get it.
sitting on your
Yeah, I
couch.
understand.
Like, why do you think that? Every day we could all go out and choose to commit an act of violence, and we don't.
Mhm.
You're not special for that.
Yeah, I know.
You're
I got
not.
it. I get it.
Okay,
now can I
then
close?
why do you think you deserve a thank you?
Can I close now?
Sure.
Okay, great. So now that you're all done prattling, so you just made the concession. You literally just made multiple concessions there that you don't even know yet you made. The first one that you made is, well, I'm not going to thank your God, even though he's responsible for this, but you should thank natural law, the moral system that I utilize, which is incoherent, I've never explained, for why it is that secular men aren't. And it's like, that's the most hilarious contradiction I've heard this entire debate. And on top of that, it's like, look, yeah, do I think that women should probably be just a little bit grateful that it's considering that women are enslaved on half of planet Earth, or at least have way less rights to the point where you would consider them enslaved, to at least acknowledge that men could do this and are benevolent and don't and should be thankful for it? Yeah. But you know what? You don't have to. What you can do instead is you can be like, you know what? I'm a big, strong woman, and all women are super strong, and we're awesome. And so here's the thing. Fuck men. Okay, they don't get a cookie. That's the least that they should do. But none of that refutes force doctrine, and none of that shows how it is that men couldn't do this and why it is that you shouldn't actually be kind of thankful that they don't, or at least perceive them as being benevolent.
So what about you, Andrew? Do you think you should
What
thank
about
men?
me?
Do you think that you...
Did you finish your close, by the
I
way?
would-
No,
Or
she
did you-
always interrupts every time I'm talking.
A lot. Is this the close just on this prompt or your total close?
This is my total close.
Total close, okay,
Yeah.
go
So not only that, your massive contradictions on on morality were so absurd. I don't even think you realize how bad it was. You have a circular argument that we went over multiple times and you just never got. That even no matter what you were reduced to, you just came back to your own preference. It was completely circular, just over and over and over again. I even demonstrated this by presenting as an anti-moralist Christian, an anti-moral realist Christian, in order to say, well, mine's just preference. And you spent almost 50 minutes arguing against your own moral system. because you didn't even understand what was being said. And so it's laughable to me that as the debate continued and we got into other moral predictors and we got into things about feminism, you contradicted thing after thing after thing after thing after thing. You just contradicted yourself on natural law. You contradicted yourself on natural law again when you said you shouldn't appeal to my God and be grateful, but we should appeal to your moral system and be grateful. You contradicted yourself on your definition of slavery when you said indentured servitude. And then said it wasn't. You contradicted yourself literally, 20 minutes ago when you gave a definition for natural law and said it's a collective belief, and then literally 1 minute later said, no, it's not collective belief. You're a contradiction machine. You have no coherent.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. In a Chevy of their choice.
No coherency at all in your worldview. And it was completely crushed. Mine stood up to scrutiny fine. You didn't even understand what I was saying half the time. It's like, it's very frustrating, but this was like, look, your first showing, I think you got away with it because of the jar thing, but like, this was terrible. You just got absolutely decimated in this fucking debate. It was bad.
Yeah, you said that last time.
You did it. Well, you did then too. There was an obfuscation you had then that's not there this time.
Are you done with your close, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, give me 1 second.
While she's collecting her thoughts, guys, we'll do a Q&A session right after, then we're going to wrap the debate, so go ahead.
Okay, this debate I think was very interesting. Now, first I just want to respond to your final claims on our last prompt and then get into my actual closing statement. So,
Wait,
you
what?
said... you finished your claim on the final
it's
prompt.
closings.
And then get into,
Yeah,
Andrew,
you can include it in your close.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. All right. So, first of all, Andrew, I don't really think anyone should thank anything for just choosing not to commit an act of harm. And if we should, then I think that you should thank every man that's stronger than you for not choosing to, bend you over and rape you, because that's something you would have to be subjected to, too, under your own forced doctrine. As a man who physically could not open a jar of olives, you're also putting yourself at risk of being overpowered by other men, and then therefore losing rights that I guess you don't believe exist. Now, I guess my issue with Andrew's debate style is that he only uses descriptive arguments. He wants to argue over semantics. I think collectively we took about 3 hours today arguing, well, the debate was 3 hours, so I'll say 2.5, arguing solely over semantics. And I think the real reason why you do this is because you refuse to defend your positions. You don't want to have to stand up to any scrutiny because you refuse to present your arguments. And the few times you did, you ended up justifying slavery and genocide, which to me is kind of one of the most disgusting things I've heard in a debate. I think that generally you are confused on, maybe the reason you want to debate definitions so frequently is because you're confused on them. You don't really understand what slavery is. You don't really understand what feminism is. You don't really understand what rights are. You don't really understand, we didn't get to democracy, but what democracy is. And instead, you simply want to ask over and over the same 4 questions to try and create a gotcha moment that won't exist. And, I guess this was an interesting social experiment in how much 2 people can annoy each other. And the answer is a lot, but I had a good time. Okay, I'm done.
Does that conclude your closing statement?
Yes.
Okay, we have 2 chats. If any of you want to get them in.
It's gonna be, what's his name?
$199 Q&A. Final call on this. If you want, we have a few minutes here at the end. Final call if you want to get some in.
Norris donated $200.
Thank you, man.
Rights are entitlements absent duty. Privileges are entitlements under condition. Aren't U.S. citizens without rights since they can be taken by judicial system? Let's make Bill of Privileges. W. Bree Drew.
Big J. Norris, thank you for that statement. We have Pasty George here.
Message from the government of Canada.
Oh my God, it's
Pasty George donated $200.04. To Brown Locks, please elaborate on why men should be thankful to women. Why should we be grateful to just our mothers for giving birth to us?
Oh, Pasty, I'm not saying that men should be grateful to women. I'm saying that under Andrew's belief that women should thank all men for choosing not to harm them, then weak men should thank stronger men for choosing not to harm them as well. Because there are men who are also in a position of vulnerability against physical harm. And if a man chooses to not do the absolute bare minimum and commit an act of harm against another man, I mean, I don't believe that they should have to be thanked, but Andrew does. So, anyway.
All right, we have, hold on. I'll just read this from Pelagic. Typical of a narcissist to double down on the gaslighting and ad hom attacks when they are getting smoked. She has said nothing and made no point, just another manipulative woman.
I didn't ad hominem Andrew a single time, but okay.
All right. It looks, we have, hold on. I believe that's it. If any others trickle in, I'll be sure to get it. But hold on. Let's see. No, I'll give 1 or 2 more minutes to allow for a few more Q&As. Otherwise, we'll get this wrapped up. Andrew, would you like to plug anything here at the end? And then Naima, I'll give you a chance to if you want to.
Yeah, I've got DebateCon coming up. I hope to see everybody there. It's the 15th and 16th. It's going to be a huge event. We've been kind of traveling all over the U.S. to promote it, so I hope we can sell it out. I know that we're pretty close to doing so. So get your tickets while you still can.
Anything for you you'd like to plug or?
I'm okay.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, if you want to support the show, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Guys, final thing, Nick, if you could pull up our Twitch. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on Twitch, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link into your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Guys, it's been 1 hour since we last got a Prime. I think it's bugged, boys. I think it's bugged. Can somebody test out the Prime sub? Also, guys, you can get some merch, shop.whatever.com. Nick, if you can pull that up super quick.
Do I
guys,
still get a t-shirt?
I'll see if we have one in studio. Guys, get some merch, shop.whatever.com. Also join our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. If you enjoyed the stream, you want to see more debates, like the video, guys, like the video. Like the video.
Like the video.
Also, final thing for this, guys, if you want to learn how to become a master debater, debateuniversity.com. You want to become a master debater like Andrew,
master debater.
or like Naima.
Like Cartman, the master debater. All right, I'm going to log off now. You guys all better have a nice day. Or else.